Chapter 833. Don't leave if you come after Ning Qi tempered his divine soul to the limit. He used his surplus Dragon Slayer coins to buy an ancient demon bloodline for everyone. After forefather Ning obtained the ancient demon ox bloodline, his appearance instantly recovered from his 70s to his 30s. Ning Xuandong's was even more exaggerated. Standing next to Ning Qi, their ages were about the same. The two of them could be considered as old trees in the springtime. After obtaining the bloodline of the ancient demon race, their cultivation soared. Ning Xiandong was about to attempt to break through to the Do Zun class, while old grandfather Ning naturally soared wildly and became a Dozong. Originally, Ning Qi planned to get an ancient demon clan bloodline for Ning Zi and the others, but he was stopped by Little Six. He mysteriously hid in another yard with Little Z and the others, not showing up even once for a few days. No one knew what he was doing. We planned to return to the War God Hall. Venerable Ning looked at Ning Qi and smiled in relief. After obtaining the ancient demon ox bloodline, his cultivation speed was different from the past. Venerable Ning wanted to make a breakthrough to the Do Zun realm as soon as possible. Macho, what about you? Ning Qi looked at Li Macho. Li Macho's cultivation was currently a 1-star Dozong. She smiled and said, the training room of the War God Hall's outer disciples can increase their cultivation speed. I will also go with them. Then I will see you out. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Green Ox City was not far from the War God Hall. It only took Ning Qi one morning to go back and forth. When he returned to the yard, he found Dongfang Haojie confronting a few people. Call Ning Beixian out. Don't be a coward. Su Aori coldly looked at Dongfang Haojie. A 1-star Do Zun was no different from an ant in his eyes. Dongfang Haojie glanced at Su Aori and Ma Minrong and smiled. Brother Ning went out. I'm afraid you will have to wait a while to find him. Went out? Did he hear that we were coming and hide? Ji Bei sneered. Hide? Are you here to cause trouble? Dongfang Haojie was slightly startled. I'm not looking for trouble, but there is one thing I want to know. Ma Minrong said coldly. Why are you looking for me? Ning Qi walked to Dongfang Haojie's side and looked at Sue Ori and the others. You are Ning Beixian? Ma Minrong looked at Ning Qi coldly and suddenly frowned slightly. He realized that he couldn't see through Ning Qi's cultivation. How was this possible? Didn't Sue Ori say that he was only a 3-star Dozun? Right now, Ning Qi's Titan Divine Soul was more than 10,000 feet tall. It was many times thicker than Ma Minrong's Divine Soul. It would be strange if he could see through Ning Qi's cultivation. Chun Yuan and the others looked at each other. They felt that Ning Qi was a little strange, but they could not tell what was strange about him. At least Sue Ori didn't say that he had no background. It was impossible for an itinerant cultivator to have such a bearing. Yes, I'm Ning Beixian. What can I do for you? Ning Qi said lightly. Brother Ning, be careful. These guys don't seem to be easy to deal with. Dongfang Haojie transmitted his voice. Ning Qi nodded slightly and comforted him through voice transmission. As for these guys in front of him, Ning Qi really did not take them seriously. The density of Su Qingqing's bloodline is several times thicker. Is this your doing? Ma Minrong said coldly. Doing? Haha, I did play a big role in this matter, but it was clearly a good thing. Why did it sound like I was doing something? Ning Qi sneered. It's really you. What relationship do you have with Su Qingqing? Ma Minrong's hair moved without any wind. When Chun Yuan saw this, he suddenly waved his hand and set up a forbidden technique nearby. Those who passed by only felt their vision blur and could no longer see their figures. Some experts were secretly shocked. It was obvious that this was because of the forbidden technique. A person who could casually set up a forbidden technique was at least an existence of the Dosheng realm. A trace of curiosity flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. Dongfeng Haojie was also very surprised, because after Chunyuan laid down this restrictive technique, the surrounding area, aside from his house, had become a desolate and uninhabited land. The rows of buildings that originally stood side by side in Greenock City had all disappeared. What relationship do I have with Su Qingqing have with me? If you're done asking, please leave. Ning Qi said coldly. How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Ma Minrong's face. You! Ning Qi looked at Ma Minrong with a faint smile and said, Ma Yuanqing's grandson, Ma Minrong, the new holy son of the Azure Dharch sacred ground, right? You came here today because Miss Su tore up the engagement with you. You can't do anything to City Lord Su, so you came to find me to vent your anger? How did this brat know our identities? Everyone immediately looked at Su Aori. Su Aori hurriedly transmitted his voice. I did not reveal your identities. After saying that, his expression became somewhat ugly. It was obvious that Ning Qi was not as he thought, someone without a background. Otherwise, he would not have been able to know the identities of Ma Minrong and the others so quickly. You know that Su Qingqing is my fiancé, yet you still dare to obstruct us. Today, I don't care what background you have, you're dead. Ma Minrong was furious. Suddenly, a giant ape with 8 arms appeared behind him. It was 250 meters tall. This is junior brother Ma's 7th grade divine soul, the 8-armed divine ape. The rumors are true. Junior brother Ma has the bloodline of the 8-armed divine ape. In ancient times, the 8-armed divine ape had a complicated relationship with the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. Only they could disregard the wishes of the 9-tailed celestial fox. As long as they had sex, they could obtain the 9-tailed celestial fox's blood essence. Chun Yuan and the others revealed a trace of surprise. Their cultivation was higher than Ma Minrong's, but the strongest among them only had an 8th grade divine soul. It was 1 grade lower than Ma Minrong. 8-armed divine ape. It's just as Miss Su thought. You want to be with her, and you harbor evil intentions. Ning Qi chuckled. A mere 250 meters tall divine soul was no different from an ant in front of his Titan divine soul. Go to hell. A sinister smile appeared on Ma Minrong's face. The 8-armed divine ape immediately stomped on Ning Qi. Su Aori and the others moved back a few hundred meters. They looked at Ning Qi with different expressions. In their eyes, Ning Qi was already a corpse. What's that? Ji Bei suddenly gasped. He looked at the Titan divine soul that appeared behind Ning Qi with extreme shock. The body of the Titan divine soul that was 3,000 meters tall stunned everyone. The Titan divine soul reached out and grabbed the 8-armed divine ape. Under Ma Minrong's disbelief, the Titan divine soul stuffed the 8-armed divine ape into its mouth and swallowed it. Uft! Ma Minrong's divine soul suffered great damage. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A 3,000 meters tall divine soul. How is this possible? Your divine soul is actually 1st grade. Ma Minrong clutched his chest and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Since everyone is here today, don't leave. Chapter 834. Turning black into white A divine soul would not be swallowed in 1 gulp. Titan's divine soul swallowed the 8-armed divine ape. Apart from looking a little scary, it was no different from a punch. The next moment, Chunyuan and the others also formed their divine souls. Including Su Aori, there were 5 divine souls over 150 feet tall surrounding Titan's divine soul. Wasn't Brother Ning's divine soul only 300 feet tall? It's only been a few days. How did it grow to 10,000 feet? Dongfeng Haojie looked at Ning Qi in a daze. At this moment, the scene of the divine soul of the Titan being surrounded not only didn't have the slightest murderous aura, but also seemed a little funny. The 8-armed divine ape, the tallest one, didn't even reach the divine soul of the Titan's knees. It felt like 5 naughty children were surrounding a strong man. "Sir, there might be some misunderstanding here. There's no need to fight." Qin Yuan looked at Ning Qi with fear. The others all glared at Sueori. How the hell is this a 3-star dozun? Who has ever seen a 3-star dozun with a divine soul over 10,000 feet tall? He's a fiend. Sueori finally understood why Jin Longxiang had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that he had died in Ning Qi's hands. Where did Ning Beixian come from? Sueori's face was livid. He was confused. Misunderstanding? You set up a restrictive spell and wanted to kill me here. That's a misunderstanding? So, me killing you by mistake today was also a misunderstanding? Ning Qi sneered. This reminded Qin Yuan. She quickly waved her hand and removed the restrictive spell. The passers-by were shocked and retreated a few hundred feet. They looked at the 6 towering divine souls in horror. What happened? The leader of the Dajiang gang, Ba Hongdong, and the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Lu Sang, led their subordinates and flew over. Their eyes immediately focused on the Titan's divine soul. A divine soul that was thousands of feet tall was simply too shocking. At this height, one could almost touch the floating island with just a stretch of one's hand. Sueori, those are the Saints of the Azure, Dharch, sacred ground. I've seen one of them before. I think his name is Jibei. Ba Hongdong and Lu Sang looked at each other. They did not step forward. Instead, they stood at a distance and watched. Brother Ning, a Dozong realm elder behind Ba Hongdong, looked at Ning Qi with a dumbstruck expression. He was the first human cultivator that Ning Qi had met when he first came to the Ling Wu continent. Dao Han. He had just returned to Green Ox City a few days ago. He only knew that the Golden Dragon Gang had ceased to exist in name. He didn't know that Ning Qi had already returned to Green Ox City. That was why he was so shocked when he saw Ning Qi. Brother Ning, why don't we withdraw our spiritual souls and have a good talk? Using force in Azure Ox City is disrespectful to City Lord Su. Qin Yuan said with a smile. Ma Minrong's expression was very ugly. His lips moved, but he didn't dare to speak in the end, because Ning Qi's strike just now had completely crushed his courage. He had just advanced to the Doshen class, and his realm was still unstable. His spirit had suffered such a serious injury, and he could vaguely sense that his realm was swaying. If he was not careful, he might fall back to the Dozun class. Ma Minrong definitely did not wish to see the scene. Therefore, he obediently shut his mouth and was prepared to let Qin Yuan negotiate this matter. Qin Yuan was, after all, a 7-star Doshing and was quite famous among the hundreds of chosens and saintesses. With her stepping forward, it was likely that the other party would give them some face. Disrespectful to City Lord Su? What a joke! Then what were all of you doing earlier? Ning Qi laughed coldly. A thought passed through his mind, and the Titan's spirit immediately attacked, shattering the 5 spirits. A layer of redness immediately surged on the faces of Qin Yuan and the other 4, after which they learned their lesson and no longer condensed their spirits. So powerful! Ba Hongdong and Lu Sang exchanged glances. Both of them had recently broken through to the 1-star Doshun class and were aware of how powerful a Doshun was. However, 5 Doshungs had been beaten to the point where they did not dare to use their spirits. This was really too terrifying. Among them was the first disciple of City Lord Su, Sueori. That was a 3-star Doshung. If they knew that Qin Yuan was a 7-star Doshung, it was likely that they would not even have the courage to stand here and watch. The Titan spirit was too large. Its appearance alarmed the city, Lord's mansion. A few Doshungs flew out from Floating Island and stared at Ning Qi in shock. Just as Ning Qi was about to attack Su Aori and the others, Su Lingfeng appeared. Master! Su Aori revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Ning Qi frowned slightly, and the Titan's spirit returned into his body. He cupped his hands together at Su Lingfeng and greeted. City Lord Su. What happened? Su Lingfeng led a few doushungs to the front of everyone. He smiled and nodded at Ningqi, after which he indifferently swept his gaze over Ma Minrong's group and finally asked Su Aori. Su Aori's expression was somewhat ugly. He hesitated for a moment before replying in a low voice. Young Master Ma and the others wanted to see Ning Beixian, so I brought them here. There was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? City Lord Su. I suspect that Su Aori brought these guys here on purpose to cause trouble for me. Just now, young Master Ma Minrong wanted to kill me. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be too much for me to kill him now. Ning Qi sneered. When Su Lingfeng heard this, he instantly understood the cause of this matter. He had also seen the Titan divine soul that was thousands of meters tall earlier, and he already had some doubts about Ning Qi's origins. Now he was even more certain that Ning Qi had come from that place. Ning Qi still didn't know that in Su Lingfeng's eyes, he had already been given an inexplicable background. City Lord Su, young Master Beixian is a little extreme. My junior brother only wanted to spar with him. He didn't intend to kill him. Chun Yuan smiled faintly and said, That's right. Ji Bei and the other chosens agreed. Shameless. Dongfang Haojie couldn't help but scold. Humph, you have no right to speak here. Ji Bei snorted. Since it's a spar, let's stop there. I wonder who won. Su Lingfeng smiled faintly. Who won? The faces of Qin Yuan and the others immediately turned ugly. Su Lingfeng already knew the result. He smiled and said, Young Master Beixian is my honored guest and also my daughter's friend. Since you are all chosens and saintesses of the Azure Tharch sacred ground, why don't I make the decision and forget about the misunderstanding between you all? Qin Yuan and Ji Bei exchanged glances. Just as they were about to nod, Ma Minrong gritted his teeth and said, It can't be counted. Oh, all right then. I'll have a fair spar with you. Ning Qi said with a smile. Spar? Sure. Ma Minrong smiled evilly. However, it won't be me. Ning Beixian, do you have the guts to spar with my big brother? Ma Minrong's big brother? Chapter 835. Chapter 835. Azure Thearka's Battle Tablet. Fight with your elder brother? Ningqi looked at Ma Minrong with a faint smile. This is between you and me. Why drag your elder brother into this? Either you fight with me, or I'll give face to City Lord Su and scram. Chun Yuan and the rest had ugly expressions. As saints and saintesses, they had not been humiliated like this for many years. Even saints and saintesses who were stronger than them did not dare to humiliate them like this. Scram? Hee, don't think this matter will be over if you don't agree. Just you wait. Ma Minrong sneered. Without bidding farewell to the crowd, he tore through the sky and left. Chun Yuan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands at Su Lingfeng. City Lord Su will take our leave first. And go ahead. Su Lingfeng smiled slightly. After Qin Yuan and the rest left, Su Lingfeng looked at Su Aori coldly. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Fortunately, Child Beixian is fine today. Otherwise, I'll cripple your cultivation. Master, he's just an outsider. I'm your eldest disciple. Anger flashed in Su Aori's eyes. What, you don't listen to me anymore? Su Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. Yes, master. This disciple will reflect on his mistakes in seclusion. Su Aori nodded expressionlessly and flew toward the floating island. He hated Ning Qi to the extreme. Not only did Ning Qi disrupt his plan, but he also caused him to be scolded by Su Lingfeng in front of so many people. He had lost all his face. Child Beixian, you have to be careful of Ma Yuansheng. This person is very protective. Su Lingfeng smiled at Ning Qi before leading the few doushungs behind him to break through the air and leave. Ma Yuansheng? Ning Qi smiled slightly. Ma Yuansheng was here. He would definitely let Little Six bite him. He was not afraid of him coming. He was afraid that he would not come. When Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie returned to the courtyard, the surrounding onlookers began to discuss and disperse. You know that guy? Ba Hongdong suddenly looked at Jiao Han. Sect leader, he is that. Jiao Han told Ba Hongdong about Ning Qi's background. When she mentioned that Shangguan Qingyan had chased Ning Qi out of the Dajiang gang, Ba Hongdong lost his composure. As for Shangguan Qingyan, who was standing not far away, his heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. How did he know that Ning Qi's cultivation was so terrifying? Jiao Han also did not explain clearly. When he thought that he had offended a terrifying existence with a divine soul that was thousands of feet tall, his body unconsciously trembled. I know what happened. I'll give you a mission. Try to see if you can contact that young master again and invite him to our Dajiang gang as a guest. Ba Hongdong said kindly to Jiao Han. An excited look appeared on Jiao Han's face. Yes, sect leader, this subordinate will not disappoint you. You have a bright future ahead of you. Work hard. Ba Hongdong patted Jiao Han's shoulder. Azure the Arch, sacred ground. It was unknown which Chen Yuan had told everyone about his encounter with Ning Qi in Green Ox City. From the outer sect disciples to the saints and saintesses, everyone knew that the new saint, Ma Minrong, the third grandson of sacred King Ma, had been humiliated in Green Ox City. Even Qin Yuan and the others who had gone with them had their divine souls shattered by an existence who was either a Do Zun or a Do Sheng. Ma Minrong felt that everyone was pointing at him behind his back. The humiliation in his heart intensified. He did not even dare to meet Ma Yuanqing for fear of being scolded. Instead, he went to the forbidden area of the Azure, the Arch, sacred ground, the Green Lotus Mountain Range. Many saints and saintesses wanted to watch the show. They followed behind Ma Minrong, whispering and laughing from time to time. Ma Minrong's expression was extremely ugly. He stood outside the Green Lotus Mountain Range and waited for about half a day. Finally, a young man appeared from the thick fog and walked in front of Ma Minrong. When Chen Yuan and the other saints and saintesses saw this figure, their breathing unconsciously became lighter. Many of the saintesses revealed an intoxicated look in their eyes. That was Ma Xinji. He was one of the 3 strongest saints in the Azure, the Arch, sacred ground. He was a peak Dosheng and a half-step Dodi, not counting the 72 sacred kings. Among the saints and saintesses of this generation, he was most likely to become the Azure, the Arch. Third brother, why are you so anxious to call me big brother? What's the matter? Ma Shanji glanced at the crowd indifferently and finally looked at Ma Minrong. Big brother, I was humiliated. Even my fiancé was snatched away. Ma Minrong said in a low voice. Fiancé? Ma Shinji frowned slightly. She is the daughter of Su Lingfeng of Green Ox City. She has the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Ma Minrong said. Ma Shunji's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He said coldly, Are you sure she has the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox? Grandfather has already checked. It's absolutely true. Ma Minrong said. Tell me what happened as it is. The bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. A look of greed flashed in Ma Shinji's eyes. He had cultivated in the Green Lotus Mountain Range for many years, but had never been able to break through the final hurdle to become an emperor of Do. If he could obtain the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox, then he would definitely become an emperor of Do. When Ma Shinji learned that Ning Qi had a 10,000-foot spiritual soul, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his expression became much more serious. Big brother, you must avenge me. If you can obtain Su Qingqing, I believe that your future achievements will be far more than just an emperor of Do. Ma Minrong's last sentence finally moved Ma Shinji. He ignored Ning Qi's 10,000-foot spiritual soul and only thought of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. In the next moment, Ma Shinji waved his hand, and a stone tablet dozens of feet tall appeared out of thin air. It pierced through the air in the direction of Green Ox City. The Azure Thearka's battle tablet. Chun Yuan and the other saints and saintesses were shocked. That stone tablet was no ordinary item. Whoever received it would be bound by a contract. They had to fight the person who sent the tablet. Otherwise, they would be punished by the heavens. However, the Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet could only be used once. After using it, it would automatically shatter and disappear from the world. Unexpectedly, Ma Shinji also had an Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet. Green Ox City. A huge stone tablet pierced through the air and landed heavily in front of Ning Chi's courtyard. At the same time, a ray of green light burst out of the stone tablet and entered Ning Chi's body, who had a look of surprise on his face. Ding! The host has been bound by the Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet. This is a forced contract and cannot be avoided. Please accept the challenge, or you will be punished by the heavens. The system's voice rang out. What the hell? Ning Chi was confused. At this time, countless people were attracted by the stone tablet and rushed over to take a look. Some of them recognized the Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet and gasped. Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet? Child Beixian, I'm afraid you're in trouble. Su Lingfeng appeared in front of Ning Chi and sighed as he looked at the Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet. There was a line of golden words on the stone tablet. Ning Beixian, 5 days from now, the Azure Supreme Dharch Sacred Ground will fight me to the death. Ma Shinji. Chapter 836. Occult Arts Horse God Ji. Ning Beixian, you will die this time. Su Aori happened to see the last scene of the stone tablet turning into dust. He saw the words, Horse God. He had always been concerned about the Azure Dharch Sacred Ground. Naturally, he knew of one of the 3 strongest saints in the Azure Dharch Sacred Ground, Ma Shinji. Half-step to Dodi. He had once fought with Butieshin, the last-rank Saint King in the Azure Dharch Sacred Land, and lost by a small margin. So what if Ning Beixian had a 10,000 Zhang divine soul? The difference between them was too huge. Even a divine soul couldn't make up for the difference. Horse God. The nearby experts who saw the steel all exclaimed. Even if Chun Yuan and the others couldn't recognize him, they definitely knew who Ma Shinji was. Basically, the names of the 3 great saints of the Azure Dharch Sacred Ground would appear in their favorite topics of discussion throughout the year. There were even people betting on which chosen would be the first to become a Dodi. Jiao Han, who had been looking for an opportunity to contact Ning Chi, happened to see the stone steel, and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. Looking at Ning Chi's calm expression, he felt somewhat ashamed and did not dare to go up and greet him. Ning Chi looked at Su Lingfeng and asked, City Lord Su, who is Ma Shinji? Su Lingfeng's expression was a little grave. He is Ma Yuanqing's most talented grandson and one of the 3 great holy sons of the Azure Emperor's sacred land. He is at the peak of the Dosheng class. Even the few sons of Ma Yuanqing do not have a higher cultivation than him. If I were to fight Ma Shinji before I broke through to the Dodi class, I would have a 40 to 60 chance of victory. I would have 40 and he would have 60. Peak Dosheng, Ning Chi had also encountered rank 9 boss demonic beasts or dragons in the monster-killing training ground. Basically, he could not even exchange 10 moves with them before he had to flee. The difference in their cultivation was too great. With the current strength of the Titan spirit, it should be equivalent to an ordinary 7-star Dosheng in the Ling Wu continent. If his spirit had advanced to the king grade, it would be a different story. A peak Dosheng could easily suppress him. If it wasn't for the Azure Emperor battle tablet, I might be able to mediate for you. Unfortunately, the moment the Azure Emperor battle tablet appeared, you will have to fight even if you don't want to. Even if you are a Dodi, you will not be able to survive the heavenly punishment. Su Lingfeng sighed. He guessed that Ning Chi came from that place. If he died like this, it would be a great loss to him. Thinking of this, Su Lingfeng smiled and said, "Or you can send a message to the sect and send someone to resolve this matter." Sect? Did Su Lingfeng misunderstand something? Ning Chi smiled and nodded. "City Lord Su, I know what to do. Since I only have 5 days, I won't waste any more time. I'll set off now." "Well, since you received the Azure Thearka's battle steel in Azure Ox City, I'd better accompany you." Su Lingfeng pondered for a moment and said, "All right." Ning Chi nodded. Azure Bull Worship. Apart from Ning Chi, Dongfang Haojia, Little Six, and the others, Su Lingfeng, Su Aori, and Su Qingqing were also going to the Azure, the Arch, sacred ground. The Azure Bull Worship was very fast. It should be able to reach the Azure, the Arch, sacred ground in about 2 days. Many people had seen the Azure Thearka's battle tablet in Azure Ox City. They were all filled with anticipation for this battle. Those with high cultivation bases rushed to the Azure, the Arch, sacred ground on their own. Those with low cultivation bases also thought of ways to arrive within 5 days. If it was an ordinary competition, they might not be qualified to enter the sacred ground. However, every time the Azure Thearka's battle tablet appeared, everyone was allowed to spectate. This was already a tacit agreement in the Lingwu continent. Even the sacred grounds were no exception. "Brother Ning, how confident are you in this competition?" Dongfang Haojia had already learned of Ma Xinji's identity and cultivation base from Su Lingfeng. His face revealed a trace of worry. Ma Xinji was a peak Dosheng. Although he could not tell what level Ning Chi's cultivation was, Dongfang Haojia knew that Ning Chi had yet to become a saint. In a competition between a Do Zun and a Dosheng, could a Do Zun win? If it was not for Ning Chi, Dongfang Haojia's answer would be no. However, Dongfang Haojia could no longer understand Ning Chi's current methods. Naturally, he could not make a judgment. 50%. Ning Chi thought for a moment and said, "After all, he had the bloodline of a middle-grade world destroyer titan. His HP far exceeded others of the same level. No matter how strong Ma Xinji was, his HP could not exceed 10 million. Adding the extraordinary defense of the war god body, the titan divine soul that had been condensed to the peak of the 1st grade, and the dragon-slaying saber, these were Ning Chi's trump cards. Even if that did not work, 20 enhanced dragon-slaying bullets could pose a threat to a Dosheng." 50%. Dongfang Haojia heaved a sigh of relief. "Arrogant. You are not even a Dosheng. The difference between you and Ma Xinji is like the difference between heaven and earth. How can you say 50%? Not far away, Su Aori's face revealed a trace of disdain. "Eldest senior brother, stop talking. If it was not for you, young Master Bei Xian would not have encountered such a thing," Su Qingqing said unhappily. "Arrogant?" Ning Chi smiled and looked at Su Aori. "At least, I have 100% chance of beating you. Eldest senior brother, you." Su Aori was exasperated, but he had to admit that he was indeed no match for the divine soul. If Ning Chi wanted to suppress him, it would only take 2 or 3 moves. There is no enemy that boss can't defeat. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Ning Jin glanced at Su Aori with disdain. Ning Zi, Fatty Ning, and Ning Bai nodded. Ning Chi could clearly feel that something had changed in them over the past few days, but he did not know what the changes were. Little Six always wanted to keep Ning Chi in suspense, saying that there was no need to tell him before he succeeded. "Humph! I have no idea why your sect would accept so many demonic beasts as disciples." Su Aori snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. When Little Six and the others boarded the boat, Su Lingfeng and Su Aori had already sensed the aura of Little Z and the others. Ning Chi's explanation was that he was a disciple of the sect, his junior brother and junior sister. So Su Lingfeng didn't say much. On the other hand, Su Aori seemed to have a strong dislike for demonic beasts. Along the way, he kept mocking them. We are almost at the azure, Dharch, sacred ground. I will teach you a secret art. If you really can't beat Ma Shinji, you can use it, but it will be very harmful to your body. You only need to use it once. If you use it twice, you will die. Little Six's voice rang in Ning Chi's ears. Ning Chi was slightly delighted. You're still hiding it. Tell me quickly. We are here. Su Lingfeng stood at the bow of the boat and smiled. Chapter 837. Sacred King Feng. According to his self-introduction, this old man was one of the gatekeepers of the Azure Emperor's sacred ground. He was a one-star Do Sheng, just like an old man guarding the gate of a noble mansion. However, he seemed to have known Su Lingfeng for a long time. Occasionally, he would glance at Ning Chi before continuing to chat with Su Lingfeng. It was as if he had never seen Ning Chi before. Using a Do Sheng to guard the gate, the foundation of the Azure Emperor's sacred ground, is indeed terrifying. Dongfang Haojie was secretly shocked. There were only a few hundred famous Do Shengs in the eastern Xianland. This was even counting the entire eastern Xianland. If one singled out a top clan, such as the Dongfang clan, there would only be 13 Do Shengs. If a Do Di did not appear, they would be the strongest existence on the continent. Every single one of them had an incomparably noble status and would not reveal themselves all year round. However, the Azure Emperor's sacred ground had used a Do Sheng to guard the gate. This was really shocking. City Lord Su, there are still 3 days before the competition. In these 3 days, everyone can stay here for the time being. Apart from the forbidden areas, everyone can take a stroll around my Azure, Dharch, holy land. The old man brought everyone to a courtyard in a mountain range and smiled. Thank you, Elder Wang. Su Lingfeng smiled. City Lord Su, you are too polite. Elder Wang smiled and said a few more words before he turned around and left. The arrival of Ning Chi and the others was seen by the surrounding chosen. Regardless of whether they were outer disciples, inner disciples, or true disciples, they all received the news almost immediately. Which one of them is Ning Beixian? I think that one looks like him. Someone pointed at Dongfang Haojie. Indeed, his cultivation is similar to the rumors. He is a Dozun. A few chosen nodded in agreement. As for Ning Chi, they had subconsciously ignored him. His aura was too weak as an ordinary person. Everyone had mistaken him for a servant. Brother Ning, many people are pointing at us outside. Dongfang Haojie stood at the gate and smiled. Ignore them. Ning Chi smiled, turned around, and entered the courtyard. He had to carefully study the secret technique that little Six had taught him. 3 days was enough. Right at this moment, a few figures tore through the air and landed at the entrance of the courtyard. It's Ma Handong. Why is he here? You want to stand up for Ma Minrong? Even senior sister Qinyuan was defeated by Ning Beixian. With Ma Handong's cultivation, he might not be able to do it, right? It is hard to say. Ma Handong is stronger than Qinyuan. From the fluctuations of his aura, he should be able to break through to the 8-star of the Do Sheng class soon. TSK. All of Sacred King Ma's descendants are ultimate geniuses. In the future, it is likely that there will be at least 3 Do Di with the surname Ma in our Azure Emperor Sacred Land. Greetings, Senior Brother Ma. The saints who were watching the commotion nearby all stepped forward and cupped their hands in greeting. Ma Handong nodded and stared at Dongfang Haojie. Your Ning Beixian? My third brother's injuries were caused by you? Were you the one who ruined his marriage? Ning Chi was already 2 meters tall, but Ma Handong was even taller. He was about the same height as a basketball star on Earth and was about a head taller than Ning Chi. Dongfang Haojie innocently pouted at Ning Chi and said, Hey, he is the one you are looking for. What? He's not Ning Beixian. That guy is? Everyone was a little surprised. After all, Ning Chi's aura was like that of a mortal in their eyes. He did not have the aura of a Dozun. Ma Handong frowned and looked at Ning Chi. Your third brother? Oh, Ma Minrong, I was the one who caused his injuries. As for the marriage— Ning Chi glanced at Ma Handong. What does that have to do with me? How dare you curse? Ma Handong frowned slightly. I can tell that you are not here with good intentions. Don't tell me that you are trying to be nice. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Don't think that you can be so bold just because you have Su Lingfeng backing you up. No matter what your background is, whether you are a dragon or a worm, you will have to kneel in front of the Azure Emperor's sacred land. Today, I will collect some interest on behalf of my third brother. I will leave your life for my big brother. Ma Handong sneered and reached out to grab Ning Chi. However, he had just raised his hand when Su Lingfeng appeared beside Ning Chi. With a flick of his finger, a white light shot toward Ma Handong's arm. Ma Handong's body trembled, and he stumbled back a few steps. A purple bruise appeared on his arm. City Lord Su, are you really going to become enemies with the Azure Emperor's sacred land because of this brat? Ma Handong looked at Su Lingfeng fearlessly. Although Su Lingfeng was already a one-star Dodi, Ma Handong did not think much of him. Forget about his grandfather Ma Yuansheng, Ma Shengwang. Once his elder brother Ma Shinji broke through to the D class, he would be able to easily suppress Su Lingfeng. This is strange. You are a saint. How can you represent the entire Azure Emperor's sacred land? Where did you put the sacred kings and Azure Emperor? Su Lingfeng smiled faintly. Su Qingqing and Su Aori also rushed out. Su Aori's face revealed a hint of schadenfreude when he saw this scene. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, was a little worried. She sent a voice transmission to Ning Chi guiltily. Child Beixian, I have implicated you this time. It's fine. Ning Chi faintly transmitted his voice. Ma Handong's expression did not change. If a saint cannot represent the sacred land, why do you call yourself a saint? His words immediately attracted the support of the saints nearby. They all voiced their support for Ma Handong. He, you are indeed the son of a sacred land. Your arrogance is extraordinary. However, Su Lingfeng smiled. Child Beixian has an agreement with your big brother. Isn't it inappropriate for you to act like this today? Or are you afraid that Ma Shinji will lose to Child Beixian? Are you here to test him? Ma Handong's eyes flashed. Su Lingfeng was right. He did not come here without a reason. Ma Shinji had ordered him to do so. His purpose was to test Ning Chi. However, Ma Handong naturally would not admit it. He smiled faintly. I have no other purpose for coming here today. It's just that I can't swallow my anger. If City Lord Su has a younger brother, you will understand what I am thinking. Not only did this brat ruin my third brother's marriage, but he also injured my third brother. If I don't teach him a lesson, where will the Ma family's face go? Ma Handong is right. Do you think the saint of the Azure Emperor's sacred land is so easily humiliated? Su Lingfeng, since you have agreed to this marriage, you cannot cancel it for no reason. Otherwise, how will outsiders look at the Azure Emperor's sacred land? Unknowingly, a middle-aged man had already appeared beside Ma Handong. He coldly swept a glance at Ning Chi before looking at Su Lingfeng. The nearby saints and Ma Handong hurriedly cupped their fists. Greetings, sacred King Fong. Fong Qinyang was one of the 72 sacred kings of the Azure Emperor's sacred land. He was a 3-star emperor and was rumored to have lived for more than 20,000 years. Even the current Azure Emperor was once his junior. Chapter 838. Good under the sun, so it's sacred King Fong. I've heard a lot about you. Su Lingfeng cupped his hands with a smile. Fong Qinyang said expressionlessly, Su Lingfeng, I hope the marriage between Ma Minrong and your daughter will go ahead as planned after the match between him and Ma Shinji. Why should I? I won't marry him. Su Qingqing frowned. Junior sister, don't talk nonsense. This is sacred King Fong. Su Aori hurriedly scolded. Then he smiled fawningly at Fong Qinyang. Sacred King Fong, Junior's sister doesn't know any better. Please don't take offense. Fong Qinyang nodded. He wouldn't argue with Su Qingqing. He just stared at Su Lingfeng, waiting for an answer. Ma Handong smiled contentedly. So what if Su Lingfeng was an emperor? With Sacred King Fong's help, how could Su Lingfeng refuse? The saints nearby saw the Sacred King Fong's imposing manner. Even when facing Su Lingfeng, he still spoke in a commanding tone. They felt proud of him, and a proud smile appeared on their faces. Su Lingfeng frowned slightly and glanced at Ning Qi. Finally, he smiled at Fong Qinyang and said, Sacred King Fong, how about this? If Ma Xinji can defeat young Master Beixian, my daughter will marry him. As for Ma Minrong, he is not worthy of my daughter given his talent. Father, Su Qingqing's face was filled with surprise. Su Aori was overjoyed. If Su Qingqing married Ma Xinji, all he had to do was please Ma Xinji, and he would definitely become a chosen. Don't worry. Even if Sir Beixian loses, I will send you to the cold Song sacred land. Then, as long as you hide there, Ma Xinji won't come and take you away. Fong Qinyang isn't easy to deal with. We must feign civility today. Su Lingfeng's voice sounded in Su Qingqing's ears. Su Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Marry Ma Xinji? Well, since they are both Sacred King Ma's grandchildren, it's understandable. Ma Minrong's talent is indeed lacking compared to your daughter's. Fong Qinyang's lips curled up. He glanced at Su Qingqing and nodded at Su Lingfeng. Pausing, he looked at Ning Qi. Which sect are you from? What are the names of the elders in the family? Didn't they tell you not to interfere in the matters of the Holy Land? Ning Qi smiled, and then his expression turned serious. What does it have to do with you? What did you say? Fong Qinyang frowned. Su Lingfeng was slightly startled. Clearly, he did not expect Ning Qi to have such an attitude. The divine sons nearby gasped. This young man was truly fearless. Not only did he treat Ma Handong oddly, but he also treated Sacred King Fong so viciously. I say, what does it have to do with you? I'm here to fight Ma Xinji. If I remember correctly, the date is 3 days from now. All of you came to me before the battle. Are you trying to put pressure on me so that Ma Xinji has a higher chance of winning? Azure, the arch, sacred ground? Haha, that's all there is to it. Ning Qi smiled faintly and looked fearlessly at Fong Qinyang. How dare you? Is this how you talk to Sage King Fong? Apologize. How dare you disrespect the sacred king of my Azure, Dharch, sacred ground? Your crime is unforgivable. Sage King Fong, please suppress this young man. This young man is not qualified to fight Ma Xinji. Ma Handong was the first to speak up. His fellow disciples immediately voiced their support for Ning Qi, condemning him by word and pen. Good, very good. Fong Qinyang looked at Ning Qi and laughed in anger. In the Holy Land, which divine son did not treat him with respect, even the 3 divine sons were no exception. Among the sacred kings, his reputation and status were also quite high. Ma Yuanqing was extremely talented, and in a mere 1,000 years he had cultivated to become a 7-star emperor of Dou. Even those who met him had to call him martial uncle. In the end, Ning Qi, a junior among juniors, an aunt that Fong Qinyang looked down on, actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. If not for Su Lingfeng's presence, he would have turned Ning Qi into dust with one palm strike. I'm doing very well. Thank you for your concern, Sage King Fong. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Fong Qinyang laughed coldly. I hope you can still be like this in 3 days. Let's go. With that, he coldly swept his gaze over Su Lingfeng, Ning Qi, and the others, then turned and left. Ma Handong made a throat-slitting gesture at Ning Qi, laughed evilly, and also turned to leave. Before long, all the divine sons had left, and the scene immediately became quiet. Fang Qinyang is a narrow-minded person who likes to take advantage of his seniority. Offending him will not do you any good. Su Lingfeng sighed as he looked at Ning Qi. City Lord Su, I don't care about this person. The day of my battle with Ma Xinji is in 3 days. I'll go rest first, so that I can deal with the battle. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands together. Go. Su Lingfeng nodded. So this is the effect of this secret technique. No wonder little Six said that it was best to use it once and not more. With it, I have a 70 to 80% chance of winning against Ma Xinji. In the low-level cultivation training ground, the corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. 70 to 80% chance of winning was a lot. To Ning Qi, it was not safe enough. Therefore, he spent 30,000 dragon-slaying coins to purchase 3 days of high-level cultivation training ground. 500 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. For nearly 4 years, he focused on cultivating the god of war body. Every time the god of war body advanced to a new level, Ning Qi's defense would multiply. Now that he was a true level 6 god of war body, 4 years was enough for Ning Qi to reach the true level 7 god of war body. By then, his 70 to 80% chance of winning would increase to 90%. As time passed, more and more people rushed to the Azure Dharch sacred ground just to witness the battle between Ma Xinji and Ning Qi. Among them were some prodigies from the top sections. Even the Frost Song Sacred Ground and the Bodhi Sacred Ground had sent many divine sons. Where's Ning Beixian? Why don't I see him? I heard that he offended Sacred King Fong on the first day. He followed City Lord Su to the Azure Dharch sacred ground. I'm afraid he's hiding now. How disappointing. I wanted to see if this kid really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He's only a battle Zune, but he's able to suppress 5 battle sages. 4 of them are divine sons of the Azure Dharch sacred ground. Could this kid be an inheritance left behind by an ancient sacred ground? Otherwise, it's impossible for a lone cultivator to have such combat strength. I don't know about that. Many people were disappointed that they couldn't see Ning Qi's face. However, they knew that since the Azure Thearka's battle tablet had appeared, Ning Qi would not hide like a tortoise. When the time for the battle arrived, he had to show up. Therefore, these people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to discuss their cultivation problems and experiences while waiting for the battle to begin. In the courtyard, Su Aori sneered at little Six. What's wrong with your senior brother? Where is he hiding? Chapter 839. Am I late? Are you talking to me? Little Six furrowed his brows. What else? Su Aori sneered. What right do you have to talk to me? Go play somewhere else. Little Six rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Su Aori was exasperated. He looked at the sky and sneered. The time was almost up. If Ning Qi didn't come out now, he would have to face the heavenly punishment. Thinking up to this point, Su Aori left the courtyard. This mountain range was filled with people. Su Aori made a rough estimation in his mind, including the outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, and experts from all over the world. There were at least 1 million people here. The crowd was divided into groups according to their status. For example, there were more than 12 sage kings who were chatting with Su Lingfeng in the sky. No one dared to fly higher than them. Su Aori spotted Ma Minrong and the other saints at the Azure Dharch sacred ground and flew over with a smile. Su Aori, my big brother will be here soon. Where's Ning Beixian? Ma Minrong looked at Su Aori and asked coldly. He had misjudged Ning Qi's strength and caused him to embarrass himself in front of so many people. He was quite dissatisfied with Su Aori. Swish, swish, swish. All the saints turned to look at Su Aori. Su Aori smiled and cupped his fists at the crowd. I've already checked. He's not in the courtyard. He might have fled in fear. Fled in fear? A strange smile appeared on the faces of the saints and saintesses. They believed Su Aori's words. Not to mention Ning Qi, If they were to face Ma Xinji, they would also flee if heavenly punishment wasn't around. Unfortunately, the Azure, the Arch battle tablet was out. Escape? What a fool. Hee hee. I've never seen heavenly punishment before. It'll be to my liking if that kid escapes. Ma Handong chuckled. Senior brother Ma is right. I also want to see what heavenly punishment looks like. Me too. The other holy sons and holy daughters all laughed in agreement. Ning Beixian escaped? Su Aori purposely didn't lower his voice. Therefore, other than the chosen and saintess, all the core disciples, inner and outer disciples, as well as the experts who came to watch the show heard it. The news spread like wildfire to millions of people. In the end, it changed from Ning Beixian is suspected to have escaped to Ning Beixian has escaped. With that, the mountain range immediately became lively. All of them had specially rushed over to watch the battle. If one of the protagonists escaped, wouldn't their trip be in vain? Many of them directly cursed Ning Qi, hoping that he would be struck by the heavenly punishment and have his soul destroyed. However, a portion of them remained calm. They glanced at the fighting emperors in the sky, who were led by sacred King Fong and sacred King Ma, and waited quietly. If Ning Qi had really fled, would this group of Do Di still be standing in this place? Young master, is this Ning Beixian really that Ning Beixian? Shimin Longyi, his two brothers, and Shimin Kong stood behind Shimin Lanshan at the back of the Azure, the Arch Holy Land's inner sect disciples. Among them, Shimin Kong asked in a low voice. Shimin Lanshan had successfully joined the Azure, the Arch Sacred Ground, and became one of the 100,000 inner disciples. He believed that with his talent, it wouldn't take long for him to become a core disciple. In the end, he would become one of the hundreds of chosen and reach the pinnacle of his life. However, ever since he heard about Ma Xinji and Ning Qi, Shimin Lanshan had been in a bad mood. He had come to the mountain range to see if the two Ning Beixian were the same person. In the end, Ning Qi refused to come out of his house, causing his plan to fail. He could only wait anxiously with everyone else. It can't be the same person. I admit that Ning Beixian is strong, but he definitely can't be strong enough to suppress 5 Do divinities at the same time. It should be the same name. Shimin Lanshan said lightly. Phew, that's good. Shimin Kong heaved a sigh of relief. Whenever he thought of the scene where he was suppressed by Ning Qi, he would wake up from his dreams. He looked forward to the day when he could personally take revenge and return the humiliation that Ning Qi had given him. However, if Ning Qi had really grown to the point where he could suppress 5 doshangs, it was likely that his hopes would be dashed. He could forget about taking revenge in this lifetime. Naturally, Shimin Kong did not want to see such a scene. Shimin Longyi and the other two had the same thoughts as him. After hearing Shimin Lanshan's words, the 3 of them also sighed in relief. Ma Xinji is here. It's him. The 2 beside him it's Jiang Huai and Li Shuyin, the other 2 of the 3 chosen. I didn't expect them to come as well. The 3 chosen are gathered here. We didn't come in vain this time. Li Shuyin is really as beautiful as the rumors say. Her beauty is unparalleled. I wonder who will be able to marry her in the future. He must have accumulated 10 lifetimes worth of good karma. Everyone looked at the 3 of them with envy, adoration, and worship. Beside Ma Xinji was a young man and a woman. The young man had a frivolous smile on his face, while the woman's face was cold. The 3 of them finally flew in front of Ma Yuansheng and Fang Qingyang and cupped their hands in salute. Good. Jiang Huai, your cultivation has improved again. You can become an emperor in the future. Without waiting for Ma Yuansheng to speak, Fang Qingyang took advantage of his seniority and was the leader of the sage rulers here to praise him first. You flatter me, sage ruler Fang. Jiang Huai laughed. He then glanced at the crowd below and asked with some doubt, what's wrong? That Ning Beixian still hasn't come out? How arrogant. Li Shuyin said coldly. Ma Xinji smiled and looked at the sky as if he didn't care. According to the agreed time, there is still half an hour left. If he doesn't come out, we can also see what Tian Fa looks like." As he said that, he looked at Su Lingfeng with a slight smile. Su Lingfeng seemed to have sensed his provocation. He smiled and nodded, then started talking with Ma Yuansheng. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of anxiety that no one could detect. Ma Minrong looked enviously at Ma Xinji, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with the sage rulers. He wasn't the only one. All the saints were secretly envious, other than the 3 saints in the azure Dharch sacred ground. The other saints weren't qualified to stand together with the sage rulers. Time's up, right? Did Ning Beixian really escape? Ma Handong suddenly laughed coldly. This sentence was like the fuse that lit up the firecrackers. The entire place instantly buzzed with mockery and abuse. A mere wandering cultivator was even more arrogant than a sage ruler. If this lad wasn't afraid and fled, was he going to find a way to make it out? Oh, it looks like he doesn't dare to come out. Jiang Huai said with a faint smile, "Lingfeng, you've made a mistake this time." Ma Yuansheng smiled faintly. Fong Qinyang laughed coldly. What a waste of an azure Dharch battle tablet. Chapter 840. Here to die. He's out. Is that Ning Beixian? That's strange. I scanned the courtyard with my divine sense and didn't find him at all. This kid really did it on purpose. Damn it. Su Aori, didn't you say he ran away? Ma Handong stared coldly at Su Aori with dissatisfaction. Well, I really didn't see him in the courtyard. Su Aori smiled helplessly. Forget it. It's not the first time he's done this. Ma Minrong sneered and then looked at Ning Qi with extreme resentment. Because of you, the 9-tailed celestial fox that should have belonged to me is now in my brother's arms. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ma Minrong cursed Ning Qi in his heart. If looks could kill, Ning Qi would have been minced into pieces by now, behind the formation of 100,000 inner disciples. Shimin Lanshan couldn't help but take a step back. His face was pale. Is it really him? How can it be him? Shimin Kong and the other 3 didn't look too good either. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the guy Ma Xinji challenged was really Ning Beixian, the guy who humiliated them. His strength has already reached such a level? 1,000 zhang divine sense? How long has it been? Shimin Long San mumbled to himself. 100 zhang to 1,000 zhang, 10 times more. Impossible. Could it be someone who looks like him? Shimin Longi frowned. Looks the same, and his name is Ning Beixian. It's definitely the same person, Shimin Longer said while gritting his teeth. Forget it. Whether it's him or not, he will die in Senior Brother Ma's hands today. Shimin Lanshan took a deep breath and said calmly. He regained his confidence and pride, as if Ning Qi was just a small interlude in his life. Fong Qinyang, Ma Yuansheng, and the rest looked at Ning Qi. Su Lingfeng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little puzzled. Given his cultivation base, why didn't he discover that Ning Qi was in the courtyard earlier? This sort of concealment technique was no small matter. He was even more certain about Ning Qi's background. Ma Xinji, I'll leave this guy to you. Don't disappoint me, Fong Qinyang said calmly. Sacred King Fong, don't worry. Ma Xinji nodded with a smile and looked at Ning Qi. This kid is Ning Beixian? I can't see anything special about him. Even Qinyuan is no match for him? Li Xueyin frowned slightly. It's because we can't tell that he's special, Jiang Huai said with a faint smile. That makes sense. Li Xueyin thought for a moment and nodded. Ling Feng, I hope that you will not go back on your words. Ma Yuansheng looked at Su Lingfeng with a faint smile. Su Lingfeng naturally knew that he was referring to the marriage between Su Qingqing and Ma Xinji if Ning Qi lost. He smiled and said, of course. Not too far away from Ma Minrong and the other holy sons, The holy sons of the Frost Song, Sacred Ground, and the Bodhi, Sacred Ground, all turned to look at Ningqi. These two formations were rather eye-catching. The Frost Song, Sacred Ground, only had holy daughters and didn't accept male disciples. Moreover, these holy daughters were all extremely beautiful. The holy sons of the Bodhi, Sacred Ground, were all bald and wore moon-white kasayas. Fist-sized beads hung around their necks. During the commotion, just now, they had all lowered their heads and chanted Buddhist scriptures as if it had nothing to do with them. Only when Ningqi appeared did the holy sons of the Bodhi, Sacred Ground raise their heads and look at him. Most of the millions of cultivators present were disappointed when they saw Ningqi. They couldn't see anything special about him. He looked extremely ordinary. Since Ningqi had appeared the right time, 99% of them hoped that Ma Xinji would teach him a lesson. Therefore, Ningqi felt millions of malicious gazes. When these gazes gathered together, they almost became solid, as if they were knives cutting at him. Do I have a grudge against them? A trace of doubt flashed in Ningqi's mind. Ning Beixian. Ma Xinji looked down at Ningqi and smiled faintly. Ma Xinji. Ningqi also rose into the air and faced him from afar, a faint smile on his face. Aren't you afraid? Ma Xinji looked at Ningqi with a half-smile. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't he just a peak sage? He's not even a peak emperor. Ningqi smiled. How arrogant! Fang Qinyang couldn't help but shout. Sacred King Fang, my match with Ma Xinji has nothing to do with you. Why are you interrupting? Ningqi sneered. You've humiliated me again and again. Fang Qinyang almost couldn't help but slap Ningqi to death. In the end, Ma Yuanqing smiled and said, Sacred King Fang, this guy doesn't have long to live. There's no need to be angry. After a pause, he looked at Ma Xinji and Ningqi and said calmly, it's time. Your match can begin. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a restrictive spell was set up. The space around Ningqi and Ma Xinji suddenly expanded infinitely. The millions of cultivators nearby, except for the sons of saints, stared at this scene with their mouths agape. The mountain range, which was already very big, seemed to have expanded hundreds of times. The group of people closest to Ma Xinji and Ningqi had been less than 300 feet away, but now they were dozens of miles away. If not for their extraordinary eyesight, they wouldn't have been able to see Ningqi and Ma Xinji. So close, yet so far. An ancient restrictive spell. That's Sacred King Ma for you. With just this move, an ordinary emperor would never be able to catch up to him. Everyone suddenly had a very clear understanding of Ma Yuanqing's strength. Come on, let me see your 10,000-foot spiritual soul. Ma Xinji looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. Are you sure you want to see it? Ningqi narrowed his eyes. Yes, I do want to see it before you die. Ma Xinji smiled faintly. I won't show you the 10,000-foot spiritual soul. Let me show you something else. Ningqi smiled. A trace of doubt flashed in Ma Xinji's eyes. The next moment, he suddenly saw Ningqi's body expand continuously. 10 feet, 10 feet, 1,000 feet, all the way to 10,000 feet. How is this possible? Including Ma Yuansheng, Fang Qinyang, Su Lingfeng, and the other emperor fighters, the millions of cultivators were all stunned when they saw this scene. A 10,000 feet tall world annihilation titan looked at the shocked Ma Xinji with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Didn't I tell him to use it carefully? Why did he use it as soon as he appeared? Little Six and Dongfang Haojie stood together and looked at Ningqi speechlessly. Ningzi and the rest, on the other hand, were extremely excited. A 10,000-foot physical body. This kid is not human. Fang Qinyang suddenly screamed, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. A 10,000-foot physical body could make an emperor fighter who had lived for more than 20,000 years feel frightened. It was countless times more terrifying than a 10,000-foot spiritual soul. Are you done? Come to die. Chapter 841. As splendid as fireworks, what you're doing is dishonest. Ma Shenji looked at the incomparably huge fist that was like a small mountain and immediately roared. Behind him, an 8-armed ape that was more than 300 feet tall appeared. Together with him, it punched towards Ning Qi. That's right. Ma Shinji wanted to clash head-on with Ning Qi. Ma Shinji did not believe that he, a peak Dosheng, would be defeated by Ning Qi. The other party's 10,000 feet physical body had indeed shocked him. However, Ma Shinji had woken up after the shock. It was impossible for anyone in this world to possess a 10,000 feet body. Even the dragon tribe did not possess such a large body. Then it must be a smokescreen. This was Ma Shinji's judgment of the scene in front of him. Not good. Shock flashed across Ma Yuanqing's eyes. As a 7-star Do Emperor, he could tell at a glance the difference in strength between Ning Qi and Ma Shinji. If Ma Shinji tried to resist, he would probably die on the spot. In the next moment, Ma Yuanqing decided to intervene in this matter. However, just as he lifted his right foot, a frightening aura suddenly came from the entrance of the courtyard and locked onto him. Ma Yuanqing was slightly startled and looked towards the entrance of the courtyard, only to see little Six smiling at him. Little fellow, let them settle their own competition. Could it be that you want to bully the weak? Do you believe that I will destroy your soul? Impossible. Ma Yuanqing's body stiffened on the spot, and he looked at Little Six with some fear. The aura on Little Six's body was extremely similar to that of Emperor Qing. Could it be that he was also an existence that had surpassed the Do D class? At the thought of this, Ma Yuanqing only felt an explosion in his mind. He stiffly twisted his neck and looked at Ning Qi. I'm afraid this kid's background is not to be trifled with. At the same time, Jiang Huai, Li Shuyin, Ma Minrong, Ma Handong, and the other saints stared at the two of them. Over 1,000,000 pairs of eyes were filled with fear, shock, and confusion as they stared blankly at Ning Qi's 10,000-meter tall body. Boom! Ma Shinji's fist collided with Ning Qi's. He grinned and said, "Go to hell!" But then an earth-shattering power surged out from Ning Qi's fist. The next moment, Ma Shinji felt pain all over his body, as if he had been hit by a mountain. His entire body flew backward, and the 8-armed divine ape was instantly smashed into pieces. How? How is this possible? Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Ma Shanji, who was already half a step to Dodi in their hearts, was actually unable to even receive one punch from the other party and was directly sent flying? So powerful. Child Beixian is so powerful. Su Qingqing looked at Ning Qi, her eyes flashing with a hint of splendor. Beside her, Su Aori sucked in a breath of cold air. His hands trembled uncontrollably and his eyes were filled with shock. This scene was completely different from what he had imagined. Am I seeing things? Many people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. How could this be? Ma Minrong and Ma Handong's expressions were very ugly. Maybe senior brother Ma did this on purpose. He should have a backup plan. Chan Yuan suddenly said, "Yes, that must be it." Ji Bei nodded, but what happened next left everyone speechless. "Please die." Ning Qi landed another punch on Ma Shanji's body. "Please die." Another punch. Ma Shenji had no power to resist. In Ning Qi's hands, he was like a small boat in the sea, swaying unsteadily under the impact of the waves. Occasionally, he could form the 8-armed ape's spiritual soul, but it was also crushed by Ning Qi. The size of the spiritual soul shrank from 300 feet to 280 feet. Oh no, Ma Shinji is in danger. Jiang Huai and Li Shuyin looked at each other in horror. Su Lingfeng took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the ashen-faced Fang Qingyang and the others and said, "The outcome of this battle has been decided." Over a dozen sacred kings heard this, and their faces darkened. None of them said anything. But seeing that Ma Shenji's life force was getting weaker and weaker, he could still fight back when Ning Qi punched him earlier, but now he didn't even have the strength to fight back. One of the sacred kings suggested, "Can we end the battle now?" His words made everyone react instantly, and they nodded. "Yes, we can end it now." Sacred King Ma, "Go and tell these two to stop." Sacred King Ma, "What are you hesitating for?" Feng Qinyang frowned. Ma Shenji was clearly about to die at the hands of the other party. But as Ma Shenji's grandfather, Ma Yuansheng, was hesitating at this moment, what was going on? The battle is not over yet. Once the Azure Thearka's battle tablet appears, there will be no end. Ma Yuansheng hesitated for a moment and finally sighed. "I can't wait for Sacred King Ma's magnanimity." Su Lingfeng didn't know that he had been threatened by Little Six. A look of surprise and shock appeared on his face as he cupped his hands and smiled. Since he had said so, Feng Qinyang and the others immediately shut their mouths. They could only watch Ning Qi beat up Ma Shenji with ashen faces. Ma Shenji, one of the three great saints, who was about to break through to the Arch Realm, didn't even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, there were over 1 million cultivators present, and hundreds of thousands of them had come from outside to watch the show. This time, the Azure Dharch, sacred ground, had lost a lot of face. In less than half a month, today's matter would spread throughout the entire Linggu mainland. Thinking of this, Feng Qinyang and the others couldn't wait to attack and kill Ning Qi on the spot. "I'm afraid Ma Shenji will die today. The Azure Dharch, sacred ground, can't afford to lose face like this. Perhaps there will be a huge battle soon." A holy maiden from the cold song, Sacred Ground, suddenly spoke. "What battle? Do you think that this person doesn't have a backer? If he really isn't human, I'm afraid that his background is enough to threaten our 3 sacred grounds." Hiss! The group of holy maidens sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with worry. Just like them, the saints of the Bodhi sacred ground were even more worried. The Bodhi sacred ground had always considered themselves to be the only sacred ground in the world. Even when the Azure Dharch sacred ground had quarreled with the cold song sacred ground because of a misunderstanding, they had sent an elder to mediate. Therefore, they didn't want to see an uncontrollable existence appear in the Linggu mainland. In front of them, this group of terrifying existences that were thousands of feet tall seemed to be the last thing they wanted to see. "Please meet your death." Ning Qi looked at Ma Shenji, whose face was swollen and whose clothes were all torn like a beggar, and smiled slightly. Ma Shenji endured the intense pain and opened his eyes, which were already as swollen as a fist. He could barely see the trace of an evil smile on Ning Qi's demonic face, and his heart instantly filled with despair. You can't kill me. I'm a saint, one of the 3 great saints. My grandfather is Sage King Ma. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave the Azure Dharch sacred ground." Ma Shenji used the last bit of his strength to shout out these words. Over 1 million people heard him, and they immediately looked at Ma Yuanqing in silence. "That's my business. You're already dead, so don't bother with my business." Ning Qi smiled and punched Ma Shenji's body. Ma Shenji's body exploded in an instant. The battle qi in his body turned into beams of brilliant colors that blossomed in the air. It split into countless small light spots that were fixed in the wind and did not subside for a long time. So beautiful. Chapter 842. Ma Shenji was dead. Ma Shenji was dead. He had died so thoroughly that not even his corpse was left. Millions of cultivators stood rooted to the ground in disbelief when they saw what had happened. For a moment, the scene was silent and incomparably silent. This can't be real. How could Big Brother die at his hands? Ma Mingrong's face was pale and his lips were trembling. If he had not asked Ma Shenji to avenge him, Ma Shenji would still be cultivating in the forbidden grounds, hoping to break through to the Emperor realm. Not like now, being beaten up like a dead dog for a long time and finally killed. Even senior brother Ma was no match for him. Yet I was still looking for an opportunity to kill him. Shimin Lanshan's back was drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly felt very fortunate. Fortunately, when he wanted to attack Ningqi had left Zisu City. Otherwise, his ending would be no different from Ma Shenji. Shimin Kong and the other three involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a lingering fear. Ningqi's body shrank rapidly and returned to his original size. He flew in front of Yuan Sage Ma and the others and said with a smile, "The battle is over. Sage King Ma, if you want to avenge Ma Shinji, you can attack now." He had killed Ma Shinji, and now he wanted to show off in front of Sage King Ma? What on earth was he thinking? Was he crazy? Besides Sage King Ma, there were more than a dozen Sage Kings from the Azure Supreme, Sacred Ground. Everyone stared at Ningqi with their mouths agape. They secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they had seen such a bold guy. Fang Qinyang stared at Ningqi with a pale face. "You have a strong, murderous nature. You are obviously a demon. Today, I will punish you on behalf of the heavens and suppress you." As soon as he said this, he was about to attack. Su Lingfeng's eyelids twitched, and he hesitated. If Ningqi defeated Ma Shinji, the matter between him and Sage King Ma would be resolved. If Sage King Ma attacked Ningqi, Su Lingfeng knew that he would not be able to do anything even if he wanted to. "Stop!" To everyone's surprise, Sage King Ma spoke. He glanced coolly at Fang Qinyang, then at Ningqi. "Since this is a fair competition, life and death are up to the heavens. I will not make things difficult for you today. Let's go." Ningqi knew what he meant by this. The reason he didn't make things difficult for him today was obviously because the next time he saw him, it would definitely be a fight to the death. "Ma Yuansheng? What do you mean?" Fang Qinyang frowned at Ma Yuansheng. "Sacred King Fang, do as I say," Ma Yuansheng said expressionlessly. Fang Qinyang had wanted to say something else, but when he saw Ma Yuansheng's blank expression, his heart skipped a beat. All he could do was glare hatefully at Ningqi and shut his mouth. "Since that's the case, we will take our leave as well." Su Lingfeng smiled faintly, cupped his hands, and bade farewell. A moment later, the Azure Bull battleship soared into the sky and left. At this moment, the millions of cultivators buzzed, and a heated discussion broke out around Ningqi. However, apart from the disciples of the sacred ground, everyone else was chased out of the sacred ground by the furious Fang Qinyang after the battle. Look at Sacred King Fang's flustered and exasperated look just now. What a disgrace to the sacred ground. Indeed, Ma Shinji was the one who released the Azure Thearchus battle tablet, but he died on the spot. Sacred King Fang still wanted to use Ning Beixian as an excuse to kill him. Sacred King Ma is still the most reasonable one. Even though his own grandson was killed by Ning Beixian, he could still bear with it and let Ning Beixian leave quietly. I'm afraid he can't avoid doing something after the fact, but that's a matter for the future. With Ning Beixian's terrifying methods, I don't believe he doesn't have any background or backing. He must be the successor of an ancient, sacred ground. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators from all over expressed their opinions as they left in all directions. It wouldn't be long before the news of Ma Shinji dying at Ningqi's hands would spread throughout the entire Lingwu mainland. The sacred ground of the Azure Arch would definitely be at the center of the storm of public opinion. Ma Yuansheng, aren't you angry that your own grandson died? What a good upbringing. Why didn't I realize that your cultivation level has reached such a level? After all the outsiders had left, every sacred ground disciple heard Fang Qinyang's furious roar. Yes, Sacred King Ma, please give us an explanation. After this battle, our sacred ground's reputation will definitely drop. Perhaps Sacred King Ma has his own difficulties? Everyone, don't be anxious. Just listen to him." The other sacred kings also spoke up. At this moment, another dozen sacred kings who were cultivating in seclusion received the news from their disciples and came out of seclusion. "Father, where is Shinji?" A middle-aged man flew in front of Ma Yuanqing anxiously. He was Ma Shinji's father, Ma Sanjia. However, his talent was very ordinary, not even comparable to Ma Minrong's. He was only a one-star Dosheng, and because of his relationship with Ma Yuansheng, he was the law enforcement tower master. "Grandfather, if you had intervened just now, Big Brother wouldn't have died." Ma Handong lowered his head and said, "Ma Minrong didn't dare to speak at all. Everything had started because of him. Even if Ning Qi was the one who killed Ma Shinji, he couldn't escape responsibility." "Shinji is dead? What's going on?" Ma Sanjia's expression immediately darkened as he glanced at his two sons. Ma Yuanqing's face revealed a trace of anger as he coldly glanced at Fang Qingyang. The one who had died was Ma Shinji, the grandson he valued the most. It was likely that the person who was the most heartbroken and furious now was him and not Fang Qingyang. This old man had a lot of seniority, but he had to criticize everything. It would be great if it was Han Dong or Van Rong who died. Ma Yuansheng suddenly glanced at the two of them, and a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. He adjusted his emotions, looked at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "It's not that I don't want to intervene, but the other party is too powerful. If I intervene, I'm afraid that all of us will have difficulty escaping." "Too powerful?" One of the sacred kings could not help but say, "Although the other party has a 10,000-foot-tall physical body, his fighting strength is at most similar to a one-star Do Emperor. Even I can easily suppress him. How can he be too powerful?" No one understood what Ma Yuanqing was implying. Had he made a mistake in judgment? Fang Qingyang laughed coldly. "Ma Yuanqing, you must have made a mistake." Ma Yuanqing's eyes revealed a trace of mockery as he said indifferently, "I'm not talking about Ning Beixian. I'm talking about one of the people he brought with him." One of the people he brought with him? Everyone was slightly stunned. Their attention had been focused on Su Lingfeng and Ning Qi. They didn't even take a second look at Su Aori. Therefore, they had no idea who Ma Yuanqing was referring to. "Do you think I don't want to intervene? As long as Shinji admits defeat, the Azure Thearka's battle tablet's heavenly punishment won't descend. However, when I wanted to intervene, someone on the other side warned me. This person's aura is similar to the Azure Arch. I suspect that he is in existence similar to the Azure Arch." Ma Yuanqing said coldly. Chapter 843. War, God, Temple Advancement. "Are you sure his aura is the same as the Azure Arch?" Fang Qingyang's face showed a trace of fear. "I'm sure." Ma Yuanqing sneered. Everyone looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. There were only 3 such existences in the Lingwu continent. They were the Azure Arch of the Azure Arch, sacred ground, the Empress of the Frost Song, sacred ground, and the Buddhist Arch of the Bodhi, sacred ground. Apart from them, the dragon race also seemed to have an 11th grade existence, but it had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. It was said that it had gone to roam the great void. No one knew if it was dead or alive. It's impossible for such a terrifying existence to appear in the Lingwu continent. Could it be from the great void? Fang Qingyang said with a gloomy expression, "We must report this to the Azure Arch and let him test him." A sage ruler suggested. Ma Yuanqing shook his head. The Azure Arch and Empress Han Ge went to the great void together. Only the Buddhist Arch is still in the Lingwu continent. The news has probably reached his ears. Let's just wait and see. Everyone gasped. They all felt that Ma Yuanqing's move was extremely sinister. How would the Bodhi sacred ground saints know that Ning Beixian had such an existence behind him? If the Bodhi sacred ground tried to test him, many bald heads would die. In the end, the Buddhist Arch would appear and the 2 existences would fight to the death. When he thought of this, even Fang Qingyang looked at Ma Yuanqing with a hint of fear in his eyes. Azure Ox City. On the Azure Ox warship. City Lord Su, I can send you here. I will take my leave first. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands at Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng smiled. Don't you want to sit on my warship? I won't be going. I still have some matters to attend to. Ning Qi smiled. All right then. Su Lingfeng nodded. After parting, little Six grinned. Boss, it's settled, right? Then we can go do it ourselves. Little purple, little gold, little white, little fresh meat, follow old Six. Be careful. If he's not reliable, come back immediately. Got it? Ning Qi ignored little Six and smiled at Ning Zi and the others. Boss, we understand. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was the first time they were separated from Ning Qi, and they were somewhat reluctant. Ning Qi gave each of them a universe ring, which was filled with piles of superior grade, profound grade spirit cultivation pills. It was especially so for the little fresh meat, which was several times more than the others. Watching little Six disappear from his sight with Ning Zi and the rest, Ning Qi suddenly felt like a father watching his child travel far away. After lamenting for a while, Ning Qi headed straight for the War God Temple. An elementary sex building, the Battle God platform, comes with a top-grade Earth-rank forbidden technique, the Primeval Battle God / When facing a calamity of sect annihilation, it will automatically be activated, and this forbidden technique can increase along with the rank of the sect. The Inheritance Hall has collected over 100 yellow-class cultivation techniques. They can be upgraded along with the level of the sect. The Alchemy Pavilion can double the speed of alchemy. It can be upgraded along with the level of the sect. The Sect Master Palace can double the cultivation speed of the Sect Master. It can be upgraded along with the level of the sect. The Outer Sect Disciple Room can double the cultivation speed of the Sect Master. It can be upgraded along with the level of the sect. The Outer Sect Disciple Token. Disciples with the token have a chance to be teleported back to the sect every 6 months. It can be upgraded along with the level of the sect. On the God of War platform, Ning Qi immersed his mind in the tribute panel and carefully looked at the attributes of the elementary sect building. Upgrading the elementary sect building to the intermediate level required 5 million. Then to upgrade to the advanced level required 30 million. And to upgrade to the peak level required 100 million Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Qi glanced at his balance of Dragon Slayer coins. 146,000,000, a total of more than 140 million. It was enough to upgrade to a top-grade sect. However, the price of upgrading to a sacred ground was a little high. It was 50 times more expensive than a top-grade sect, requiring 5 billion Dragon Slayer coins. I'll go for a top-grade one first and see the effect. Ning Qi pondered for a long time. The goods that he had the authority to purchase in the Dragon Slaying Mall were either useless or of little value. Ning Qi had a feeling that the sex buildings would be of great help to him in the future. For example, the increase in the cultivation speed of each hall, the top-grade Earth-class forbidden technique, Ancient War, God / after making the decision. Ning Qi transmitted his voice and asked everyone to gather on the Battle God platform. It was inevitable that there would be some huge changes when the sect building was upgraded. Ning Qi, do you have something to announce? Great-grandfather Ning came in front of Ning Qi and asked with a smile. Great-grandfather, something big is indeed going to happen. Ning Qi did not say that it was going to happen. Furthermore, he knew that the following scenes would definitely shock everyone. Ning Qi took the initiative to give them a heads-up by saying that he was going to upgrade the War God Hall. The sect's rank can be upgraded. Everyone was a little puzzled. Didn't the strength of a sect depend on the strength of the sect leader, elders, and disciples? The stronger the strength, the stronger the sect would naturally be. For example, why were the 36 great sects called the Pinnacle? That was because there were Do saint-level experts in the sect. Dongfang Haojie had already seen Ning Qi's various methods. Now he was a little expectant. Ning Qi had gathered everyone here. It was definitely not a small matter. The sect's rank can naturally be upgraded. Otherwise, why would the outer disciple room increase the cultivation speed? Why would the outer disciple token have the magical ability to bring you back to the sect instantly? You can think of the sect as a living thing. Just like us humans, we can cultivate. Ning Qi smiled. Doesn't that mean that when the sect's rank is upgraded, the cultivation speed of the outer disciple room will also increase? Duan Yingjun was pleasantly surprised. During this period of time, he had already broken through the Douwang stage and was a Douhuang. However, in the War God Hall, his cultivation was still not enough. Even little Yu, and Zhuoling, Er's cultivation was higher than his. With the Diamond Titan bloodline, Duan Yingjun felt that his cultivation was letting down Ning Qi's expectations. Therefore, he had been cultivating day and night during this period of time. Even the time he had to flirt with Duan Feifei had been greatly reduced. Of course. Ning Qi smiled and said in his heart, by mid-grade sect buildings, 5 million Dragon Slayer coins disappeared instantly. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to find that the various halls in front of them had undergone a huge change. The most obvious change was that they had become bigger. Other than that, although the War God Hall was in the Lingwu continent, it had an independent space like the Azure, Tharch Sacred Land. Previously, everyone had tried flying in all directions, but they could only fly for a few miles before reaching the end. If they left, they would directly leave the War God Hall's territory. Chapter 844. Atop Sect Chapter 844-inch. What's going on? Great Master Ning's face was full of shock, and his hands were trembling. Ning Xiandong was not much better. Among the crowd, these two could be said to be the most experienced and calm. Even they were so shocked, let alone the others. Boss, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Those mountains are illusions, right? Yes, it must be an illusion. As Duan Yingjun spoke, he broke through the air. Ning Qi wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, he let him go. Everyone was watching Duan Yingjun. When he carried a large tree back from the mountain range and placed it heavily in front of everyone, no one thought that this scene was an illusion anymore. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi with a bitter smile. Brother Ning, why don't you tell everyone? It's not over yet. Ning Qi smiled. In the next moment, 30 million Dragon Slayer coins were deducted. The War God Temple, which had already been promoted to a mid-level sect, expanded crazily again. Mountains rose from the sky, and the white clouds in the sky rolled like boiling water. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the War God Temple had changed greatly. In the past, other than the War God platform connecting the various main halls, the War God Temple was empty. But now, the War God Temple seemed to be surrounded by mountains, standing tall in the center. Those mountain ranges, shrouded in clouds and mist, made this place look like a fairyland. Again, with a thought, 100 million Dragon Slayer coins disappeared from Ning Qi's account. Then buildings and mountains popped up one after another like mushrooms after the rain. Ding! Congratulations, host! The War God Temple has been promoted to a top sect. It has evolved into a forbidden land. Please name it Forbidden Land. Ning Qi noticed that a mountain in the distance was suddenly covered by a layer of faint golden light. He knew that every sect was built on a forbidden land, but he didn't expect that the War God Temple could create a forbidden land out of nowhere after becoming a top sect. This was a pleasant surprise. Let's call it Emperor Door. I hope that all the disciples of the War God Temple can become emperors in the future. Ning Qi smiled and decided on the name in his heart. The golden light on the mountain began to change and finally turned into two big words. Emperor Door. What's that? Emperor Door? Zhang Long and Zhao Hu asked in shock. Everyone's attention was also attracted by this mountain range. Ning Qi smiled faintly. That is our war god temple's forbidden area. However, before I figure it out, don't go near it lest you fall into it. Our war god temple also has a forbidden ground. That's great. Duan Yingjun laughed happily. Ning Qi was also very happy because he had already started to check the war god's temple's current attributes. The top sex building, the war god temple, comes with a high grade heaven rank forbidden technique, primordial war god slash. When facing a calamity that would annihilate a sect, it will automatically activate. This forbidden technique can be upgraded along with the sex level. The Cultivation Inheritance Hall has collected over 100 heaven-class cultivation techniques. They can be upgraded along with the sex level. The Alchemy Pavilion can increase the speed of alchemy by 10 times. It can be upgraded according to the level of the sect. The Sect Master Palace can increase the cultivation speed of the Sect Master by 10 times. It can be upgraded according to the level of the sect. The Outer Disciple Room can increase the cultivation speed of the Outer Disciple by 3 times. It can be upgraded according to the level of the sect. The Outer Disciple Token can allow the disciple with the token to teleport back to the sect once a month. It can be upgraded according to the level of the sect. All the attributes have been upgraded, especially the Cultivation Inheritance Hall. It had automatically generated over 100 heaven-class cultivation techniques. In the future, even if Ning Qi wasn't in the War God Temple, the War God Temple would still become stronger and stronger. At this point, Ning Qi felt that there was a need to reorganize the War God Temple. Everyone, Ning Qi cleared his throat. Everyone's attention gathered on Ning Qi once again. Right now, our War God Temple can be considered to be on the right track. As the Temple Master, I can't be present for everything and stay in the sect all the time. Therefore, all of you must take on this responsibility. Ning Qi smiled. It's starting. Duan Yingjun was so excited that his palms were sweating. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since he came to the War God Temple, he realized that the War God Temple was very chaotic. It wasn't like the Cloud Rising sect, where there were ordinary elders, deacon elders, and green-robed elders. However, no matter how strong or weak a sect was, there had to be rules and regulations. He knew that Ning Qi just didn't have the time to deal with these now, but he would do so sooner or later. As expected, today was the day. Ning Qi looked at Grandfather Ning. Grandfather, the War God Temple needs a law enforcement hall. You shall be the hall master. Grandfather Ning was slightly startled. He smiled bitterly as he swept his eyes over everyone and said, My cultivation, Li Macho Dongfang Haojia, and the others all had higher cultivation than him. It wasn't suitable for him to be the law enforcement hall elder. Ning Qi waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this. Cultivation will improve. You are my elder. Who here would dare to disobey you? Grandfather, we are all convinced by you. Everyone hurriedly spoke. In that case, this old man will not decline. Grandfather Ning cupped his hands together and said with a smile. He was a little excited in his heart. He possessed the ancient ox, demon bloodline. Cultivation was indeed not something he needed to worry about right now. It would definitely not be a problem for him to break through to the Do Zun class in a dozen years. There was a trace of envy in Ning Xuandong's eyes. His younger brother had really raised a good grandson. First uncle, you are in the 5 Poison Divine sect and have some experience in refining venomous insects. This path is the same as refining pills. You shall be in charge of the pill refinement hall. Ning Qi looked at Ning Xiandong and said with a smile, Me in charge of the pill refinement hall? Ning Xiandong was slightly startled. He really did not expect that he would be assigned to the pill refinement hall. There are all kinds of pill recipes in the pill refinement hall. As for spiritual materials and spiritual grasses, don't worry. It won't be long before you become the second pill king of our war god temple, Ning Qi said with a smile. The first one would naturally be him. In that case, I will not decline, Ning Xiandong said with a satisfied smile. This time, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others became nervous. The Law Enforcement Hall and Pill Refinement Hall had already been assigned. What duties would they receive? Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Haojie. Brother Dongfang, you will be in charge of the Technique Inheritance Hall. What will I be in charge of? Dongfang Haojie said with a smile. In the future, if there are new disciples who want to practice any cultivation method, you will be the one to test them, even if they are elders. Ning Qi said with a smile. All right, I will not disappoint, Sect Master. Dongfang Haojie cupped his hands together and said. No one noticed that he had already changed the way he addressed him. Old Zhao. No one expected that Ning Qi would look at Zhao Er. Zhao Er was the housekeeper and gatekeeper of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. Sect Master, you called me? Zhao Er stood in the corner and looked at Ning Qi with a surprised expression. Yes, you performed well in the Marquis Mansion. You can be a deacon elder in the War God Temple and be in charge of the daily life of the outer disciples. Chapter 845. Opportunity for Divine Soul Advancement due to Deacon Elder? Zhao Er was stunned by this pleasant surprise. What? You don't want to be one? Ning Qi smiled. Of course. Thank you, Sect Master, for your kindness. I will follow you through life and death. Zhao Er hurriedly knelt in front of Ning Qi and kowtowed to show his loyalty. The crowd did not laugh at him. Instead, if they put themselves in Zhao Er's shoes, they would probably be even more excited than Zhao Er. Sect Master, then can I also go to the training hall to practice? Zhao Er gathered his courage and asked. Of course. However, you must first be inspected by Palace Master Dongfang. Ning Qi laughed. Hee, Zhao Er giggled happily. He was now sure that he wasn't dreaming. The Zhuo family. Ning Qi looked at Mrs. Zhuo with a smile. Young master. Madame Zhuo bowed with a smile. You are the same as Zhao Er. In the future, you will be the War God Shrine's managing elder. However, you only need to be in charge of Linger and Yuer. Ning Qi laughed. Thank you, young master. Madame Zhuo couldn't change her words for a while, but everyone didn't mind. They just smiled and looked at Madame Zhuo. Everyone had already guessed that she could become a deacon elder. After all, Zhuo Ling, Er's talent was heaven-defying. At such a young age, she was already a Do Huang. Ning Qi doted on her a lot, and Madame Zhuo was her mother. Soon after, Ning Qi appointed Xan Che and the other 3 as managing elders. Although they were a little disappointed, the result was still acceptable. What about me? Boss wouldn't have forgotten me, right? Duan Yingjun was extremely anxious. Zhang Long and Zhao, who were just as anxious as him. As for the rest of you, you will be promoted to inner disciples for the time being. Cultivate well and don't think about anything else. You will be allowed to choose any 3 cultivation techniques from the Cultivation Inheritance Hall based on your current situation. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. Ning Qi smiled. Duan Yingjuan's face was filled with disappointment as he did not manage to obtain an official position. However, on second thought, he realized that it was good to be able to choose any 3 Qi methods. In any case, he planned to go into closed-door training and would not come out until he became a dozong. Sect leader, can I take a look at the Emperor's door? Li Macho suddenly said. Ugh, wait until you break through to the Do Zun class before entering. Ning Qi said after thinking for a while. Li Macho nodded. Master, the War God Temple will be accepting disciples in the future, right? Luo Tianhua hesitated for a moment before asking. Of course. This disciple can search from the Eastern Profound Land or from the Lingwu continent. However, it will take at least 2 years or so when your cultivation has increased. Currently, the War Divine Hall did not even have a single dosheng. even though Ning Qi's fighting strength had far exceeded that of a Do Shang, and he even dared to fight head-on against a one-star Do Di with that secret technique, he ultimately lacked a foundation. If his disciples were to be bullied in the outside world in the future, no one would stand up for them. Therefore, it was better to put this matter aside for the time being. After settling these matters, everyone went their separate ways. The War God Temple was now many times larger than before, and they needed to familiarize themselves with it. When he was alone, Ning Qi's face suddenly became much paler, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, Ning Qi smiled bitterly and said, "The after effects of that secret art are still too great." Because he had used a secret technique, about 30% of the blood essence in his body had evaporated. His Armageddon Titan bloodline had almost dropped from mid-rank to low rank. The next time he used it, he would have to wait for his blood essence to be replenished. Ning Qi turned his gaze to the Emperor's door. With a flash, Ning Qi appeared in front of the Emperor's door and directly walked in. With a flash of golden light, Ning Qi's figure disappeared into the mountain range. In less than 15 minutes, Ning Qi returned to the War God Temple. His face carried a trace of lingering fear. He had just entered when he encountered two groups of people fighting. Ning Qi's sudden appearance caused both parties to be stunned for a moment before brazenly attacking Ning Qi. The other party's lowest cultivation was a one-star Do Di. If Ning Qi had not escaped quickly, it was likely that he would have died there. It's too dangerous. This place must be listed as a forbidden ground. In the future, no one can enter without my permission. Ning Qi thought with lingering fear. Two groups of Do Di fighting. The foundation of that place was even stronger than the Ling Wu continent. Ning Qi had stayed in the Battle God Hall for 3 to 4 months. Almost everyone's cultivation had improved rapidly with his help. The first to break through a realm was Zhao Er and Zuosher. The two of them were already to Dosher when they were in the dragon-slaying Marquis Mansion. After training in the War God Temple for a few months, they successfully broke through to the Douling level. In the Qin Tang Empire, a Douling could already be considered a first-rate expert. The various family heads were only Dowangs. Back then, Huang Putao and the other nobles had trained for more than 10 years and were still the Dosher. Zhao Er and Zuosher's combined training time was at most less than a year. Next, it was Little Yu and Zuoling. The two of them easily passed the 9 life and death trials and broke through to the Dozong level. After that, it was Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Deguzi, Duaning Jun, and Yodezhuang. The 5 of them all had the bloodline of a Titan descendant. Their cultivation also broke through like a rocket. Everyone in the War God Temple seemed to have been reborn. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely be shocked. However, to Ning Qi it was normal. Even Zhao Er was given a strong ancient demon bloodline. In terms of talent, he was not much different from the ordinary geniuses of the 9 great families. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others were all geniuses who had surpassed the honorable rank. As for Little Yu, and Zuoling, Ning Qi suspected that if he did not have the dragon-slaying system, their cultivation speed would not be comparable to his. Ning Qi, second brother, and I are preparing to return to the Qin Tang Empire. He is still worried about the champion Marquis Mansion. Do you think that if there are any talented disciples in the Marquis Mansion, can you recruit them to the War God Temple? Ning Xiandong and old Master Ning came to Ning Qi together, and Ning Xiandong went straight to the point. Of course. How about this? I will give you 10 outer disciple tokens. You can decide for yourselves. Ning Qi smiled and generously bought 10 outer disciple tokens for the two of them. Great-grandfather Ning said a few more words to Ning Qi before disappearing in front of Ning Qi with Ning Xiandong, returning to the land of Dongxian. Ning Qi was a little envious. If he wanted to go back, he had to go to the Water Dragon Holy Land first, and then leave through the channels of the Dongfang family. However, He had killed the only 4 honorable rank geniuses of the Dongfang family. If the other party did not send a Di to wait for him, it would be impossible. Ning Qi was not sure that he could defeat Dongfang Luxian. If he wanted to return to the land of Dongxian, he had to complete the advancement task and break through to the Dosheng level. Moreover, the group of golden crows in the water dragon Holy Land might be waiting for him and Dongfang Haojie to walk into the trap. At this moment, a little bird suddenly flew into Ning Qi's main hall. Ning Qi was a little puzzled. There seemed to be no birds or beasts in this mountain range. How did this little bird fly in? Boss, the opportunity for your spirit to advance has come. Go to the Qin Luo realm quickly. Chapter 846. 9 Extremes Refining Divine Flower. Chapter 846. 9 Extremes Refining Divine Flower. The Ling Wu continent was divided into 9 regions, known as the 9 Great Realms. 3 of the realms belonged to the dragon race, while the other 6 were occupied by the 3 sacred grounds. The Qin Luo realm was under the jurisdiction of the Bodhi sacred ground. Haha, the Azure Dharch sacred ground has lost all face this time. Yeah, one of the 3 saints, Ma Xinji, was killed by an unknown kid. He was the one who challenged the Azure Dharch battle tablet and died in his own sacred ground. But I heard that the guy called Ning Beixian has already been labeled as a demon by the Mahasvara Buddha. Many holy monks and Buddhist soldiers have already set off to find him. They say they want to capture him and bring him back to the Bodhi sacred land to be imprisoned in the 7-floor pagoda. 7-floor pagoda. Goosebumps appeared on everyone's body, as if these 4 words were very scary. At this time, a young man at the next table smiled and said to the group of chatting men, "Brothers, may I know what this 7-floor pagoda is?" A few of the burly men glanced at Ning Qi. Some of them revealed looks of disdain and ignored Ning Qi. One of them smiled kindly and said, "Little brother, how should I address you? Where are you from?" Ning Qi smiled and said, "I'm Dongfang Haojie from the Fushan realm. This time I left my family to travel, and this is my first time here." Since he knew that the group of bald men wanted to suppress him, Ning Qi naturally had to use an alias. "Dongfang Haojie, this surname is rare." The burly man muttered, then enthusiastically explained to Ning Qi, "This 7-floor pagoda is a forbidden area in the Bodhi sacred ground. Demons run rampant inside, and if you are suppressed inside, even an emperor won't be able to come out. Recently, there was a demon who killed thousands of innocent creatures to cultivate his own demonic arts. He was captured by a monk and imprisoned in the 7-floor pagoda. I'll probably never see him again in this life." The burly man said with some schadenfreude, "The monk he was talking about should be the saint." "Haha, Brother Huangshan, you're talking about the ogre king Qiuhe, right?" "Yes, that's him. Not only did he kill thousands of creatures, but he also humiliated many girls. He deserves to be imprisoned in the 7-floor pagoda." Huangshan sneered, feeling relieved. "Oh, so it's similar to the Red Bud Dragon Clan's draconic penitentiary. These bald donkeys think I'm a demon? Want to suppress me? Is it because I killed Ma Xinji or—" Ning Qi was enlightened. After thinking about it for a while, he could guess the motive of the Bodhi sacred ground. It was impossible for them to cause trouble for him because of Ma Xinji. If someone were to step up, it would be Ma Yuansheng. If the Azure Supreme, the Arch sacred ground, were to step up, no matter how meddlesome they were, it would not be to this extent. Then there was only one possibility, because he had a 10,000 zhang, fleshly body. "Little brother Dongfang, are the elders of your family really that comfortable with you traveling alone?" Huangshan looked at Ning Qi and asked in confusion. Ning Qi's current aura was very weak. It was not much different from that of an ordinary Dowang. Such an existence was basically training bitterly in the clan. Without reaching the Do Huang level, how could he dare to come out and roam the world? Huang Shan's brothers were already somewhat disdainful of Ning Qi. Hearing what their big brother said, One of them couldn't help but tease. He probably couldn't stand the boredom of cultivation and wanted to come out to help the weak, right? Hee, something like that. Ningqi nodded with a smile. After a pause, he pretended to ask casually, "Did anything big happen in the Qin Luo territory recently?" "Something big? Yes, there was. Little brother, you'd better stay far away from this matter. Even us brothers don't dare to get involved," Huang Shan said with a serious face. "Big brother Huang Shan, I just want to hear more about this so that I can brag about it with my brothers when I get back to the clan," Ningqi said with a smile. In his heart, however, he was cursing Little Six. Apart from sending a little bird to deliver an ambiguous message, Little Six had disappeared. He didn't say what the opportunity to advance his spirit was. "You're bragging. Okay, come on, don't sit there. Come and sit with me." Huang Shan smiled and waved his hand. His brothers were a little dissatisfied, but seeing that their big brother insisted, they couldn't say anything. After Ningqi came over and sat down, they purposely toasted Ningqi, wanting to get him drunk and watch the show. Ningqi found that Huang Shan's eyes revealed a thoughtful look, so he didn't refuse them and drank every bowl that was given. In less than 10 minutes, Huang Shan's brothers couldn't take it anymore. All of their faces were red, and a small mountain of wine jars was piled up beside them. "Little brother Dongfang, I admire your alcohol tolerance." Finally, a guy took the lead and gave Ningqi a thumbs up. Huang Shan laughed and said, "Little brother Dongfang, these brothers of mine are all addicted to alcohol. It's not an exaggeration to call them wine gods. Since you can get them drunk until they are like this, you are qualified to come out and help the weak. Come, let me give you a bowl." Ningqi didn't comment on Huang Shan tying his qualification to help the weak with his alcohol tolerance. However, as a peak dozun, this wine was like plain water to him. When it reached his stomach, it was directly condensed into qi and spat out from his mouth. He didn't even need to pee. "Ha!" After drinking to his heart's content, Huang Shan let out a long sigh and said to Ningqi with a beaming face, "Little brother, do you know about the 9-top refining divine flower?" "You definitely don't know about it. Less than 1 in 10,000 people know about its origin, but I happen to know." 9-top refining divine flower? A trace of joy flashed across Ningqi's eyes. Wasn't this a rare spiritual herb that could raise the level of one's spirit? His authority in the dragon-slaying mall wasn't enough, so he couldn't buy it. Could it be the opportunity that Little Six mentioned? Huang Shan continued, "Recently, there was a rumor that a 9-top refining divine flower appeared in the Qin Luo territory. The chosen of the 3 holy lands all rushed over to search for this flower." "Big brother Huang Shan, where did this flower appear in the Qin Luo territory?" Ningqi asked. Huang Shan smiled awkwardly and said, "How would I know? I'm just a 1-star Do Huang. If I knew about this, I would have been killed by now. How could I drink with you here? Don't interrupt and let me finish." "Yes, big brother Huang Shan, please continue." Ningqi smiled and nodded. In the end, the 9-top refining divine flower was finally obtained by a guy. Unfortunately, that guy isn't a chosen of the Holy Land. After obtaining it, he was chased all the way. However, I heard that his cultivation is also very strong. A few chosen were injured by him. The Bodhi Holy Land even sent out the heavenly dragon Buddha. I think that the 9-top refining divine flower will fall into the hands of the Bodhi Holy Land in a few days. Chapter 847. Chapter 847. A deal there were 72 Buddhas in the Bodhi sacred land, corresponding to the 72 Saint Kings in the Azure Dharch sacred land. Each Buddha had the cultivation of an emperor fighter. The Heaven Dragon Buddha's cultivation was the same as Ma Yuanqing's, a 7-star emperor fighter. As for the great limitless Buddha who wanted to suppress Ningqi, his cultivation was slightly weaker, only a 3-star emperor fighter. Ningqi asked doubtfully, "Then why didn't the loose cultivator who obtained the 9 extreme spirit refining flower consume it directly? That way, it would be better than being caught in the end." Not only would he lose the 9 extreme spirit refining flower, but he might even lose his life. Huang Shan smiled. Actually, this 9 extreme refining flower isn't ripe yet. It needs to bloom with 9 colors before it can be consumed. I see. Ning Qi nodded. The 9 extreme refining flower has already bloomed with 8 colors. It'll only take 1 or 2 years for it to bloom with the last color. Huang Shan said. Brother Huang Shan, you know so much. Ning Qi flattered him. It's not that my brother knows so much. We saw that guy being chased by the saints with our own eyes. We got this information from other people. One of them laughed out loud. Huang Shan laughed. Third brother, you're ruining my reputation. Just as that guy was about to retort, a loud bang suddenly came from afar. The entire restaurant shook. Everyone's expression changed slightly, whether they were drunk or not. All of them sobered up and looked in the direction of the loud bang. Hiss, so many saints! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In the sky, not far away, there were dozens of figures standing in the air. They surrounded a young man who looked a little miserable, facing the group of saints. Li Minji, hand over the 9 extreme refining flower and we'll spare your life. The Heaven Dragon Buddha will be here in an instant. You're seriously injured now and have no hope of escaping. Why don't you make a deal with me? Give me the 9 extreme refining flower, and I'll recommend a Saint Buddha to take you as a disciple. With your talent, you'll have the hope of becoming a Buddha if you enter the Bodhi sacred land. A bald young man put his palms together and smiled. He wore a moon-white kasaya. As he spoke, a lotus rose in the air nearby. Acting all mysterious, someone was dissatisfied with the bald young man. He snorted coldly and said to the battered young man, Don't listen to these bald donkeys. Join my azure, the arch holy land. My ancestor is Fang Qinyang, a saint monarch who has lived for more than 20,000 years. You can join his sect and cultivate. It's much better than being a monk. Young Masterly, although my cold song sacred land doesn't accept male disciples, as long as you give me the 9 extreme refining divine flower, I can introduce a junior sister to you to marry. In the future, you will also be considered a member of my cold song sacred land. How about it? A woman smiled at Li Minji. Li Minji stared coldly at the holy sons and holy daughters of the various holy lands, and suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha! You bunch of sanctimonious scoundrels are chasing after me so crazily, just for a 9 extremes refining divine flower. You've even sent out sacred Buddhas. What a joke! Ridiculous! I was the one who discovered this 9 extremes refining divine flower, so it naturally belongs to me. You guys still dare to take it by force. Even if I have to destroy it today, I won't let you guys be happy. As he spoke, he took out a colorful flower. As soon as the flower appeared, the expressions of the holy sons and holy daughters who surrounded him changed drastically. There was greed, desire, and excitement. 9 extremes refining divine flower? That fellow is Li Minji, the Li Minji who is known as the Flying Sword. That's right. It's him. I didn't expect him to escape here. However, he seems to be seriously injured. He probably won't be able to escape today. The nearby cultivators watched this scene with excitement. Huang Shan looked at Li Minji and sighed. This person was born lowly. Back then, he wanted to join the 3 holy lands, but none of them wanted him. In the end, he cultivated until he was stronger than an ordinary holy son and holy daughter of the 3 holy lands. Now he is already a 7-star doshan. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be a problem for him to break through to the Do D class. He gave the 3 holy lands a vicious slap. Today, for this 9 extremes refining divine flower, the holy daughter of the cold song sacred land actually wants to marry her junior sister to him. How ironic! Big brother, lower your voice. If those holy sons hear us, we're dead. Huang Shan and his brothers were shocked and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. Huang Shan said mockingly, Who's paying attention to us now? The few of them looked around when they heard this. Indeed, no one was paying attention to them. Everyone's attention was on the 9 extremes refining divine flower in Li Minji's hand. Li Minji, let's talk this out. Don't be agitated. Destroying the 9 extremes refining divine flower won't do you any good. This flower appeared in the Qin Luo realm, so it naturally belongs to the Bodhi's sacred land. If you hand it over to me, I can compensate you with anything you want. The bald young man continued to persuade Li Minji. The holy sons and holy daughters of the Azure, the Arch sacred land, and the Cold Song sacred land were a little anxious. Although both sides had sent out Emperor realm existences to seize the 9 extremes refining divine flower, the Qin Luo realm was under the jurisdiction of the Bodhi's sacred land. Once the news spread and confirmed that Li Minji was trapped here, it would not take long for a few great Buddhas to come one after another. At that time, they would not have a share of the 9 extremes refining divine flower. Ha ha, flowery words. The monks of the Bodhi's sacred land love to bewitch people. Back then, I came to your mountain gate and wanted to be your disciple, but you didn't accept me. Today, you're chasing after me. Is this what you usually preach? Putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha? Why don't you put down the butcher's knife now? Let me see if you can become a Buddha or not. Li Minji sneered and looked at the group of monks from the Bodhi's sacred land. Young Master Li, given your character, you are indeed not qualified to enter the Bodhi's sacred land. I won't say much. Let's wait for the Heaven Dragon Buddha to arrive first. The bald young man's eyes flashed coldly. Bald donkey, what's there to talk about? I'll destroy it now. Li Minji flew into a rage and pretended to smash the 9 extremes refining divine flower. At this moment, everyone could feel his determination, and their faces instantly turned pale. How dare you? Li Minji, don't do anything wrong. If you destroy it, you'll die today. The holy sons and holy daughters shouted angrily, just as the 9 extremes refining divine flower was about to be destroyed in Li Minji's hands. His movements suddenly froze. Let's make a deal. I'll bring you out of this place, and you give me the 9 extremes refining divine flower. In the future, you'll still have a chance to take revenge. Ning Qi's voice rang in his ears. Seeing that Li Minji did not destroy the 9 extremes refining divine flower, everyone's expression became much better. It seemed that he was still unwilling to die. As long as the Heaven Dragon Buddha arrives, everything will be over, the Bodhi's sacred land's holy son thought to himself. Chapter 848. Whose fist is bigger? Li Minji's words made all the saints and saintesses look at the cultivators who were watching. This was the Han River city of the Qin Luo territory. Tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered here. Someone said he could take him away? Are you kidding me? There are dozens of saints and saintesses, other than the saint from the Azure, the Arch sacred ground. The saints from the Bodhi's sacred ground and the Cold Song sacred ground are all very strong. They are ranked in the top 10. That's right. Even an ordinary 1-star emperor might not be able to take the heavily injured Li Minji away from so many saints. As long as they aim all their moves at Li Minji's head, it will be enough. There were many rogue saints among the onlookers. They understood the situation very well. I think someone has been blinded by the 9-top refining flower and wants to see if he can trick it. This kind of divine item that can improve one's spirit is indeed coveted. But he did a good thing. It would be a pity if the 9-top refining flower was destroyed. Everyone whispered and avoided the gazes of the saints and saintesses, as well as Li Minji. They were afraid of misunderstanding. At this moment, Ning Qi walked toward Li Minji and the others. Hey, Brother Dongfang, what are you doing? Don't run around. The battle between saints is not normal. If you get too close, you will be destroyed by any attack. Huangshan shouted at Ning Qi anxiously. The gazes of the people nearby were immediately attracted over, and they looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Big brother, don't worry about him. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Don't worry. He probably just wants to get closer and see more clearly. Huang Shan's brothers said with a faint smile. Although Ning Qi's alcohol tolerance was extraordinary, his cultivation level was too low, and they had no intention of befriending him. However, in the eyes of the saints and Li Minji, among the tens of thousands of cultivators present, the only one who had moved was Ning Qi, so they all looked at him. Li Minji was disappointed. In his eyes, Ning Qi's cultivation was too low. He was like an ant. Obviously, he was not the one who sent the message. The saints and saintesses frowned. The bald youth suddenly shouted at Ning Qi, "Benefactor, did you send a message to Li Minji?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes turned to Ning Qi. A bitter smile appeared on Huang Shan's face. Little brother Dongfang is in trouble. His brothers didn't expect that Ning Qi's actions would really attract the attention of the other party. While they were surprised, their eyes revealed a trace of schadenfreude. It's good to teach him a lesson. Let him know that it is not easy to walk the Jianghu. He should obediently go back and train until he reaches the Dohuang level. From their point of view, Ning Qi had nothing to do with this matter. As long as he answered the other party, his life would not be in danger. However, these saints' sons and saintesses were temperamental, so a little lesson was inevitable. As for the others, when they saw that Ning Qi's aura was extremely weak, they shook their heads. They didn't think that he was the one who had sent the message to Li Minji. Ning Qi smiled and looked at Li Minji. You really agreed? What? Was it really him? How was this possible? Was this kid crazy? Countless astonished, disbelieving, and shocked gazes once again focused on Ning Qi. Huang Shan was dumbfounded, and so were his brothers. They couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, does this kid want to die? Won't he get us into trouble? Many people saw Ning Qi sitting and drinking with them. If the saints' sons and saintesses pursued this matter, they would definitely be in trouble. Thinking of this, even Huang Shan was a little afraid. He regretted being a busybody and drinking and chatting with Ning Qi. Was it you who sent me the message? Li Minji looked at Ning Qi in disbelief and frowned slightly. Of course it was me. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Could it be that this guy has hidden his strength? Everyone faintly emitted a trace of anticipation in their hearts as they stared at Ning Qi. The group of saints' sons and saintesses looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in their eyes. Who are you? Do you want to meddle in our business? The saintess of the cold song, Holy Land, looked at Ning Qi coldly and said, although her voice wasn't loud, everyone could hear her clearly. Me? I'm just a passerby. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he looked at Li Minji. Brotherly, what do you think? The other party's Heavenly Dragon Buddha should be arriving soon. Once he arrives, it will be impossible for me to bring you away from this place. Li Minji still didn't believe that Ning Qi had the strength to bring him away from this place. However, he could only try everything in this situation. He wanted to bet that Ning Qi wasn't a lunatic. As long as one wasn't a lunatic, they would be able to judge the situation in front of them. If he didn't have something to rely on, how would he dare to swagger over and point at the faces of a group of saint sons and saintesses, saying that he wanted to bring Li Minji away? All right, I agree. If you bring me away, I'll give you the 9-level refining divine flower. Li Minji clenched his teeth and said, he really agreed? Even Li Minji had gone crazy? Everyone involuntarily revealed a trace of pity. From the way they saw it, Li Minji was at the end of his road and was desperately trying to find a doctor. A 7-star dosheng, whose cultivation was much higher than theirs and who had hopes of becoming emperor in the future, had actually believed a brat whose aura wasn't even that of a dozong. Big brother, look at what you've done. Huang Shan and his brothers had a look of resentment on their faces. They had originally wanted to secretly leave this place, but they realized that the nearby cultivators were intentionally or unintentionally blocking their way. From the looks of their eyes, It was obvious that they were planning to capture them to curry favor with the saint sons and saintesses. It was likely that once Ningqi was suppressed, this group of guys would attack. Brother, I've implicated you guys. When the fight starts, you guys should escape first. Huang Shan secretly transmitted his voice. Did you guys hear that? I'm going to bring Brother Li away from this place. Does anyone have any objections? After receiving Li Minji's confirmation, Ningqi looked at the group of saints and saintesses and smiled. This guy is indeed crazy. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they first inhaled a breath of cold air and then shook their heads. Ha ha ha. If you really have the ability, why are you still talking nonsense with us when you've already attacked? A saint from the azure, dark, sacred ground laughed disdainfully. Brother Zhua, go and take this person down. Someone smiled at him. The group of saints and saintesses smiled as they looked at the saint from the azure, dark, sacred ground. Zhuodongqing coldly snorted. He knew that everyone wanted him to test Ningqi. After glancing at them disdainfully, he directly said to Ningqi, "Kneel down and admit your mistake, and I won't kill you today." He really disdained to attack an ant. It seems that you guys have objections. Since you can't reason with me, let's see whose fist is bigger. Ningqi smiled slightly and suddenly broke through the air. A faint shadow appeared behind him, and the shadow became more and more obvious. It was the Titan divine soul that was thousands of feet tall. Hiss. Chapter 849. The power of one Panche, 1,000 feet, divine soul. What kind of concept was that? The largest creature that everyone had seen so far was only a 500 to 600 zhang long giant dragon that was in existence that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. If it flew over, it would be able to cover the sun. This is Brother Dongfang's divine soul. Huang Shan opened his mouth wide in shock. Then he finally confirmed that Ningqi's cultivation was not as low as it seemed. Li Minji was startled. Then a bright light flashed across his eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He had already recognized Ningqi from this 1,000 feet divine soul. Ning Beixian, you are Ning Beixian. Zhuodongqing pointed at Ningqi and yelled, Ning Beixian, it's him. The saintess of the cold song sacred land was slightly shocked. Then they all looked at the disciples of the Bodhi sacred land, led by the bald young man. Mahesvara Buddha had already labeled Ning Beixian as a demon and was going to imprison him in the 7th-floor pagoda. Now he had appeared in the Qin Luo realm. This was equivalent to slapping the Bodhi sacred land in the face. Demon, it's you. How dare you show up here? The heavenly dragon Buddha will be here soon. If you surrender now, you can avoid 10 years of suffering. The bald young man looked at Ningqi with a righteous look and shouted. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of surprise that was hard to detect. What, Ning Beixian? This is the demon who killed Ma Xinji? Everyone took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with shock, fear, and horror as they looked at Ningqi. Big brother, is he really Ning Beixian? Huang Shan and his brothers were excited. I think so. 1,000 feet, divine soul. Rumor has it that Ning Beixian has 1,000 feet, physical body. The two should be about the same, right? Huang Shan said uncertainly. Then, did we offend him before? Someone mumbled softly. The other people's faces turned pale when they heard that. Ning Beixian killed a half-step emperor warrior like Ma Xinji without hesitation. They were just ants at the Huang realm. Naturally, they were nothing in Ning Beixian's eyes. Everyone was terrified when they thought of this. I told you, it's useless to reason with you. Let's see whose fist is bigger. Ningqi parted his mouth and smiled. The strongest holy sun among them was merely a 7-star doshang. He did not think much of them. With a thought, the Titan divine soul already attacked. A fist the size of a small mountain smashed towards Zhuodongqing and the others. I don't believe that he can defeat so many of us. Let's work together to suppress this demon. Zhuangqing shouted and took the lead. The others looked at each other and made a decision in the blink of an eye. Dozens of holy suns attacked Ningqi at the same time. Colorful battle qi exploded on the fist of the Titan's divine soul like fireworks. Boom! Everyone watched in shock as the dozens of saints were blasted into pieces by Titan's divine soul and sent flying in all directions. Didn't your holy land of Bodhi want to suppress me? With your cultivation, you're still lacking. I'll take my leave first. The next time I see you, I'll kill you without mercy. Ningqi laughed wildly, then looked at Li Minji and shouted, Young Masterly, what are you waiting for? Go. In the blink of an eye, he and Li Minji disappeared from everyone's sight. Go. The bald young man shouted angrily. His white monk's robe was a little messy, and he had lost his previous celestial aura. In the end, except for 5 or 6 holy sons who did not move, the others all chased after Ningqi. They were going to stay behind to wait for the Tian Dragon Buddha and the other 2 holy lands Dodi. So powerful. Ning Beixian is too powerful. No wonder the Bodhisattva wants to suppress him. I heard that he is only a peak dozun. What, a peak dozun? Yes, that's right. The surrounding cultivators were even more shocked. A peak dozun could send dozens of doshans flying with a single punch. This was not an ordinary dozun, but a holy son and holy daughter of the 3 holy lands. Was his talent really that terrifying? It was not wrong to say that he was a demon. When something beyond one's knowledge appeared, both mortals and cultivators would immediately think that it was a demon. This was human nature. After 100 breaths, the group of cultivators looked towards the sky in the west and saw a golden light rushing towards them. An old monk shrouded in golden light slowly stopped in front of the 5 or 6 saints. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see that the layer of golden light on the surface of his body wasn't ordinary light, but countless giant golden dragons that were swimming around him. He wore a red robe with golden edges. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s and was tall. The most impressive thing about him was that his earlobes were as big as a normal person's fist. The Bodhisattva, Holy Land, Tian Dragon Buddha, said indifferently, Where is the 9 extremes refining divine flower? The 5 or 6 holy sons looked at each other with ugly expressions. Then a bald man said in a low voice, Great limitless Buddha, Li Minji was saved by that demon, Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian? Didn't the great limitless Buddha go to find him? Why is he in Qin Luo? Tian Dragon Buddha's expression changed slightly. We don't know either. The bald man said in a low voice. All right, I know what happened. Where did they go? Tian Dragon Buddha said lightly. After the group pointed out the direction, Tian Dragon Buddha flew into the sky. Not long after, another 2 emperors arrived. They were Saint Kingwu of the Azure, Dharch, Sacred Ground, and Ling Tiannu of the Cold Song, Sacred Ground. When they found out that Li Minji was rescued by Ning Beixian, Wu Xingwang's face darkened. Ling Tiannu was also a little fearful. However, when they found out that Tian Dragon Buddha was already chasing after them, they didn't hesitate and immediately went after them. No matter what, the 9 extremes refining divine flower was too precious. They had to get it. Where is he? I can't find him. How can he be so fast? Impossible, he must be nearby. Let's split up and look for him. But Ning Beixian said to kill him the next time we see him. Then let's go together. The group of saints had to admit that Ning Qi's 1000-jiang spiritual soul had left a deep impression on them. If any of them were to face Ning Qi, they would probably end up like Ma Xinji. Every one of them was a saint and a saintess. It had not been easy for them to cultivate to their current level. They valued their lives more than ordinary people. Tian Dragon Buddha is here? The bald man leading the group was overjoyed. As expected, the Tianlong Buddha had already arrived in front of them in a flash of golden light. Greetings, Tian Dragon Buddha! The group cupped their fists. Tian Dragon Buddha nodded. In the next moment, Saint King Wu and Ling Tiannu also arrived. Greetings, Saint King Wu, Ling Tiannu. What's going on? Where is he? Chapter 850. Elderly, they're gone. A chosen said in a low voice. Gone. The two of them were so big. How could they disappear just like that? Let's split up. Wu Shengwang snorted. This, Ning Beishuan's divine soul, is over 1,000 zhang tall. I'm afraid we're no match for him. If we split up and meet him, we'll die for sure. A saint mustered up her courage and said, That makes sense. Even your azure, Dharch, sacred grounds Ma Shen is no match for him. How can they beat him? Ling Tiannu nodded indifferently. How about this? We must get our hands on the 9 supreme, refining flower. Order the 3 sacred grounds to capture Ning Beishian. As long as the dragon race doesn't protect him, he has nowhere to run. I heard that he's related to Azure Ox City's city lord, Su Lingfeng. Your Azure Dharch, sacred ground, should send a Saint King to investigate. The Heavenly Dragon Buddha said. All right. Wu Shengwang nodded. On the war god platform, Li Minji looked at the endless mountain range in front of him in shock. This is your sect? This is also a sacred ground. Only a sacred ground could explain why Ning Qi gave him a jade token and refined it to bring him here. It's still a bit away from being a sacred ground. Ning Qi chuckled. However, the Holy Land he mentioned was a true Holy Land, not a sect like the 3 great Holy Lands. For example, the Azure Dharch Holy Land was at most equivalent to a mid-tier sect, not even a high-tier one. On the other hand, the War God Temple was a top-tier sect. Young Masterly, can you give me the 9 supreme refining flower now? Ning Qi smiled. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Li Minji looked at Ning Qi with a smile that wasn't a smile. First, even if you go back on your word, I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Ning Qi said with a smile. Second, I saw that you would rather die together with us than let the 3 holy lands gain any benefits. From this, I can conclude that young Master Li is not a villain who goes back on his word. Otherwise, I would not have brought you to my sect. All right, I'll give it to you. I'll definitely do what I promised. Li Minji reluctantly handed the 9 extreme, God, refining flower to Ning Qi. Right now, 8 colored flowers had already grown on it, and he was only missing the final black flower before he could consume it. At that time, his soul would definitely be able to break through from the 8th grade to the 7th grade. That was the peak of the 3 lower ranks. Ning Qi received the 9-level refining divine flower. His heart relaxed. He would be able to complete his advancement mission and break through to the Doshan class in a year or so. At that time, his strength would once again advance by leaps and bounds. Wait, you said this place is your sect? Li Minji suddenly heard something different from Ning Qi's words. Yes, this is the War God Temple, and I am the current Temple Lord. Ning Qi laughed. You're the boss here? Li Minji's eyes widened. You could say that. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. This, an excited expression, flashed across Li Minji's eyes. With his current strength, he would not even bother with an ordinary sect. He would not even care about the 3 sacred grounds. However, this war god temple in front of him was filled with mystery. First, there was the sect leader who possessed a 10,000-foot-tall spirit, but his cultivation was only at the peak of the Do-Zun class. Next, there was the incomparably mysterious outer disciple token, and this incomparably vast and endless space. Can I enter the war god temple? Li Minji rubbed his hands together and laughed dryly. His thoughts coincidentally coincided with Ning Qi's. A 7-star Dosheng. If Ning Qi groomed him a little, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the Do-D class within a few years. The War God Temple would have its own Do-D. Including Ning Qi himself, Such a faction would be comparable to the 9 top clans in Dongxian. However, in order to prevent the other party from having other thoughts, Ning Qi still planned to put on a show of strength. As for how he would do it, Ning Qi smiled and said, "Sure, I will first introduce some of the elders and disciples in the temple to you." Li Minji was completely shocked when Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Duan Yingjun, Deguzi, and Dongfang Haojie displayed their extraordinary ancient demon clan bloodline in front of Li Minji. Just what kind of sect was this? Even the old uncle who guarded the door, a managing elder who only had a Douling cultivation, possessed the ancient demon clan bloodline that Li Minji had dreamed of. Sect leader, don't tell me that all of you are transformed demonic beasts. Li Minji involuntarily opened his mouth and asked, "Ha ha ha." Dongfang Haojie laughed out loud. Even though Li Minji was a 7-star Do Shang, Dongfang Haojie, who currently possessed the ancient Golden Crow bloodline, did not show any fear in front of Li Minji. This was because he was the chief of the Technique Inheritance Hall. If Li Minji were to enter the War God Temple, it would mean that Li Minji's position would at most be the same as his. Brotherly, it is not impossible to say that we are transformed demonic beasts. Where can you find so many existences who possess the ancient demon clan bloodline? Dongfang Haojie laughed. Young master. Little Yu and Zuoling broke through the air and crashed into Ning Qi's embrace. Their 9 tails unconsciously swept around in front of Li Minji's shocked eyes. This is the 9-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. Li Minji inhaled a breath of cool air. He had met Su Lingfeng from Green Ox City a long time ago. Naturally, he knew that Su Qingqing possessed the 9-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. Some time ago, Ma Yuanqing had come to propose marriage because of this, resulting in a series of events. Ma Shenji, who was many times stronger than him, had died in Ning Qi's hands. Now, however, there were 2 little girls in the War God Temple who possessed the 9-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. Their tails had already grown. Could it be that Su Qingqing's bloodline had suddenly become many times denser because of him? The way Li Minji looked at Ning Qi immediately changed when he thought of this. Brotherly, do you know why I was able to leave so easily after killing Ma Shinji in the Azure Emperor's sacred land, and why my Yuanqing did not dare to attack me? Ning Qi laughed faintly. Why? Li Minji asked in a daze. Because he was afraid, Ning Qi laughed. Afraid? Ma Yuanqing was a 7-star Do Emperor. Even if he met a peak Do Emperor, he would not be so afraid that he would not dare to attack the enemy who killed his grandson, right? Unless, thinking of this, Li Minji shook his head and mocked himself. Impossible. But when he saw Ning Qi's half-smile, Li Minji's expression became serious. You mean that the War God Temple also has... All right, brotherly, since you have refined the outer disciple token, you are already a member of the War God Temple. Why don't you greet elderly? Ning Qi smiled and looked at Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others. Disciple greets elderly. Everyone cupped their hands together, but Dongfang Haojie and Li Macho did not move. Dongfang Haojie was an elder of the Technique Imparting Hall, so his status was equivalent to Li Minji's. Chapter 851. War God Hall. Sect Leader Hall. Sect Leader Hall. Ning Qi sat in the main seat. Li Minji sat in the second seat, while Zhao Er eagerly waited by the side. Seeing this, Li Minji could not help but say, Elder Zhao is a deacon elder after all. Why don't you hire a few servants to pour tea for you? It's fine, it's fine. Elderly, I'm already used to it. It's my honor to be able to pour tea for sect leader and you. As if his tail had been stepped on, Zhao Er hurriedly waved his hand to reject. How could this kind of work be handed over to an outsider? He was not a fool. To have the opportunity to serve by Ning Qi's side was a fat job that he could not even beg for. Elderly, there's no need to bother with him. Ning Qi laughed. Li Minji had only casually said that. Since Zhao Er was unwilling, he no longer cared about this matter. Instead, he looked at Ning Qi with some anticipation. During this period of time in the War God Hall, he had become more and more shocked by this place, especially the Forbidden Emperor's door. Ning Qi had let him enter, but in the end, he had escaped even more miserably than Ning Qi. Ning Qi had been waiting for him with a face full of schadenfreude, as if he had already known what had happened to him. Not only was Li Minji not angry, he was instead overjoyed. Do Di could actually be seen everywhere in the Emperor's door. This indirectly meant that the training resources there were countless times stronger than in the Ling Wu continent. Since Elder Li has entered my War God Hall, I have a set of ancient spirit refinement art that is specially taught to the experts of the Dozun level and above. In the future, the speed of refining refining stone will increase. Elder Li's cultivation is already qualified to learn this set of spirit refinement art. Ning Qi smiled slightly. It's here. It's finally here. Li Minji was extremely excited. Ever since he had become a Dosheng, he had rarely been so excited. He had already been excited a few times when he arrived at the War God Hall. Ning Qi possessed a 10,000 feet divine soul. It was obvious that he had a special spirit refinement art. Otherwise, refining those god refining stone would take a very long time. Elderly, please listen carefully. After a long while, Li Minji's face turned red. He cupped his hands towards Ning Qi and said, "Thank you, sect leader, for your kindness. I, Li Minji, will not disappoint sect leader in the future." According to the calculations in his mind, the ancient spirit refinement art that Ning Qi had taught him could increase the speed of refining god refining stone by 100 times. This was simply like hearing the Tao in the morning, dying in the evening. As for the ancient demon clan bloodline, Elderly doesn't need to be envious. When your qualifications are sufficient, I won't let you down. Ning Qi's words hammered Li Minji's heart. What? I can also possess the bloodline of the ancient demon race? Li Minji was surprised. Elderly, sect master, is omnipotent. Zhao Er said proudly as he poured some tea for Ning Qi. In his eyes, Ning Qi was no longer the Dragon Slayer Marquis of the past. What did a mere Marquis count for? Ever since he witnessed the miraculous rise of the War God Temple, Ning Qi's position in his heart had risen to the level of a god. Of course, Ning Qi laughed. What kind of qualifications does one have to possess the bloodline of the ancient demon race? Li Minji asked anxiously. He couldn't help but be anxious. The cultivation speed of those with the ancient demon clan bloodline was completely different from those without. That's hard to say. It depends. Ning Qi smiled and stood up. Elderly, as long as you are loyal to the War God Temple, I will not mistreat you. Li Minji immediately understood in his heart that Ning Qi still did not trust him and wanted to test him. However, Li Minji was not angry. He glanced at Zhao Er. Ning Qi had even bestowed an ancient demon race bloodline to such a fellow. As a Dosheng, Ning Qi would definitely not be biased. Thinking of this, Li Minji stood up and said, "Sect Master, I understand. Don't worry, don't you know my character? Since I have joined the War God Temple, I will be a member of the War God Temple for the rest of my life. Just wait and see." After saying this, he cupped his hands together and confidently turned around to leave. "Sect Master, outsiders are a bit," Zhao Er whispered. "If the War God Hall wants to develop, we should recruit talented people. If I were to nurture them one by one, I wouldn't have the time and experience to do so. Elder Li has an unyielding personality and would rather die than submit. I've seen it with my own eyes, so I'm not worried about that. It's just that people don't cherish things that are too easily obtained." Ning Qi smiled and said, "Sect Master is right." Zhao Er tried to flatter him. "Don't always do these things. Since you have the ancient demon bloodline, your talent is not weaker than the heavens' prides of the 9 great clans. Break through to the Dozun realm as soon as possible. There is hope for you to become a Dosheng in the future." Ning Qi pointed at Zhao Er. Zhao Er hurriedly nodded and agreed. He had made up his mind to train properly and not embarrass Ning Qi. The 9 supreme refining flour required at least a year to be consumed. If it was slow, it was possible to consume it in 1.5 years or even 2 years. Ning Qi did not waste this time. He picked up the alchemy technique that he had not used for a long time and hid in the low-level training ground. He refined all the spiritual herbs in his space bag into elixirs. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others became the beneficiaries. They crazily took the elixirs, and their cultivation rose. As for whether their foundation would be unstable, for those with the ancient demon bloodline, there is no such thing. During this period, Ning Qi also stayed in the training ground for dozens of years and practiced the dragon-elephant prajna art. The more he practiced, the slower his proficiency increased. There was still a long way to go before he reached the 7th level. The 9 supreme refining flour is not affected by the time in the training ground. After staying in there for so long, it still did not bloom. After a year in Linggu mainland, Ning Qi left the sect master's hall. Sect master Li Minji immediately went to find Ning Qi. Dongfang Haojia was also with him. What's the matter? Ning Qi smiled. It's like this. I found that although the disciples of our war god temple cultivate faster than geniuses, their combat strength is not very impressive. They lack more combat experience. Li Minji organized his words and said slowly, I understand. Ning Qi knew what he was going to say. Ning Qi smiled and said, how about this? Prepare yourselves. Other than Zhao Er and Zhuashir, everyone else will go out to gain experience. As for how to gain experience, we will challenge them one by one. Just what I want. Li Minji's eyes lit up. Sun Moon Sect. As one of the 9 great sects under the Azure Dharch sacred ground, the Sun Moon Sect also had a Dodi. Countless geniuses could not enter the Azure Dharch sacred ground because of their talent. Therefore, the 9 great sects became their second best target. The Sun Moon Sect was one of them. However, those who could be accepted were less than 1 in 1,000. Even with such a low chance, there were still many geniuses who went up the mountain to become disciples. Which family are those 2 little girls from? They are so beautiful. Chapter 852. A girl grows up. Even the self-proclaimed prodigies stared at 2 of the 3 figures without blinking. Not only is she pretty, but her potential is also not bad. She should be around 10 years old, right? Is she already a 4-star dozong? She should be a prodigy from some clan. Let's go and ask. These 3 people were none other than Niu Dezhuang. The other 2 small figures were Little Yu, and Zueling, Niu Dezhuang's incomparably muscular body was directly ignored by the crowd and was treated as a servant. What the crowd was interested in was the 2 little ones, because it was very likely that they would be accepted into the Sun Moon Sect. Are you going to the Sun Moon Sect to be accepted as a master? My son is the same. Why don't you get to know him? An old man brought a young man with a slightly red face and walked in front of Niu Dezhuang, and the other 2 with a smile. The young man was a 1-star dozong. He secretly observed Little Yu. Little Yu was already around 13 years old and had already grown up. She frowned unhappily when she saw the young man secretly looking at her. First senior, let's go. Don't waste time. Little Yu said. Niu Dezhuang nodded and ignored the old man. He continued on his way with the 2 children. The 3 of you, I forgot to introduce myself. I am an elder of the Lingdong Lu clan. This is my grandson. I plan to bring my grandson to the Sun Moon Sect to meet the ancestor of my clan. He is the Pill Hall elder of the Sun Moon Sect. The old man moved slightly and blocked Niu Dezhuang and the other 2. He spoke with a somewhat arrogant expression. The moment these words were said, the people nearby immediately revealed a shocked expression. Lingdong Lu clan. The Lingdong Lu clan whose ancestor is an elder of the Sun Moon Sect. With this relationship, his grandson will definitely be accepted into the Sun Moon sect. Many people said with envy. Lu Tai's arrogant expression became even more obvious. His grandson, Lu Suifeng, was originally a little shy in front of little Yu. The moment he thought that he would soon become a disciple of the Sun Moon sect, he immediately became a little more confident. He stared at little Yu, with an unconcealable greed in his eyes. Little Yu, eyes frown deepened. All right, we know that you're from the Lu family of Lingdong. Can you move aside now? Lu Tai's expression immediately became somewhat displeased. After sweeping a glance at little Yu, he indifferently said, "You're planning on going to the Sun Moon sect to find a master, right? With my help, the success rate of your apprenticeship will be much higher." After saying that, he waited for little Yu, and the others to come and beg him. In the end, even after a long time, little Yu, and the others did not move. "Ladies, please beg Elder Lu. It is indeed beneficial for you," a middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. After saying that, he looked at Lu Tai in a fawning manner. Lu Tai glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded slightly. "We're not going there to find a master." Zueling, could not help but ask, "What? Aren't they going to find a master? Are they already disciples of the Sun Moon sect?" Everyone was shocked. Lu Tai hurriedly withdrew the arrogance on his face. He carefully glanced at the three of them and asked, "Are you already disciples of the Sun Moon sect?" "No." Niu Dazhuang honestly shook his head. "TCH, since you're not, why are you going to the Sun Moon sect if you're not going there to find a master?" Lu Tai's lips curled into a mocking smile. "We're going to challenge someone. Senior, please make way." Niu Dazhuang smiled. Challenge? Everyone didn't react at first, but in the next second, they immediately stared at the three of them, dumbfounded. "You're going to challenge someone? Challenge who?" Lu Tai was shocked. "You old man, aren't you annoying? What does who we challenge have to do with you? You're not from the Sun Moon sect. Could it be that this grandson of yours is already a disciple of the Sun Moon sect? Tell him to respect his eyes, or I'll cut them out," little Yu said coldly. Hearing that, Lu Suifeng first shifted his eyes guiltily. He didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through by the other party. Then he reacted and was instantly enraged. He looked at little Yu, and said, "What did you say? How is my eyes disrespectful? How is it disrespectful? Don't you know in your heart?" Little Yu laughed coldly. Lu Tai's expression was incomparably gloomy. The nearby cultivators brought their own disciples to stop and watch. The gazes they used to look at Lu Tai were somewhat gloating. This kind of person who entered through the back door was not liked anywhere. "So young, yet you have such a sharp tongue. Did the elders in your family not teach you etiquette?" Lu Tai looked coldly at little Yu. Niu Dazhuang's expression immediately changed. He took a step forward and roared at Lu Tai. "What did you say? How can master be someone you can say such nonsense to? What are you roaring for? A mere 3-star dozong is nothing in this old man's eyes." Lu Tai did indeed have the right to be arrogant because he was a peak dozong. Niu Dazhuang and the other two were no different from ants in his eyes. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out. Niu Dazhuang brought little Yu, and Zueling, to continue on their way. As for Lu Tai, everyone looked at the mountain rock by the side and immediately inhaled a breath of cold air. The peak dozong Lu Tai's entire head had sunk into it, leaving his body trembling continuously outside. Lu Suifeng didn't know what had happened. He stood on the spot with some fear and confusion. How could his grandfather lose like this? So strong. A 3-star dozong defeating a peak dozong in one strike. This fellow is not simple. Everyone immediately looked at Niu Dazhuang in a new light. They just said that they were going to challenge the Sun Moon sect? We cannot miss such a good show. Let's quickly catch up. No one bothered with Lu Tai. Everyone increased their pace. If not for the fact that the foot of the Sun-Moon sect did not allow people to fly, they would have flown up. Only then did Lu Suifeng react. He hurriedly pulled Lu Tai out and asked worriedly, "Grandfather, are you all right?" What happened? Lu Tai's face was swollen like a pig's head. He did not react for a moment. However, a few breaths later, he immediately flew into a rage and let out an angry roar. After which, he looked at Lu Suifeng. "Let's go. We cannot let this matter rest. If they fail the challenge, we will ask the old ancestor to suppress them. We will bring those 2 young ladies back to be your wives. All right." Lu Suifeng nodded in joy. When Niu Dezhuang and the other 2 arrived at the mountain gate of the Sun-Moon sect, there was already a bootlicker who had spread the news. An elder of the Sun-Moon sect was coldly leading a group of disciples and standing at the mountain gate, watching Niu Dezhuang and the 2 young ones. "Is it you who wants to challenge our Sun-Moon sect?" Jiang Tian looked at Niu Dezhuang and coldly asked. "It's not me." Niu Dezhuang shook his head. "Oh." Jiang Tian was slightly startled. "It's my 2 junior sisters. Call out the strongest Do Zong disciples. We will leave after the challenge." Chapter 853. Tai Chi Diagram. Leaving after the challenge? What did they think the Sun-Moon sect was? Jiang Tian was immediately furious. The Sun-Moon sect disciples behind him also stared at Niu Dezhuang's group in an extremely dark and cold manner. However, when their gazes swept over little Yu, the expressions of the male disciples changed while the female disciples revealed expressions of disdain and jealousy. Little Yu's appearance and demeanor were indeed extraordinary and different from an ordinary girl. As for Zhuo Ling, she was still standing beside little Yu, and was momentarily ignored by them. There is a good show to watch. Elder Jiang Tian's position in the Sun-Moon sect is quite high. It is rumored that he is about to break through to the Doshan class. Even the ancestor of Lu Tai's clan cannot compare to him. Those fellows who were prepared to bring their clan's disciples all stood where they were and smiled as they looked at Niu Dezhuang's group. Lu Tai and Lu Suifeng also hurried over. The 2 of them stood in the crowd with incomparably dark and cold expressions. "Elder, let me teach them a lesson." A female disciple in her 20s stepped forward and said. She was a 7-star Do Zong and was able to see through the cultivation of the 2 little ones with a glance. She did not think much of them. Jiang Tian nodded and said, "All right, you shall go." He paused and looked at Niu Dezhuang. "My Sun-Moon sect is not a place that anyone can casually challenge. Today, I will satisfy your request. However, if you wish to leave, get your teacher or clan elders to personally come and fetch you." The 3 of them did not take his threat to heart. Little Yu frowned as she glanced at the female disciple and said, "7-star Do Zong? Too weak. Change to another one." A 7-star Do Zong is still considered weak? This little girl is too arrogant, but I like it. Ha ha. It would be good if they joined our Sun-Moon sect. The group of Do Zong disciples behind Jiang Tian all felt that little Yu was joking. However, the expressions of Lu Tai's group changed slightly. Niu Dezhuang, with his 3-star Do Zong strength, was able to make Lu Tai dizzy with a slap. Could it be that these 2 little fellows also had the ability to fight across levels? When the female disciple saw that little Yu was looking down on her, she was instantly enraged. With a loud roar, she directly slashed her sword towards little Yu. This slash also enveloped Niu Dezhuang and Zhuo Ling within it. Obviously, her goal was to kill the 3 of them. Seeing this, Jiang Tian only frowned slightly. In the end, he did not stop the female disciple. He was also a little angry in his heart. Was the Sun-Moon sect something that could be challenged so easily? For such an ignorant existence, it was better to kill him. Little Yu coldly snorted. With a light slap, the Do Chi in her body surged out, forming a taiji symbol in front of the female disciple. Boom! The sword in the female disciple's hand instantly shattered into dust. She flew backwards at an even faster speed and landed heavily on the ground, coughing up blood. She looked at little Yu, in shock. How could this be? How could this be? She could not understand how little Yu had defeated her. So powerful. The spectators nearby all sucked in a cold breath. Lu Tai and his grandson Lu Suifeng's expressions were extremely ugly, but in the next moment, Lu Tai's heart became excited. If he could capture little Yu, and Zuoling, and bring them back to the Lu clan, the Lu clan would have 2 more geniuses in the future. Thinking of this, he secretly sent a message to the Sun Moon sect. Jiang Tian's expression changed slightly. The gaze that he used to look at little Yu, finally became a little more serious. Which sect are you from? He had no choice but to ask about their origins. With the Sun Moon sect's strength, other than the 3 holy lands and other sects of similar strength in the Lingwu mainland, they would not be afraid of any other faction. If you can defeat me, I will tell you. Little Yu smiled slightly, after which she swept a glance at the group of Dozong disciples behind Jiang Tian. She shook her head and said, if they can't do it, call out the geniuses of your Sun Moon sect. Such a big Sun Moon sect. Don't tell me that there is no one else? You. The group of Dozong disciples behind Jiang Tian was instantly enraged. Little Yu had publicly humiliated them. Her crime could not be forgiven. Without waiting for Jiang Tian to speak, someone had already attacked little Yu. However, the result was still defeat in one move. In the blink of an eye, the group of disciples had all suffered injuries that were neither light nor heavy. Their faces were somewhat pale as they hid behind Jiang Tian. This cannot continue. Otherwise, it will affect the reputation of my Sun Moon sect. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian coldly laughed and said, all of you wait a moment. Not long later, a few figures broke through the air and slowly landed in front of Jiang Tian. Elder Jiang. These people were all at the peak of the Dozong class. They were existences that could break through to the Do-Zun class at any time. Moreover, looking at their age, they were extremely young. They were around 10 to 20 years old. Are they the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning 4 great young masters of the Sun Moon sect? The 4 strongest existences in the Dozong class? Yes, it is indeed them. It is rumored that as long as they break through to the Do-Zun class, they will be accepted as a direct disciple by the first elder of the Sun Moon sect. In the future, they will also have the chance to enter the Azure Emperor Holy Land and become a saint. 4 great young masters. I will also become such an existence in the future. Lu Suifeng excitedly looked at the 4 of them. Jiang Tian knew that their achievements in the future would most likely be higher than his. Therefore, he did not act arrogantly and said with a smile, Martial nephews, this young lady is here to challenge the Do-Zong class disciples of our Sun Moon sect. Let the 4 of you show them the strength of our Sun Moon sect. Yes, Elder Jiang. The 4 of them smiled and looked at little Yu. Feng, you go first. The 3 of them smiled. Young Master Feng smiled and said to little Yu, do you really want to challenge me? You all are a little qualified. Oh, don't talk nonsense. Come on. Little Yu, faintly said. The 4 of them immediately changed their expressions when they heard this. Young Master Feng laughed out loud. All right, since you really want to challenge me, I have no choice but to bully the weak today. After saying this, he slowly walked toward little Yu, as if he did not care about her at all. The next moment, his body moved and he appeared behind little Yu. His speed was so fast that only a few of the people present could catch him. The corner of young Master Feng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. At this moment, he could win this match with a gentle palm. How boring. Why did Jiang Tian call me here against such an opponent? Sighing in his heart, young Master Feng struck his palm toward little Yu's back. When his palm was only 3 inches away from little Er's back, a Tai Chi diagram suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His fist landed on the Tai Chi diagram. Following this, young Master Feng felt a familiar aura surging out from the Tai Chi diagram and violently bombarding his body. Puff! Young Master Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and flew backward, landing heavily in the crowd. The other 3 great young masters' expressions changed instantly. They looked at this scene in disbelief. They could not understand why young Master Feng was sent flying when his opponent did not even move. Looking at the blood at the corner of his mouth, it seemed that he was seriously injured. Paying someone back in their own coin? Chapter 854. The Momentum of a Storm. This little girl is so strong. I have never seen such a chi method. I've never seen the cultivation method she's using before. Just now, Lu Tai wanted to marry his grandson. I don't think his grandson is worthy of this girl. The surrounding elders discussed in a low voice. Lu Tai's expression was ugly. Lu Suifeng clenched his fist tightly. Hearing others say that he was not worthy of little he felt extremely dissatisfied. Just you wait. I will let you be arrogant for now. You will not be able to leave the Sun-Moon sect today. Lu Tai gritted his teeth and thought. Too weak. The 3 of you can come at me together. Little shook her head and said, arrogant. The other 3 young masters shouted angrily and attacked little together. The result was as expected. After a few moves, the 3 of them were smashed to the ground by the Taiji diagram. The strongest dozongs in your Sun-Moon sect are these 4? Little looked at Jiang Tian and frowned. Little girl, which sect are you from? Jiang Tian's expression was serious. I have said that you are not qualified to know. Since there are no stronger dozongs, we will leave. Little said indifferently. Leave? What a joke. Another figure broke through the air and landed beside Jiang Tian. It was an old man. His face carried a cold smile as he coldly stared at little Ancestor. Lu Tai pulled Lu Suifeng and ran in front of the old man excitedly. Even the Lu ancestor has moved? The 3 of them are in danger today. Lu Tai is a narrow-minded person. After suffering a loss, he will not let them off easily. Even if the Lu ancestor does not appear, Elder Jiang will not let the 3 of them leave. The old man glanced at Lu Tai and nodded. What? We are not allowed to leave because we are weaker? Little frowned. Is my Sun-Moon sect a place where you can come and go as you please? The old man laughed coldly and looked at Jiang Tian. Elder Jiang, I think that this girl is likely a spy sent by the enemy. How about I suppress her? Jiang Tian thought about it and nodded. Thank you, Elder Lu. Speaking of which, the other party's arrival was very timely. He did not want little and the other 2 to leave, but with his status, if he were to make a move, it would inevitably attract gossip. The old man smiled and walked towards little and the other 2. Junior sister, shall we go? Niu Dezhuang lowered his head and said to little and Zueling, as if he did not take the old man seriously. Then let's go. Little nodded. Go back? Why were the 3 of them so calm? Now a Dozun was about to attack and suppress them. With their strength, it was impossible for them to be a match for a Dozun even if their talent was frighteningly great. Everyone had a confused look on their faces. The old ancestor of the Lu clan furrowed his eyebrows, and a bad feeling flashed through his heart. As expected, little chuckled. She looked at him and Jiang Tian and said, Didn't you want to know our origins? Then let me tell you, we are from the War God Hall. If you want to bully the weak today, my young master will personally pay a visit. Wash your necks and wait. After saying that, the 3 of them slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Where are you going? The expression of the old ancestor of the Lu clan changed. With an angry cry, he directly struck in the direction where the 3 of them were standing. However, The three of them had already disappeared, and he hit nothing. They disappeared just like that. Everyone was so shocked that they stood rooted to the ground. Jiang Tian's expression changed drastically. After a careful search, he confirmed that little Yu, and the other two had already left the Sun-Moon sect. His face suddenly became extremely green. War God Hall, have any of you heard of this sect? Jiang Tian said in a deep voice, Elder Jiang, we have never heard of it. The surrounding elders of the clans and the disciples of the Sun-Moon sect shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of this sect. Elder Lu, have you heard of it? Jiang Tian looked at the old ancestor of the Lu clan. The old ancestor of the Lu clan shook his head with an ugly expression. Never heard of it. To be able to let a Zong-level disciple come and go as he pleased, I'm afraid this sect is not simple, Jiang Tian said with some fear. They just said that they will visit again. At that time, we will take them down in one fell swoop. The old ancestor of the Lu clan said indifferently. In his opinion, even if the three holy lands did not send a D-level existence, the Sun-Moon sect would not be afraid, much less a sect that he had never even heard of. I hope so. Jiang Tian smiled bitterly and nodded. War God Hall. The surrounding elders of the clans all began to ponder in silence. One of the 9 great sects under the azure, the Arch Holy Land, the Masked Moon sect. At this moment, many experts had gathered in front of the mountain gate. Their gazes were focused on the 2 imposing figures. In front of them, there were over 10 Masked Moon sect disciples lying on the ground. Too weak. The Masked Moon sect is only SOO. Zhao Hu grinned and said. The Masked Moon sect elder shouted, arrogant. Today, I will suppress the 2 of you and call your clan elders to ransom you. Then we'll have to leave first. Zhang Long smiled slightly. Remember, we're disciples of the War God Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace in front of everyone's eyes. The Masked Moon sect elder was slightly startled, and his face immediately became extremely green. One of the 9 major sects under the azure, the Arch Holy Lands Tiangang sect. Who are you? The Tiangang sect disciples covered their chests in humiliation and lay on the ground, staring at the purple figure in front of them. The surrounding cultivators were secretly speechless. Who would have thought that none of the Tiangang sect's Zun-level experts were a match for this woman? At this moment, a figure broke through the air and arrived. Do Sheng. The Tiangang sect's Do Sheng has moved. This woman is going to be suppressed. Li Macho glanced at the lightning that was rushing over and said, War God Hall, Li Macho. In the next moment, her figure also disappeared. The Tiangang sect's Do Sheng pounced on empty air, his face extremely ugly. War God Hall, what sect is this? He muttered to himself. One of the 9 major sects under the azure, the Arch Holy Lands, Thunder Valley. Ha ha ha! Who else dares to fight Lord Duan? Duan Yingjun laughed wildly. In front of him, the group of Thunder Valley disciples did not dare to speak. Duan Feifei sighed and said, Yingjun, let's go. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Another angry roar came from the Thunder Valley, shattering the clouds in the sky. Yo! The old one jumped out after beating the young one. Lord Duan won't play with you today. Remember, Lord Duan is from the War God Hall. Duan Yingjun laughed loudly and disappeared in front of the crowd with Duan Feifei. War God Hall Luo Tianhua. War God Hall de Guzi. Have you heard? The 9 major sects under the azure, the Arch Holy Lands, have all been challenged by the disciples of the War God Hall. None of the disciples of the 9 sects can beat the opponent at the same cultivation level. I've known about this for a long time. Right now, everyone is looking for the War God Hall to become their disciple. The elders of the 9 sects have also sent people out to look for them. I think they are going to take revenge. There's going to be a good show to watch. What about the Azure, Darch Holy Lands? Them. They haven't made any moves yet. They're still looking for that demon Ning Beishian. Chapter 855. Inescapable, Net the Mask Moon Sect, the Sun Moon Sect, the Thunder-Shocking Valley, the 9 great sects under the Azure Emperor's sacred ground had each sent out a Do saint-level elder to gather together. After a while, an old man spoke expressionlessly. He was one of the 8 great Do-shungs of the Thunder Valley, Tsang Lezi. He was a peak Do-shung and the strongest existence among the 9 people present. The war god temple must be destroyed. Seconded. Agreed. Seeing that everyone agreed, Master Tsang Lei said indifferently, "Have you captured their whereabouts?" A month ago, the creation sect of the Northern Land was challenged. The challenger left behind the name of the War God Temple. At the same time, the Evil Monarch Manor, the Heavenly Secrets Manor, the Sword God Valley, and the other 37 sects were all defeated. Are you sure he's from the War God Temple? Yes. Looking at their route, they should be heading to the Qin Luo territory. Since it's like this, let's not kill them for now. When the time comes, those sects in the Qin Luo territory will naturally take revenge for us. Let's first find the mountain gate of the War God Temple. Agreed. Seconded. As one sect after another fell, the reputation of the Battle God Temple grew. Initially, some people thought that the Battle God Temple was just trying to gain the limelight, but when almost all the famous sects followed in the footsteps of the 9 great sects, the crowd finally treated the Battle God Temple seriously. This was especially true for those self-proclaimed geniuses. They all spread the word that the War God Temple was like a bunch of chickens and dogs, and that they would do anything to them if they ran into them. This was all to attract the attention of the crowd, so that they could use this opportunity to increase their own fame. The Battle God Temple is really something. There are more than 100 sects that have fallen to them, right? Every one of them was famous. Even if it can't compare to the 9 great sects, it can't be much weaker. Qin Luo Realm, Han River Square. The news from the War God Hall had already reached this place. Everyone's attention gradually shifted from the 9 extreme, divine, refining flower incident to this matter. It seemed that if they did not discuss it, they would not be able to keep up with the trend. A middle-aged man kept praising the War God Temple with his saliva flying everywhere. The information he knew was more specific than others. So many people looked at him with smiles and listened to his speech. At this moment, a young man said disdainfully, "So what if the War God Temple is strong? Did they challenge the 3 holy lands before?" "Oh, that's true. Little brother, you have a point. I think the War God Temple is just picking on pushovers." When the young man heard this, a proud smile appeared on his face. After all, his words had gained the approval of most people. Compared to the North Mystic Demon Lord, there's a huge difference. Speaking of which, do you know where the North Mystic Demon Lord is? Was it suppressed by the Holy Buddha of the Bodhi sacred land? I saw many monks going in and out. They don't look too good. Apparently, they don't know where the North Mystic Demon Lord is. Everyone's topic shifted from the Battle God Temple to the North Mystic Demon Sovereign. The middle-aged man was displeased and said, "Didn't you notice that the Battle God Temple appeared at the same time as the North Mystic Demon Sovereign? I think the North Mysterious Demon Lord is also a disciple of the War God Hall. He has already challenged the 3 sacred grounds. None of the saints, saintesses, and monks are his match." As soon as these words were spoken, the restaurant instantly became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The middle-aged man was proud of himself. Just as he was about to speak, his body stiffened and he looked at the staircase in fear. A bald man was the first to walk up, followed by a young man, and finally a beautiful woman. Saints, saintesses, and monks? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, then looked at the middle-aged man with schadenfreude. "You call the North Mysterious Demon Lord because you're close to him?" The bald man walked up to the middle-aged man and asked, "Holy monk, I was just saying, please don't misunderstand me. The middle-aged man was trembling in fear. If the Bodhi's sacred land saw him as the same person as Ning Beixian and suppressed him into a 7-storied pagoda, he would never be able to reincarnate. Just saying? Hee, remember, a demon is a demon. He's not qualified to be called a demon lord. The bald man snickered. Holy monk is right. Everyone nodded in agreement. The strongest among them was only a venerable realm fighter. The other party was a sacred monk from a sacred land. How could they dare to argue with him? Even if they had different opinions, they had to hide it. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the 3 of them chose the last table and sat down. The guy who was originally sitting there quickly turned around and left. What he said makes sense. The war god temple might be related to Ning Beixian. The saintess of the cold song, sacred land, said, "Why don't we catch them and ask them? I heard that the disciples of the war god temple are coming to the Qin Luo realm. The temples under the Bodhi's sacred land will be the first to be challenged." Don't tell me you guys are unprepared. The sacred son of the azure, the arch-sacred land smiled. The bald man smiled. I'm not really prepared. A few of my senior brothers really want to meet them. They're already waiting there. Then we'll go and join in the fun. Guess which sect they'll go to first? The sacred son of the azure, the arch-sacred land grinned. Crouching Buddha temple. A giant Buddha statue stood on the 9 mountains. Even from a few hundred miles away, the statue could be seen. It was the strongest temple under the Bodhi's sacred land. The Bodhi's sacred land wasn't open to the public, so the believers could only come to the Crouching Buddha temple to pray. Millions of believers came in and out every day, contributing their god-refining stones, spirit crystals, and pills to pray for the Buddha's blessings. At this moment, at the entrance of the Crouching Buddha temple, there were people standing in groups of 2s and 3s who did not look like believers. The monks who were originally in charge of receiving the pilgrims had also been replaced. The believers who often came here noticed this and were a little nervous. However, these new monks seemed to have a more profound understanding of Buddhism and looked unfathomable. This made them feel even more reverent towards the Crouching Buddha temple. It's just the war god temple. Is it worth it for us to mobilize so many people? If it's just the war god temple, we don't have to worry about it. However, if the North mysterious demon is related to the war god temple, then it's worth it. That's true. According to the time, the 9 supreme soul refining flower should bloom its last black petal in 1 or 2 months. We don't have much time left. Have you memorized the faces of the disciples of the war god temple? Of course. We can recognize them as soon as we see them. Very good. The 3 Buddhas of the Crouching Buddha temple have also come out of seclusion. Their divine souls will definitely be paying attention to this place. Once they appear, they won't be able to escape. A monk who was in charge of receiving the visitors smiled. Chapter 856. Chapter 856. Suppression, little junior sister. The situation is so tense now. Why don't we challenge the other sects first? The Crouching Buddha temple is the #1 sect under the Bodhi's sacred land. What if there's an ambush? No, these baldies want to suppress young master. I have to avenge young master. Today, I will beat up the baldies. Little Yu was determined. Sister Yuer is right. I have to avenge young master as well. Zhuiling waved her fist and said, "All right then. Remember, if anything goes wrong, you must leave." Niu Dazhuang sighed in his heart. Gradually, they followed the crowd and finally arrived at the entrance of the Crouching Buddha temple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes locked onto the 3 at the same time. They're here, the war god temple. I heard that the 2 girls are very strong and have extraordinary talents. It seems that they were not exaggerating. Be careful. Don't alert them in case they use that trick to leave the Crouching Buddha temple. It won't be so easy to catch them next time. Don't worry. The 3 sacred Buddhas will definitely make a move. They won't be able to escape. A monk slowly walked in front of Niu Dezhuang and the other two. Benefactors, are you disciples of the War God Temple? Haha, you've already made preparations and knew that we were coming. Little Yu raised her eyebrows. During this period of time, her Zuoling, and Niu Dezhuang's cultivation had increased rapidly. From the initial 4-star Dozong, they were now peak Dozongs. Looks like it's you guys. The little monk smiled and took a step back. Something's not right, Niu Dezhuang frowned slightly. At this moment, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the heads of the three. The three felt that something was wrong and wanted to activate their outer disciple tokens to escape. However, they found that their bodies were completely frozen and could not move. The sacred Buddhas have shown themselves. The nearby believers all knelt down devoutly. The saints and saintesses of the various sacred lands who had been lying in ambush walked in front of the three with smiles. Let's see where you can escape to now. The War God Temple? Haha, what arrogance. A hint of fury flashed across little Yu's eyes. At the same time, she felt somewhat panicked. She did not think that they would be able to suppress the three of them before the challenge had even begun. The sacred Buddha is here. In the distance, a few beams of golden light pierced through the air and landed in front of the crowd. The disciples of the Crouching Buddha Temple, as well as the holy sons and holy daughters of the various holy lands, all stepped forward to greet them. These three holy Buddhas were the most powerful existences in the Crouching Buddha Temple. They smiled and returned the greeting to the holy monk from the sacred ground of Bodhi. One of them looked at Little Yu and waved his hand lightly. Immediately, Little Yu and the other two felt that their mouths could move again. You are disciples of the War God Temple. The holy Buddha confirmed again. You big baldies, why are you so unreasonable? What did we do wrong that you want to suppress us? Once Little Yu regained her ability to speak, she immediately berated in a cold voice. How about this? If you answer a few of my questions, I will let you go. The other holy Buddha smiled. What problem? Little Yu raised her eyebrows. Does the North mysterious demon have anything to do with the Battle God Temple? He asked. It's all right. The three of them immediately shook their heads. Well, we can confirm that the North mysterious demon is also from the Battle God Temple. Let's suppress the three of them here as an example. I believe that even if the North mysterious demon doesn't come, the other people from the Battle God Temple will come to rescue them. The three holy Buddhas discussed among themselves. After that, they nodded and turned to leave. Hey, big monk, I said it's all right. What do you mean by this? Little Yu shouted angrily. Stop quibbling. The holy Buddhas can tell whether what you said is true or not. Hee hee, I didn't expect the North mysterious demon to be from the Battle God Temple. Are you guys trying to compete with the three sacred grounds? A saint from the sacred ground of the Azure, Dharch sneered. He looked at the three of them with killing intent. First, Ning Beixian killed Ma Shenji. Then, the Battle God Temple took the initiative to challenge the sects under the sacred ground of the Azure, Dharch sacred ground. If it weren't for the three holy Buddhas from the Crouching Buddha Temple, he would have killed the three of them. Forget it. There's no need to talk to him. Let the three of them stay here. We will just wait quietly. Someone said indifferently, Okay, let's do that. The group of saints smiled and looked at Little Yu, and the two holy Buddhas gloatingly. At this moment, the surrounding believers also understood what was going on. They looked at the three of them with disgust. In their eyes, the North mysterious demon was already an evil existence. Smash these three little demons to death. One of the believers suddenly shouted. Then, countless smelly shoes, pebbles, incense, and candles flew toward Little Yu, and the two holy Buddhas. However, before they could hit them, they were bounced off by the faint golden light around them. Even so, the believers still enjoyed it. They felt like they had just vanquished a demon. Sister, you're Zwilling. Er's eyes were filled with fear. Don't be afraid. Young master will come and save us. Little Yu was extremely angry, but she still comforted Zwilling softly. Junior sister's senior brother is useless. Niu Dazhuang felt extremely guilty. As time passed, more and more people heard the news and rushed to the crouching Buddha temple. This was especially true for those sects that had been challenged by the war god temple. Their elders brought their disciples and came in groups. When they saw little Yu, and the other two standing motionlessly under the golden light, they revealed looks of schadenfreude and pointed at the three of them. These are the disciples of the war god temple. They don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Why are they being suppressed here? I heard it has something to do with the North Mysterious Demon Lord. Shou, lower your voice. Call him the North Mysterious Demon Lord. Did you forget that this is the crouching Buddha temple? If the monk hears you, he might suppress you too. Oh, that's true. Thank you for the reminder. As time passed, someone said impatiently, "Why hasn't the war god temple shown up yet? Is the North Mysterious Demon Lord afraid? If it were me, I would definitely give up on these 3. Isn't coming to the crouching Buddha temple like walking into a trap? Why don't we just kill them as a warning to others?" Many people immediately responded after hearing this, especially the believers who came to the temple. If they could kill a demon with their own hands, their understanding of Buddhism would be closer to that of the sacred Buddha. Kill them! Kill them! The situation seemed to be getting out of control. Countless attacks were directed at the golden light. Right at that moment, a few more overlords arrived. Mahesvara Buddha, Heavenly Dragon Buddha, Sacred King Wu, Sacred King Wu. Mahesvara Buddha smiled and waved his hand. The crowd immediately quieted down. The 3 sacred Buddhas of the crouching Buddha temple also appeared in the air. They placed their palms together and chanted the names of Buddha. It's not time yet. Don't worry. We'll give the war god temple a month. If they don't hand over the North Mysterious Demon Lord, we will suppress them in the 7-story pagoda. Chapter 857. King Grade Divine Soul. Chapter 857. King Grade Divine Soul. A month's time? Since great limitless Buddha had spoken, the millions of believers and disciples gradually calmed down and stared coldly at little Yu, and the other 2. Half a month has passed, and no one from the war god temple has shown up? Looks like they're really cowards. They should be called the Tortoise Temple, not the war god temple. What's the hurry? There's still half a month's time. If they really don't come, the war god temple's reputation will be ruined. Everyone pointed at little Yu, and the other 2, and discussed. Have you found the sect master? In the corner of the crowd, Dongfang Haojie asked solemnly. No. Zhang Long and Zhao, who shook their heads with ugly expressions. These damn baldies, they're really bullying the weak. Duan Yingjun was exasperated. Be careful. Don't let anyone find us or we'll be suppressed too. Dongfang Haojie glanced at Duan Yingjun. Duan Yingjun nodded. At this moment, almost everyone from the war god temple was here. When they heard that little Yu, and the other 2 were suppressed, they came from all over. He'll come in half a month. Dongfang Haojie narrowed his eyes. On a remote mountain in the Qin Luo territory, a sect called Sky Dragon Sect appeared. This name was very ordinary and didn't attract much attention. Ning Qi stood at the entrance of the Sky Dragon Sect and let out a sigh of relief. The 9th black petal of the 9 Supreme Soul refining flower had bloomed. Little Six had said that an expert surpassing the Do-Di realm and rare spirit herbs were needed to upgrade a grade 1 divine soul to a king grade divine soul. Ning Qi could only pin his hopes on Little Six. Relying on the feeling in his heart, he spent 7 days to find this place. Little Six, come out and receive the guests. Ning Qi said indifferently. With a creak, The door opened, and Fatty Ning and the others ran out happily. "Boss, you're here." "Eh, your aura!" Ning Chi looked at these fellows in surprise, especially Ning Zi. The aura on her body was already far beyond the 7th rank, and not even the 8th rank. Could it be rank 9 monsters? How was this possible? In just a few months, Little Six really trained them all into rank 9 monsters. That was an existence that was equivalent to a dosheng. Even he, the big brother, had yet to reach this realm. Ning Chi immediately dragged over little Fatty, who was eating the spirit-raising pill and giggling foolishly. "Change your true form for boss to see." "Great!" Fatty Ning laughed foolishly, and his figure suddenly changed. In front of Ning Chi, a huge white elephant that was more than 200 zhang tall appeared. "It really is a rank 9 demonic beast. But why can't I see their attributes?" The indistinct dosheng aura immediately surged out the moment Fatty Ning's true body appeared. Ning Chi could already confirm in his heart that he was now a rank 9 monster beast. What about you? Have they also broken through to the 9th order? Ning Chi had Fatty Ning return to his human form and asked Ning Zi and the others, and then he got an affirmative answer from them. Even the white horse with the weakest bloodline, Ning Bai, had become a rank 9 monster. Hee, boss, what do you think? Am I awesome?" Little Six swaggered out with a smug smile on his face. Ning Chi scanned his aura and frowned. "You're still a rank 2 monster beast." Little Six immediately laughed dryly. "Don't mind these small details. I'm a sky dragon. How can I be the same as ordinary demonic beasts?" "Then tell me, what did you do to Ning Zi and the others? Why did their cultivation level soar so much?" A look of worry flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. "Boss, don't worry. I just used the power of law to bestow each of them a protector position. Protector, you know, right? Which of the protectors of the ancient Sky Dragon clan isn't a top-notch existence? With the protector position, second brothers and the others' cultivation level will only grow stronger." Sigh. "Actually, I also didn't want to find protectors so early, but 10x and the others are too big of a threat. If we don't plan ahead, I'm afraid we can only kneel and get beaten in the future." Little Six said, "I'm afraid this matter will affect you a little, right?" Ning Chi asked suspiciously. Otherwise, why was Little Six unwilling to find protectors earlier? If he had raised Ning Zi and the others' cultivation level earlier, Ning Chi's life in Dongxian would have been hundreds of times better than it was now. They were 4 battle sages. Of course there will be an impact. The time of adulthood will be delayed, but that's a matter for the future. Let's not talk about it now. By the way, boss, have you found the 9 supreme spiritual refining flower? Little Six asked. Yes, I found it. That's why I came to you for help. Ning Chi nodded. No problem. Little Six smiled faintly. Inside the Sky Dragon sect, Ning Chi sat cross-legged as Ning Zi, and the others looked at him curiously. Consume the 9 supreme spiritual refining flower now. Leave the rest to me, Little Six said confidently. All right. Ning Chi nodded and took out the 9 supreme spiritual refining flower, swallowing it without hesitation. The moment the flower entered his mouth, it turned into juice and flowed into his body through his throat. The next moment, the 10,000-foot-tall Titan spirit appeared behind Ning Chi. However, the spirit seemed a little unstable and flickered as though it would disappear at any moment. The 9 supreme spiritual refining flower could easily raise the spirit of the lower 3 grades. However, it was not so easy for a grade 1 spirit to break through to the king grade. After 10 minutes, Ning Chi's face suddenly became very ugly. The Titan's divine soul silently exploded, turning into pieces of divine soul fragments. Puff! Ning Chi spat out a mouthful of blood. Sigh, I gave each of them an origin. Now, I have to give them another origin. I'm really working hard. Little Six sighed and slowly raised his palm. In his palm, a faint golden ball gradually condensed. If one looked closely, they could see that the ball was like a universe, with specks of starlight twinkling inside. He had wanted to see if Ning Qi could break through to the king grade. Obviously, Ning Qi had failed. With a gentle wave of his hand, the golden ball flew toward Ning Qi and fused into his mind. In the next moment, Ning Qi's body was enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. The shattered Titan god's soul condensed once again, but its height shrank from 10,000 feet to around 100 feet. However, the Titan god's soul seemed to be plated with a layer of golden foil. It was shining with golden light, and it was a huge change from its previous pitch-black appearance. Ding! Congratulations! Host Spirit has advanced to the king grade. Ding! Congratulations, Host, on completing the advancement mission. Ding! Host, do you choose to advance? The system notification sounded. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes. Advance. As soon as he said this, Ning Qi's aura changed again. You broke through? Chapter 858. Chapter 858, Breakthrough. Dousheng. Is this what it feels like to be a Dousheng? Ning Qi closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Firstly, his dragon-slaying Do Qi's damage to the dragon tribe had increased by 2 times. It was 50 times thicker than when he was a Dozun. It was almost liquid. Secondly, he felt that the vitality of every cell in his body was 10 to 20 times stronger than when he was a Dozun. For example, if he cut off a piece of flesh and gave it some time, he might be able to nurture another small Ning Qi. Of course, he would not try this. Other than this, Ning Qi did not feel much. However, his overall strength was much stronger than when he was a peak Dozun. That's right, spirit. A large part of Ning Qi's current combat power came from his divine soul. He immediately turned around and saw a 10-meter-tall Titan divine soul that seemed to be cast from a golden eagle standing in front of him. 100 feet? It shrank? A look of surprise flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. However, he could clearly sense that this 10-meter-tall Titan's divine soul was much stronger than before. If a king-grade spirit is like this, it will be extremely difficult to raise it by 10 feet in the future. If one day you meet a guy with a golden spirit that is 100 feet tall, you can definitely turn around and run. Little Six smiled. It's just a 10 feet difference. Is it that big? Ning Qi was shocked. At the king grade, even a foot or an inch would make a huge difference, not to mention 100 feet. The reason your spirit can reach a height of 100 feet now is because your spirit was originally a grade 1 spirit. If it had slowly risen from grade 9, I would have lost if it grew to a height of 30 to 40 feet. Little Six smiled. In that case, my luck is not bad. Ning Qi smiled. Luck? Those who are luckier have a king grade spirit the moment they reach the Dozun level. Some even have a royal grade spirit that is even more terrifying than a king grade spirit. You can't compare to them for now, but don't be discouraged. Don't you still have me? With me, you will have the whole world. Little Six began to brag as usual. Ning Qi rolled his eyes and checked his own attributes. Host, Ning Qi level, 1-star Dousheng experience, 0/300000000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 6 for 86950/100. Or God Technique level 9 peak. Martial skill. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms level 6 652300/10000. The 4th layer of the top grade 5 Tigers Breaking the Gate Blade 7700/1000000. Horizon Bright Moon Blade level 6 18992/1000000. War God Body level 7 25444200/10000 health points. 1149345 Alchemy. 6th tier alchemist. Proficiency 684/100000000 bloodline. Mid-grade bloodline of the world annihilation Titan descendant. Every half a month, one chance to return to the source and transform into the true body of the world annihilation Titan descendant. Dragon Slayer coins. 6584000. The experience needed to level up a Dosheng had reached an insane 300 million. How many dragons and enemies had to die in the hands of Ning Qi in order to accumulate a level of experience? Is the system trying to train me into a murderer? Ning Qi laughed at himself. Is there anyone inside? Get the hell out of here. This mountain belongs to the Flood Dragon sect. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded from outside like rumbling thunder. Fatty, go take care of it. Little Six looked at Fatty Ning and said. Fatty Ning took a spirit-nourishing pill as he walked out. Let me do it. Ning Qi stood up and said, Right now. Every bit of experience was very important to Ning Qi. Let's all go out and take a look. What kind of lousy sect is the Flood Dragon sect? Little Six pouted in disdain. Outside the Sky Dragon sect, a burly man with more than 10 subordinates sized up Ning Qi and the others with malicious intentions. He was only a 1-star dozong. Apart from the fact that he could see that Little Six aura was very weak, the others were not even cultivators in his eyes. Who are you? What brings you to the Sky Dragon sect? Ning Qi smiled and said, I'm the sect master of the Flood Dragon sect. Do you know who this mountain belongs to? That's the territory of the Flood Dragon sect. Don't you have to pay a protection fee for building a sect here, silently? The burly man laughed sinisterly, and his eyes lit up when he saw Ningzi. Oh, how much protection fee? Ning Qi smiled. Naturally, he would not start a massacre over such a small matter. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to have a valid reason. One of the subordinates beside the burly man was obviously a trusted aide. He knew at a glance what his sect master had taken a fancy to, and immediately pointed at Ningzi. Hand this young lady to the Flood Dragon sect, and we'll forget about this matter. The sect master of the Flood Dragon sect looked at him with satisfaction. Not bad, you have good eyes. You can be promoted when you return. You want me? Ningzi said in surprise. Yeah, you're the one. The sect master of the Flood Dragon sect nodded. As soon as he said that, Ning Qi extended his hand and pointed. With a bang, the head of the subordinate beside him exploded, and the headless corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. What was going on? The sect master of the Flood Dragon sect and his subordinates had yet to react as they stared blankly at this scene. There's still a difference between a Dosheng and a Dozun, Ning Qi murmured. He had not used the battle qi in his body to kill the other party, but had directly controlled the battle qi in the other party's body to rush to the top of his head and explode. It was impossible to have such control when one was in the Dozun realm. Ning Qi found it interesting and pointed at a few more people. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the sect master of the Flood Dragon sect was left alone with corpses all around him. He immediately knew that he had probably kicked an iron plate. The other party was a hidden expert. With a plop, the sect master of the Flood Dragon sect knelt in front of Ning Qi. His body trembled and he cried bitterly, "Senior, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go, Senior." Suddenly, his gaze stiffened as he looked at Ning Qi. "You know me." Ning Qi smiled. You're the North Mystic Demon Lord." The sect master of the Flood Dragon sect screamed. The fear in his heart instantly spread throughout his body. Hee, since you know my name, then you definitely know me. What are your last words?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "No, don't kill me. This lowly one has urgent news to report." The sect master of the Flood Dragon sect cried out in horror. "Urgent news? It's related to me?" Ning Qi frowned slightly. It should be related. He wasn't sure if Ning Qi was from the War God Temple, but if he really was, perhaps that news could be exchanged for his life. Thinking of this, the sect master of the Flood Dragon sect immediately recounted the matter of little Yu, and the others being suppressed in the Crouching Buddha Temple. After that, he carefully looked at Ning Qi, his heart in turmoil. A month? How long has it been? Ning Qi's eyes flashed coldly. I was right. He really is related to the War God Temple. The sect master of the Flood Dragon sect was overjoyed and immediately said, It's already been 29 days. Today is the 30th day. If no one comes out, they will be suppressed in the 7th-floor pagoda. On account of this news, I won't kill you. Scram. Ning Qi said indifferently. Hearing this, the sect master of the Flood Dragon sect immediately turned around and fled. Boss, these bald donkeys are too bold. They actually dare to suppress you. And Ling. Let's kill them. Chapter 859. I'm sorry I'm late. Crouching Buddha Temple. The endless mountain range was filled with people. There were elders and disciples of various sects, as well as various rogue cultivators. Of course, most of them were the believers of the Crouching Buddha Temple. Today is the last day. Looks like the people from the War God Temple will not come. Even their own disciple did not come out to rescue them. This War God Temple is useless. That's right. Let's wait for now. Being able to witness the opening of the 7-storied pagoda with our own eyes makes this trip worthwhile. At this moment, over a dozen D-level existences had gathered at the main entrance of the Crouching Buddha Temple. The Crouching Buddha Temple had 3 holy Buddhas, and the Bodhi Sacred Land had 2 great Limitless Buddha and Heavenly Dragon Buddha. Other than Ling Tiannu, the Cold Song Sacred Land had sent another holy lady. The Azure Emperor Sacred Land had sent the Most Holy Lady, Ma Yuansheng, Feng Qinyang, Wu Sage King, and Huang Sage King. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was not Ma Yuansheng, but Huang Tianming, Holy King Huang, an 8-star Do-Di. Among the 72 Sage Kings of the Azure Dharch Sacred Ground, this cultivation could be ranked in the top 5. It's about time. I don't think Ning Beixian and the War God Temple will come. You guys suppress this guy. As for these 2 girls, I think they are talented and young. I'll take them back and teach them well. Huang Tianming pointed at little Yu, and Zueling, We don't need your guidance. Little Yu spat. Yes, I only want young master. Zuelinger pouted her mouth in grievance. She had been standing there without moving for nearly 30 days. Her fragile little heart was almost unable to bear it, and her eyes were red. If little Yuer had not told her not to embarrass the young master, she would have cried out loud. Don't be afraid, Ling. Master will definitely come. At that time, these guys won't be able to get away with it. Niu Dazhuang comforted softly. Huang Tianming smiled and said to little Yu, that's not up to you. Sacred King Huang, they are suitable for my Frost Song, Sacred Land. Let me bring them back. Ling Tiannu smiled. If the goddess of green jade came, I would give her some face. But you are not qualified to talk to me. Huang Tianming said indifferently as he looked at Ling Tiannu in an overbearing manner. You. A trace of anger flashed through Ling Tiannu's eyes. She exchanged a glance with the other holy maiden beside her, but before she could say anything, Great Limitless Buddha said, Today, none of these 3 will be taken away. This devil will be suppressed to the 7-storied pagoda. Amitabha, Tianlong Buddha, and the 3 holy Buddhas of Crouching Buddha Temple put their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Great Freedom, Sky Dragon, do you really want to go against me? Huang Tianming frowned slightly. Pausing for a moment, he didn't wait for the 2 monks to speak and continued. My Azure Supreme Dharch Sacred Ground has lost a horse deity, so it's only right that we receive some compensation. Don't argue with me about this. As for suppressing them, this person alone is enough. He pointed at Niu Dazhuang. Niu Dazhuang had an innocent look on his face. Why did the second child have to be taken away while he had to be suppressed? No. Great limitless Buddha shook his head firmly. How about this? I have 2,000-year-old Bodhi seeds. I'll give one to each of you, and I'll take them with me. Huang Tianming's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, 1,000-year-old Bodhi seed? Great limitless Buddha and Tianlong Buddha looked at each other and said in unison, these two girls are still childish at heart and have temporarily entered the demonic path. With a little guidance, they can still turn back to the shore. Thank you, Holy King Huang. Huang Tianming laughed coldly in his heart, but he didn't show his disdain for the two old monks on the surface. He took out a Qian Kuan ring and threw it to them. The two of them took it and looked at it, then smiled and said the name of Buddha. The three holy Buddhas of Crouching Buddha Temple were a little envious. The 1,000-year-old Bodhi seed would be of great help to their Buddhist cultivation. Unfortunately, Huang Tianming didn't care about their cultivation and naturally didn't have the qualifications to make a deal with him. Huang Tianming looked at little Yu, and Zuoling with a smile. He could tell at a glance that the two of them had extraordinary bloodlines and were extremely talented. Even Jiang Huai and Li Xuan couldn't compare to them. The Bodhisattva's sacred land didn't accept female disciples, and he had bribed the two holy Buddhas. The Cold Song sacred land only sent 2 3-star Do emperors, so there was no need to haggle. Right now, no one could compete with him. A look of envy flashed across the eyes of Ma Yuansheng, Fang Qinyang, and Wu Shengwang. When the saints and saintesses saw this, their expressions became extremely strange. Originally, the three of them were going to be suppressed together. However, Huang Tianming had only suppressed one of them, and the other two had suddenly become members of the Azure Dharch sacred ground. Among the saints, Jiang Huai and Li Xuan looked at each other. We have competition now. Ma Shinji is gone, but we have these two little fellows. Little Yu revealed a look of shame and anger when she saw that she and Zuoling had been sold to Huang Tianming with just a few words. Even if you bring me to the Azure Dharch sacred land, I won't submit. Whether you submit or not, it's not up to you. It's up to me. Do you understand? Huang Tianming smiled slightly, the confidence in his tone unmistakable. He was confident that he could train the two of them to be loyal to him. Now he began to look forward to the time. There's one more incense stick, which is exactly 1 month. Those 3 little demons are about to be suppressed. Haha, I can't wait to see those demons being suppressed to the 7th floor pagoda with my own eyes. What a blessing! The millions of believers nearby all looked at little Yu, and the other two who were enveloped by the golden light with anticipation. It's a foregone conclusion now. If the War God Temple had made a move, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. After this, they probably won't have the face to send their disciples to challenge others anymore. The surrounding cultivators discussed in low voices, their faces filled with schadenfreude. For example, the Sun Moon sect. At this moment, Jiang Tian, the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tai and Lu Suifeng, had all arrived. The latter 3 were not only gloating, they were also very satisfied. What a pity for such a good wife. Lu Tai smiled. What should we do? Why don't we make a move and see if we can save little Yu, and the others in the chaos? Duan Ingjun anxiously transmitted a message to Dongfang Haojie. Don't act rashly. Dongfang Haojie's expression was solemn. Although he also wanted to make a move, his rationality told him that making a move would only put Ning Qi in a more passive position. If something happens to them, how will the two of us face the Zhuo family? Zhang Long and Zhao, whose eyes turned red. The Mahesvara Buddha looked at the sky, then at a bronze cauldron not far away. The incense stick on it was almost burnt to the end. The time is up. Sacred King Huang, take them away. As for this guy, I'm going to suppress him. The Mahesvara Buddha smiled. then waved his hand to remove the golden light. The surrounding cultivators and millions of believers were instantly filled with anticipation. Huang Tianming smiled and walked toward the two of them. Follow me back to the azure, dark, sacred ground. It's better than staying at the war god temple. They haven't looked for you for a whole month. Obviously, they've already given up on you. No, young master will definitely come. Don't come over. Little you, I had always been a mischievous child. Seeing Huang Tianming walking toward her step by step, she finally broke down and tears flowed uncontrollably. Huang Tianming's lips curled into a mocking smile. At this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the air and landed beside the three of them. Sorry, I'm late. Ningqi wiped little Yu, erased tears, and said, Bei Xian Demon, did he really come? Chapter 860. A statue, your Ning Bei Xian? Huang Tianming frowned as he looked at Ning Qi coldly. Sacred King Huang, he is indeed Ning Bei Xian. Ma Yuanqing said. Feng Qinyang and Sacred King Wu glanced at each other and quietly blocked Ning Qi's path. Mahesvara Buddha and the other monks also moved at the same time. In the blink of an eye, these Emperor Realm experts had blocked all of Ning Qi's paths. Not even a fly could escape. This is the North Mysterious Demon? The millions of believers nearby widened their eyes and looked at Ning Qi curiously. However, Ning Qi's appearance disappointed them. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms like the rumors said, nor did he look ferocious, as I thought the North Mysterious Demon is really from the War God Temple. I wonder if he's a core disciple or the reason why the Combat God Temple has been challenging our sects for so many days must be to spread their name. Their real motive is most likely to recruit disciples. So what? The War God Temple is destined to lose today. 4 sacred kings, 2 heavenly ladies, and 5 sacred Buddhas. As long as Ning Bei Xian doesn't become a martial emperor, he won't be a match for them. The surrounding clan elders began to exchange their opinions. The people from the Sun Moon sect had ugly expressions. They really are related to the North Mysterious Demon. Luckily, Lu Tai felt lucky. He didn't know if it was because he didn't die after challenging the War God Temple, or because he didn't kidnap the second Shao Chong to carry on the family line. As I said, Brother Ning would definitely come. Dongfang Haojie revealed a faint smile. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But will boss be a match for those guys? Duan Yingjun was worried. Sect master should have other tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Long said faintly. His tone was extremely confident. Ever since Ning Qi was only a Didosher, he and Zhao Hu had become Ning Qi's bodyguard. They had followed Ning Qi until now. Each time they faced danger, Ning Qi would be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Back then, when Zhu Rong, who was at the peak of the Do Huang at the first stage of life and death, came knocking on their door, wasn't the other party still beaten away by Ning Qi when they thought that they would definitely die? After that, Zhu Rong was taken away by Ning Xiandong. Even if she was still alive, she was probably in a state worse than death. In June, what Big Brother Zhanglong said makes sense. Last time, you were suppressed by your family and framed. I thought that sect leader wouldn't be able to help you, but in the end, didn't your family elders still let you out obediently? At that time, even Xiaobing's master couldn't do anything. Sect master's cultivation wasn't even at the Dozong realm. Duan Feifei said, That makes sense. Everyone's confidence increased a little. Ning Qi faintly swept his eyes over everyone. He mocked 11 Dodi. All of you really think highly of me. However, all of you are the elders of the 3 sacred lands. You are also a saint king, a holy lady, and a holy Buddha. Why do you want to make things difficult for my 3 little disciples? What evil things did they do? Demon Bei Xian, don't try to deny it. You are the big devil, and they are the little devils. If you quickly hand over the 9 extreme, refining divine flower today, I can spare your death sentence. A chosen bellowed at Ning Qi. Ning Qi turned his head and laughed. Ma Minrong, your big brother died in my hands. You still dare to speak today? Ma Minrong's expression instantly turned extremely livid. He clenched his fists tightly. Today, you will be buried with my big brother. Ning Beixian, don't be so arrogant. Ma Yuansheng said to Ning Qi expressionlessly. Sacred King Ma, do you remember why you didn't dare to attack me that day? Ning Qi faintly smiled. What? Ma Yuansheng's expression instantly changed. He looked around. Fang Qinyang and the others also reacted immediately. They felt a little uneasy and looked around together with Ma Yuansheng. Seeing this, Great Limitless Buddha and Ling Tianyu were confused. What did Ning Beixian mean? Why did his words cause the four sacred kings' expressions to change so much? Don't talk nonsense. It's good that you are here today. The War God Temple is a demonic sect, and you are a demon. Let's go to the 7th-floor pagoda together to erase your sins. Great Limitless Buddha chanted and casually slapped Ning Qi. Bald donkeys, don't you dare! An angry roar came from above. Great Limitless Buddha's palm paused slightly. He looked up in shock. Why did they not know that there was someone hiding above them? The millions of believers and the surrounding elders all raised their heads to look, and their faces were filled with shock. Could it be an ambush from the War God Temple? Everyone felt uneasy. Petrify, Little Six sneered. With a light slap, a nomological law shot out and imprisoned Great Limitless Buddha's body. His body petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye, starting from his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a lifeless statue. Not good. Huang Tianming, Tianlong Buddha, and the others were horrified. Just as they were about to move, Ning Qi spoke. Whoever dares to move will end up the same as Great Limitless Buddha. As soon as he said this, Ma Yuansheng and the others froze. They didn't dare to move at all. Hiss! The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a chill shoot up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The millions of believers looked at Great Limitless Buddha and Little Six in disbelief. The sacred Buddha in their eyes had been turned into a statue by the other party? Could this guy who just came out be a demon even more powerful than the North Mystic Demon? Little Six. He's that strong? Dongfang Haojie and the others were shocked. They had been in contact with Little Six for so long, but none of them knew his background. They all thought that he was just a little demonic beast. They didn't expect that even an Emperor Do would be so weak in his hands. At this time, Dongfang Haojie smiled and flew toward Ning Qi. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others followed. Huh? Someone dares to approach the North Mystic Demon? No. Look carefully. That's Zhang Long and Zhao Hu from the War God Temple. Duan Yingjun from the War God Temple. Deguzi from the War God Temple. Luo Tianhua from the War God Temple. They're all disciples from the War God Temple. The disciples who had been challenged before recognized Dongfang Haojie and the others. Their eyes were filled with shock. Sect leader, Dongfang Haojie, and the others cupped their fists together. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Sect leader? The North Mystic Demon is the sect leader? What sect leader? Could it be? Fang Qinyang blurted out in shock. You're the sect leader of the War God Temple. Impossible. No one believed it. They were more willing to believe that Little Six was the sect leader of the War God Temple. Little Six smiled. Are you surprised that my boss is the sect leader of the War God Temple? Boss? Why would someone who had surpassed the Emperor realm call him boss? Chapter 861. The Emperors who were blackmailed. You imprisoned my 3 disciples in the Crouching Buddha Temple for an entire month. It's time to settle this score. Ning Qi looked at Huang Tianming with a smile. He was the one with the highest cultivation among the emperors present. Ning Beixian, what do you want? Huang Tianming glanced at Little Six with some fear, then looked at the silent statue of Mahesvara Buddha and said to Ning Chi in a deep voice, "What do I want?" Ning Chi smiled and said to Little Six, "Little Six, bite him." "Woof, woof, woof. Boss, I'm not a dog." Little Six subconsciously called out a few times. Then he rolled his eyes and stretched out his hand to slap Huang Tianming. Huang Tianming was horrified. He turned around and wanted to escape, but how could his speed be faster than Little Six? After being hit by the power of law, he once again turned into a statue that wanted to escape. His face was still filled with shock. "Bei Xian demon, how dare you?" Fang Qingyang's eyes flashed with fear. Even sacred ruler Huang, who was ranked in the top 5, ended up like this. They might not be able to leave this place safely today. The 3 sacred Buddhas of the Crouching Buddha temple no longer dared to speak. They all looked at Tianlong Buddha. "Tianlong Buddha, this demon was provoked by you. The Crouching Buddha temple was only cooperating with you. I'm afraid you'll have to ask the Buddhist Arch to resolve this matter." Tianlong Buddha chanted calmly and smiled at Ning Chi. "Benefactor, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. Why don't we sit down and talk? As for this senior," he glanced at Little Six and smiled. "The Buddhist Arch of the Bodhi Sacred Land also hopes to communicate with people of the same path and talk about Buddhism. Talk about Buddhism, my ass." Little Six said indifferently. Tianlong Buddha's words were stuck in his throat. He looked extremely embarrassed. The millions of believers felt it was unfair to see their sacred Buddha being scolded by the other party. Some of them could not help but speak up for Tianlong Buddha, and they immediately supported him. "Demon, release Mahesvara Buddha. How dare you be so arrogant in front of Buddha? You'll be sent to the 18 levels of hell. Put down the butcher's knife and repent. Young master, these people are too much." A hint of anger appeared on Little Yu's face. Ning Chi glanced at the junk around the 3 of them, such as smelly shoes and pebbles. He immediately understood what was going on and struck out his palm towards the group of people who were shouting the loudest. 6,000-foot-long silver dragons broke out of his body. Ever since he had become a doshang, the strength of his 18 subduing dragon palms had greatly increased. It was estimated to be over 10 times stronger. "What's that? Ah, run." That group of believers was shocked, but there were people all around. Where could they escape to? With a loud bang, the 6 silver dragons smashed into the crowd. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs flew everywhere. A huge pit that was dozens of feet long appeared, and corpses were everywhere. It was a scene of doomsday. "Holy Buddha! Holy Buddha! You can't let him harm us like this." Some of the surviving believers cried bitterly at Tian Dragon Buddha and the others. Ning Chi smiled faintly, and his voice echoed throughout the entire place. "You can see for yourself if the Holy Buddha in your heart can save you." Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Tian Dragon Buddha. Tian Dragon Buddha's face was a little ugly. If he did not act today, the status of the Bodhi sacred ground and all the temples under its jurisdiction would definitely plummet in the eyes of the believers. The reputation that had been built up over countless years would be destroyed in a day. But he did not dare. Even Huang Tianming had been turned into a stone statue. With his cultivation of a 6-star do, he would not be able to last more than a few moves against the other party. Seeing that the Holy Buddha had not come to save them, the believers gradually calmed down. In their eyes, the reclining Buddha temple and the Holy Buddha had become incomparably unfamiliar. As some people quietly left, more and more believers left. "Mr. Bei Xian, how do you want to resolve this matter?" Tian Dragon Buddha looked coldly at Ning Chi. "Of course I want to." Before he could finish his sentence, Little Six's voice had already sounded beside Ning Chi's ear. "Boss, I can only petrify one more at most, and then we will have to escape." Ning Chi thought for a while and smiled. "You 11 Emperor Do here attacked my disciple. You are bullying the weak. I will not make things difficult for you today. 100,000 low-grade refining god stones each, and I will let you leave. Otherwise, you will end up like Tian Dragon Buddha and Holy King Huang. Half everyone heaved a sigh of relief. So they could use refining god stones to resolve this matter. Although 100,000 refining god stones was a lot, and they would have to bear the pain for decades, compared to their lives, refining god stones were nothing. These are the refining god stones for us. Ling Tiannu handed 2 Qiankuan rings to Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at them and smiled. You can leave now. Thank you. Before Ling Tiannu left, she took a deep look at Ning Qi as if she was trying to memorize Ning Qi's appearance. These are the refining god stones for us. Reclining Buddha temples, Holy Buddha smiled bitterly and handed 3 Qiankuan rings to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took a look and nodded. He then looked at Tian Dragon Buddha. Tian Dragon Buddha smiled bitterly and gave Ning Qi a Qiankuan ring. Ning Qi looked at it and frowned. 200,000 for 2 people. You want to bluff your way through? But great freedom has already become like this, Tian Dragon Buddha frowned slightly. Then you don't have to give? All right, Zhanglong, Zhaohu, let's move the statue back. Ning Qi said indifferently. All right. Zhanglong and Zhaohu laughed and rolled up their sleeves. Tian Dragon Buddha hurriedly said, Wait, I'll give it to you. He took out another Qiankuan ring and gave it to Ning Qi. That's right. Ning Qi smiled and looked at Ma Yuansheng. It's your turn. With Tian Dragon Buddha as an example, Ma Yuansheng and the rest also took out a set of refining god stones for Huang Tianming. In a short period of time, Ning Qi now had 1,000,000 low-grade refining god stones. Seeing Do Di being extorted by Ning Qi, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and afraid. When Ning Qi looked at them, a few of them fainted on the spot. Luckily, Ning Qi did not plan to find trouble with them. Amit Ba, which Tao friend has come to my Lingwu continent. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant came from the horizon. Buddha Emperor, Tian Dragon Buddha, and the 3 holy Buddhas of Reclining Buddha Temple revealed a look of surprise. Everyone, we will be leaving first. I hope that my war god temple will not have such treatment in the future. Otherwise, it will not be so simple next time. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He then transmitted to the crowd, Quick, let's go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another disappeared in front of the crowd. At this time, a 13 or 14-year-old Baldi appeared in front of the crowd. Buddha Emperor, Tian Dragon Buddha, Ma Yuansheng, and the rest hurriedly bowed. The nearby cultivators and believers also bowed. Especially those believers. Their faces were extremely fanatical. The Bodhi's Sacred Grounds Buddha Emperor is here. Oh my God. Chapter 862. The worries of the rich some people who had never seen the Buddha Dharch before were shocked and confused. How could the Bodhi's Sacred Grounds modern world Buddha Dharch look so young? Even if his lifespan was extended to the later stages of his cultivation, it was impossible for him to maintain the appearance of a 13-year-old. Buddha Dharch, Tianlong Fo was about to organize his words. The modern world Buddha Dharch smiled. I already know what happened. It seems that the fellow Taoist is unwilling to meet me. It's fine. Then he pointed lightly and 2 golden rays entered great limitless Buddha and Huang Tianming's bodies. The 2 showed no reaction. The modern world Buddha Dharch was slightly stunned and murmured in surprise. Such a powerful law. Could it be that even the Buddha Dharch can't restore them to their original state? Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with even more shock. Let's bring great limitless Buddha back first. I'll ask that fellow Taoist for help the next time I see him. The modern world Buddha Dharch smiled. Then the war god temple, Tianlong Fo asked unwillingly. When you meet the disciples of the war god temple in the future, be more polite. They are not demons, otherwise none of you would be alive now. The modern world Buddha Dharch looked at Tianlong Fo with a faint smile. In the next moment, everyone felt their vision blur, and they lost sight of him. Tianlong Fo's back was covered in cold sweat. That glance from the modern world Buddha, Dharch, seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Classifying the war god temple as a demonic sect was something he discussed with great limitless Buddha, this time suppressing little Yu, and the others to lure Ning Beixian out was also because he coveted the 9 extreme divine flower. If the modern world Buddha, Dharch, knew about these thoughts, thinking of this, Tianlong Fo felt a lingering fear. He grabbed great limitless Buddha's statue and left. Ma Yuansheng and the others also left with Huang Tianming. The 3 Buddhas of the Crouching Buddha temple looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and left. Is this the end of the matter? The surrounding cultivators revealed a look of surprise on their faces. Did any of you hear what the modern world Buddha, Dharch, said to Tianlong Fo? No. Clearly, the modern world Buddha, Dharch, doesn't want us to hear it. The crowd shook their heads and left one by one. Not long after, the Crouching Buddha temple regained its tranquility. However, at this time of the day, there would be hundreds of thousands of believers. In a single day, millions of believers would come to burn incense and pray to Buddha. But now, the monks of the Crouching Buddha temple discovered that there were only a few tens of thousands of believers left. One could imagine that today's incident had caused the Crouching Buddha temple to lose at least 60 to 70% of its believers. This loss was not an ordinary one. Ancient water dragon, Holy Land. Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie entered the Ling Wu continent from here. So after activating the command medallion, they returned to this place. Sect leader Lil Six really hid his abilities well. It is unexpected that a dignified Do Di is unable to withstand a single blow from him. Dongfang Haojie couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time he looked around. He did not see a single golden crow. It was obvious that the golden crow had left. His background is extraordinary, so it's not surprising that he has this kind of ability. If he's really as useless as he looks on the surface, then I would find it strange. Ning Qi said, Extraordinary. Dongfang Haojie was very curious, but Ning Qi didn't seem to have any intention of going into detail, so he didn't ask. After staying in the valley for a few days, Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie returned to the War God Temple when the cooldown time of the command medallion was up. 1 million low-grade refining god stones, more than 10 billion dragon slaying coins. The bloodlines of Dongfang Haojie and the others were not weak. For example, Little Yu, Zhonglong, Zhaohu, and the others. When they became Do, Zun in the future, their spirit would at least be in the middle 3 grades. At that time, they would need a lot of refining godstones. 1 million low-grade refining godstones might seem like a lot, but if each person divided it around 100,000 pieces, there wouldn't be much left. However, not everyone needed so many refining godstones. Zhao Er and Zuo should only need 10 or 20,000 pieces to refine their spirit to perfection. Leave half, and use the remaining half to upgrade the War God Temple to a holy land. Ning Qi made a decision, and his mind immediately immersed into the dragon-slaying merchant market. What? Cultivation is too low, and the authority is not enough? Can't buy it? Then what cultivation do I need to buy it? Host, please train harder. What cultivation do I need? Host, please train harder. The system began to reply like a repeater. Ning Qi knew that he wouldn't be able to get an answer, so he spent 50 million dragon-slaying coins to buy the high-grade bloodline of the World Annihilation Titan. Ding! Congratulations to Host for advancing your bloodline. An explosive power filled Ning Qi's body. He tried to go back to his origin, and his height immediately increased by several times, reaching a height of 100 feet. A high-grade bloodline was only 100 feet tall? Ning Qi was slightly startled. The most obvious change was that the pupils in his eyes had become 4. At the initial stage of the bloodline, there were 2 pupils, 3 pupils, and 4 pupils. However, the strongest world annihilation titan descendants should have 9 pupils. Ning Qi still had a long way to go before he could reach this step. If the sect can't level up, then I'll condense my spirit. Low-level cultivation training ground. What? Low-grade refining godstones are ineffective against king-grade spirit? I need mid-grade refining godstones? Ning Qi was stunned. In all these years, he had never seen a middle-grade refined godstone. He had once asked Su Lingfeng about it, but Su Lingfeng only shook his head and said that a middle-grade refined godstone had not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. Right now, even Emperor Qing in the Ling Wu continent would not be able to take out a middle-grade refined godstone. System, can I use low-grade refining godstones to exchange for mid-grade refining godstones? Ning Qi placed his hopes on the system. This system does not do in profitable business. Your mother, his sect couldn't advance, and he couldn't condense his divine soul. Ning Qi left the low-level training ground with a bored look on his face. For the first time, he realized that he couldn't use his Dragon Slayer coins. Sect Master, this time, the War God Temple's reputation has spread. We can start recruiting some disciples, right? Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with the 3 sacred lands in the future. Li Minji found Ning Qi and went straight to the point. Disciple, that's right. Ning Qi was slightly happy and said to Li Minji, "You can start on this matter, but the disciples you recruit must be strictly assessed to prevent spies from sneaking in." "I understand." Li Minji turned and left in joy. Ning Qi's mind sank into the Dragon Slaying Mall and found the character option. That's right, he was going to recruit people. The people that were exchanged from the Dragon Slaying Mall were 100% loyal. Right now, there was only 1 Dosheng in the War God Temple. Including little Z and the others, it did not even reach the number of fingers, and there was not a single Dodi. As for little 6, Ning Qi was unable to count him in. System, help me filter out all the people from the 1-star Do D to the peak of the Do D. Oh, existences that surpass the Do D are also fine. Host does not have the authority. When Ning Qi heard this again, he immediately exploded. No authority? You cannot buy existences that surpass the Do D. What about the Do D? Sure. Filter them out for me. Stop talking nonsense. Chapter 863. 72 Gods of War, 1-star Dodi. Sakura, Xiongba, Niafeng, Bujingyan, Shirpatian, Kuozhong, Sujiling, Shirfeishuan, Orochimaru, Leo, Ultraman. 2-star Dodi, Pangban, Langfanyan, Shirjishuan, Songke, Ning Daochi. 3-star Dodi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Lingdonglai. Peak Dodi, Dugachobai, Sweeping Monk, Achihamadara, Uzumaki Naruto, Chuaning. There were more than 10,000 candidates listed by the system, some of whom he had never even heard of before. Ning Qi was dazzled. The price of these Do-D existences was very high. The price of a 1-star Do-D was between 50 million to 100 million dragon-slaying coins. Following this logic, at the peak of the Do-D class, any one of them would be sold for 5 billion dragon-slaying coins. Ning Qi could only exchange for 2 of them with his entire fortune. They should be able to level up by themselves like Mo Cho. There is no need for them to reach the peak of the Do-D class. Between 1 star and 3 stars is more suitable for the current War Divine Hall. Ning Qi muttered to himself. After a while, he made a decision. With a thought, a golden-haired woman suddenly appeared in front of Ning Qi. Her figure was so explosive that even Ning Qi was taken aback. Subordinate, Tsunade greets Lord. The woman smiled at Ning Qi. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. This 3-star Do-D had cost him 150 million dragon-slaying coins. Then, several figures appeared beside Ning Qi. Subordinate Sakura. Subordinate Xiongba. This subordinate is Orochimaru. I am Bujingyan. Subordinate Pangban. I am Shijishuan. I am Ning Daoqi. Not long later, there were 72 Dodi with completely different auras standing beside Ning Qi. They were both men and women. There were people he was familiar with and people he was not familiar with. The 3 holy lands have 72 saint kings, 72 holy Buddhas, and 72 holy ladies. Our war god temple also has 72 war gods. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Although they had spent over 5 billion dragon-slaying coins, the overall strength of the War Divine Hall had already been raised by over 100 times. Moreover, the future cultivation of this group of Dodi would far exceed this. They would continue to grow and become stronger. Ning Qi had planted 72 seeds, which would eventually grow into 72 towering trees. War God Temple, Sect Master's Great Hall. 72 Do-Di standing together caused Dongfang Haojie, Li Minji, Zhonglong, Zhao Hu, and the others to feel a very heavy pressure. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and a trace of doubt. Where did Ning Qi get so many experts? 72 Dodi. The 3 holy lands were only SOO. Only Li Macho looked at them with a strange expression. As if she had guessed something, Ning Qi smiled and said, "All of you should also know that the inheritance of the War Divine Hall has been around for a long time. It is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. These 72 Dodi were specially dispatched by my teacher to guard the sect after he learned of our encounter in the Ling Wu continent. They will not participate in managing the matters of the sect. However, if there are any difficult problems when I am not around, you can ask them to lend a hand. I made the right bet. The origin of the War God Temple is indeed terrifying. Sect Master's teacher is actually able to send out 72 Do-Di to help us. Just how strong is the true strength behind him?" Li Minji was extremely happy in his heart. Sect Master's teacher? Dongfang Haojie and the others came to a sudden realization. At the same time, they finally understood something that they could not understand. That was Ning Qi's various endless methods and his frightening training speed. At this moment, they had a perfect explanation. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with anticipation for Ning Qi's teacher. They really wanted to know what kind of person he was. "Young master, are you going to leave again?" Little Yu Er suddenly asked with her big eyes. "Yes." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. "When I am not around, all of you must be more obedient. However, if someone bullies you, do not hesitate to beat them up. If you can't beat them, ask these uncles and sisters to come and help." "Uncle!" Su Jilin glanced at Shi Feishuan. Why was he the uncle and she the sister? "All right, young master, I understand." Little Yu Er and Zhuoling nodded in disappointment. Ning Qi saw this but did not say anything. He was currently a 1-star dosheng. Not only did he have to search for middle-grade, refining godstones to refine his king-grade spirit, but he also had to work hard to level up. He wanted to reach the Do-Di class as soon as possible. That way, he would have more confidence in facing the dangers that were about to come. "I will leave behind 500,000 low-grade, refining godstones in the sect. If anyone needs them, you can use them as you wish. All you need to do is to inform Elder Dongfang and Elderly." Ning Qi smiled and said. Dongfang Haojie's face revealed a trace of joy. At the same time, he was a little surprised. He originally thought that Ning Qi would leave over 100,000 of the 1 million refining godstones and use the rest for himself. It was unexpected that Ning Qi had left nearly half of it. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi with some respect when he thought of this. High-level monster killing training ground. Ning Qi himself had lost count of the number of demonic beasts and dragon tribe that had died in his hands. However, it took him 3 to 4 months before his experience broke through the first 300 million and advanced to a 2-star dosheng. "My speed is starting to slow down," Ning Qi muttered to himself. If other Doshungs heard this, it was likely that they would be so angry that they would vomit blood and die. Those with good talent would need a few decades to break through a small class. Those with poor talent might not even be able to break through in a few hundred years. They would be happy if they could become a Do-D before the age of 3,000. However, Ningqi had only spent 3 to 4 months to break through from a 1-star Doshing to a 2-star Dosheng. Recently, a crazy person has appeared in our place. I heard that over 100 lives of the mountain-shaking dragon tribe were all killed by that crazy person. Tisk tsk, it is really too frightening. The 2 small lynx were chatting with each other when they suddenly saw a figure appear behind them. Their hair instantly stood on end. Who are you? Ningqi shook his head. So it is 2 rank 6 demonic beasts. Forget it, I will spare your lives. After saying this, he directly broke through the air and left. The 2 small lynx suddenly thought of something. Their faces were filled with fear as they let out a sharp cry. Their bodies instantly became weak and fell to the ground. Spring passed and autumn came. Many years passed. Ningqi once again sighed at the ability of the system. He had spent many years in a mere high-level monster-killing training ground and had yet to finish exploring it. It was simply endless. Chapter 864. Dongfang family's newly ascended supreme prodigy, Brother Dongfang. Do you want to visit Dongxian? Ningqi returned to the War God Temple and found Dongfang Haojia. He had spent several years in the advanced monster-killing training grounds, but only a dozen or so days had passed in the outside world. No, Dongfang Haojia said straightforwardly. Don't you want revenge? Ningqi was slightly stunned. Of course I want to take revenge. One day, I will personally kill that old man Dongfang Lucien. However, I am now at the crucial stage of breaking through. Sect leader, do you want to go back? Dongfang Haojia said. Ningqi glanced at his attributes. He was already a 3-star Dozun. The golden crow divine soul behind him had grown from the size of a palm to 1,000 feet tall. Speaking of which, since the last time the 2 of them had arrived at the Lingwu continent, more than 2 to 3 years had passed. Dongfang Haojia had basically broken through a small realm every year. And now his cultivation speed had decreased, but in Li Minji's eyes it was still very terrifying. It was not only Dongfang Haojia. Everyone was the same. The most common scene that everyone saw was Li Minji looking at them enviously and then leaving dejectedly. It should be known that Li Minji was a 7-star Dosheng. Even he was envious. Everyone naturally knew just how rare their bloodline was. I wonder how the battle against the forbidden land of withered bones is going. Now that I'm gone, Cloudry's sect will surely be pressured by various forces. It's time for me to go back and have a look. Ningqi nodded. Dongfang Haojia suddenly realized, oh, you just don't know how to return to Ninyang Tower from the ancient water dragon, sacred ground. Of course. Ningqi rolled his eyes. I can teach you. Only the Dongfang family's secret technique can summon a passage connecting the 2 sides. However, are you sure you want to go back? Why don't you bring along a few war god seniors? That old man Dongfang Lucien will definitely be waiting for you there. Dongfang Haojia said. No need. Ningqi smiled confidently. Seeing this, Dongfang Haojia knew that Ningqi still had a trump card. He nodded and directly transmitted the Dongfang family's summoning channel's secret technique to Ningqi. When Ningqi left, he asked, Do you want me to help you deal with Dongfang Lucien? I will defeat him with my own hands. Dongfang Haojia shook his head. All right then. Ningqi nodded and disappeared in front of Dongfang Haojia in a flash. Dongxian, the Dongfang family. Forbidden grounds of Ninyang Pagoda. Now, the Dongfang family had elected 4 supreme talents. Of course, their qualifications were still weaker than Dongfang Wudi and the other 3. Now, when the disciples of the Dongfang clan entered and exited the Nine Suns Pagoda, they would occasionally recall the battle from a few years ago. A supreme prodigy was actually killed by a true disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. It was truly embarrassing. Have you heard? The great ancestor Immortal Slayer personally sealed off the mountain gate of the Cloud Rising sect, not allowing anyone to enter or leave for several years. Just some time ago, the head of the Heavenly Mystery Institution of the 9 States Empire, Golden Sage, went to mediate, but was also injured by the great ancestor Immortal Slayer and forced to retreat. Haha, serves him right. I heard that the old man has a good relationship with Ning Beixian. I didn't kill him because of the 9 States Emperor. If the Cloud Rising sect doesn't come up with a plan this time, given Patriarch Immortal Slayer's temper, it won't be a problem for him to seal them up for 1 to 200 years. Once their cultivation resources are depleted, they can only wait for death. For disciples of the Dongfang clan with the aura of a 9-star, Dozun spoke as they walked up the 9 Suns Pagoda. Along the way, the disciples of the Dongfang clan all stopped and bowed when they saw the 4 of them. The 4 of them revealed arrogant expressions and nodded lightly as a greeting. Dear disciples, are you going to the 9 Suns Forbidden Land again? Dongfang Hai coincidentally bumped into the 4 as he walked down from the 9 Suns Pagoda. His face immediately revealed a fawning expression. Oh, it's Elder Hai. Why? Is there any news of that traitor Dongfang Hao Jie in the Forbidden Land? The 4 of them revealed a faint smile on their faces. Dongfang Hai's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He laughed dryly and said, not at the moment. Haha, every year we have to send a large group of disciples into search for those 2 traitors. Not only did we not get any news, but we also lost so many people. I think they have probably died in there long ago. That's right. The 4 of them shook their heads in disdain. They then ignored Dongfang Hai and arrived at the top of the 9 Suns Pagoda. Some of the disciples of the Dongfang clan who were preparing to enter the Forbidden Land or had just returned from the Forbidden Land respectfully bowed when they saw the 4 of them. A trace of jealousy flashed in the eyes of many. When they saw the incomparably arrogant 4 of them, they could not help but curse in their hearts. If Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 were not unlucky and died in the hands of Ning Beixian, you would not have the right to be so arrogant. Elder Dongfang Hai. Although the 4 of them were arrogant, they still bowed respectfully when they saw Dongfang Hai, who had been ordered by Dongfang Lu Xian to guard this place. Dongfang Hai nodded indifferently. He glanced at the 4 of them and said, if there is any news of Dongfang Hao Jie and Ning Beixian, remember to come back immediately. We understand. The 4 of them nodded in unison and walked towards the stone door. Just as they were about to enter, a person suddenly walked out from the stone door and almost collided with the 4 of them. Brat, why are you so reckless? Which clan are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? One of them looked at Ning Qi with a frown and scolded. Dongfang Gu casually glanced over, but his expression suddenly froze. The 4 newly ascended supremes did not notice anything and continued to look at Ning Qi with arrogant eyes. Why aren't you speaking? Didn't you hear me asking you? The newly ascended supremes spoke as he reached out his hand and pointed at Ning Qi's head. Stop! Dongfang Hai roared. The 4 of them were shocked. What was going on? What was Elder Dongfang Hai doing? Could this brat be his direct descendant? But why hadn't they seen him before? A trace of doubt rose on the faces of the 4 of them. The nearby disciples of the Dongfang clan also looked over. Suddenly, a few of them gasped and pointed at Ning Qi and stammered, It's you. Dongfang Hai calmly walked in front of Ning Qi and said indifferently, Where is that scoundrel Dongfang Hao Jie? Hand him over, and we can slowly discuss the matter between you and the Dongfang clan. That scoundrel Dongfang Hao Jie? Could this person be? The 4 newly ascended Supreme Being prodigies were shocked and subconsciously hid behind Dongfang Hai. The Supreme Being prodigy, who almost used his finger to poke Ning Qi's head, was now drenched in cold sweat, and he was extremely frightened. Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 were all Peak Do, Zuns back then, but they were all killed by this brat. The 4 of them were merely 9-star Zuns. Wouldn't it be as easy as killing ants for him to kill them? Chapter 865. A slap. Move aside. This brat was too arrogant. Although he could kill Dongfang Wudi and the other 3, he was currently facing the Dosheng of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Huang. No matter how strong a Dozun was, could he be stronger than a Dosheng? The 4 newly advanced ultimate prodigies hiding behind Dongfang Huang also understood this point and were no longer as afraid. One of them coldly laughed and said, "Ning Beixian, don't be so arrogant. Elder Dongfang Huang can suppress you with just one hand. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible so that you don't implicate your Cloud Rising sect. Even an ant cannot enter the Cloud Rising sect. Is this the result you want? Not even an ant can enter?" Ning Qi coldly looked at the newly advanced ultimate prodigy and asked, "Who are you?" "Me. I am one of the newly advanced ultimate prodigies of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Kankong." The young man proudly laughed. Ning Qi glanced at the other 3 and realized that their cultivation was similar. "I believe that the 4 of you are the new generation of ultimate prodigies." "That's right." The 4 of them revealed a hint of pride on their faces. Ever since they received this title, their status in the Dongfang clan had instantly risen by 1,000 feet. Those who used to call them brothers now had to be respectful when they saw them. They had long been immersed in this feeling of elation and were unable to extricate themselves from it. "That's fine. Go and accompany Dongfang Wudi and the others." The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up. "He wants to attack?" Everyone was surprised. Arrogant. Dongfang Huang revealed a trace of anger on his face as he slammed his palm toward Ning Qi. Although his expression was calm earlier, he already hated Ning Qi to the bone. If it was not for Ning Qi as a 1-star Dosheng, he would not have been ordered to guard this place by Dongfang Lucian. If his old friend knew about this, he would definitely laugh until he could not show his face. "I am arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. You don't, so you are not arrogant." Ning Qi faintly laughed. He waved his hand and slapped Dongfang Huang's face. With a bang, Dongfang Huang broke through the walls of the 9-Sun Tower and disappeared from the sight of the Dongfang clan's disciples in the blink of an eye. They were stunned as they watched this scene. They did not understand what had happened. "You, what did you do to Elder Dongfang Hai?" The newly ascended supremacy prodigy, who was about to point his finger at Ning Qi's head, looked at him in horror. "Don't you think that's a stupid question?" Ning Qi smiled. Only then did everyone react. They screamed in horror and turned around to flee. Ning Qi had no interest in the others, but these 4 fellows couldn't escape. Under their horrified expressions, Ning Qi patted each of their heads. Their heads instantly sank into their chests, and they died on the spot. "Murder! Ning Beixian killed Elder Dongfang Hai! Help!" The members of the Dongfang clan fled in all directions as they screamed in fear. They hoped that their voices would attract the Dosheng stage elders. Ning Qi sneered as he glanced at them and left. Not long after, a few Doshengs who were cultivating in seclusion came out and arrived at the 9 Suns Tower with lightning speed. They immediately discovered the unconscious Dongfang Hai. After using several healing methods, Dongfang Hai slowly woke up. What the hell happened? They looked at Dongfang Hai and asked solemnly, Ning Beixian has appeared." Dongfang Hai's eyes were filled with fear. "He's the one who beat you up?" The Doshengs looked at each other and asked. "Yes," Dongfang Hai said with a pale face. "This kid is so powerful." The Doshengs of the Dongfang clan were shocked. Elder Dongfang Kankong and the rest are dead. A member of the Dongfang clan walked over in fear. "What? Damn Ning Beixian! Our Dongfang clan will never forgive you." The group of Doshengs roared furiously. Their roars shook the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were scattered. Almost the entire Dongfang clan could hear them. After Dongfang Wudi and the rest died, they spent a few years to nurture another 4 supremacy prodigies. But now they had died in Ningqi's hands. I'll go inform old ancestor, immortal slayer. A Do Sheng let out a cold snort before breaking through the air and leaving. I'll go inform the patriarch. Another Do Sheng broke through the air and left. When the last Do Sheng was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "How many moves did he use to defeat you?" Dongfang Hai's expression was a little awkward. 1 move. He couldn't say that Ning Qi only used 1 slap. It would be too embarrassing to say that. 1 move. The Do Sheng was shocked. He looked at Dongfang Hai's swollen face, nodded with a serious expression, and left. Jiuzhou Empire, Yunwu Tower. The new ranking of the Bai Shao clan is out. Do you know who's number 1? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar smiled at the crowd. Who else can it be? Ning Beixian of the Cloud Rising sect. Even the 4 supremacy prodigies of the Dongfang clan were killed in 1 move. Other than him, I can't think of any other Dozun who can take the number 1 position. Ha ha ha. Wrong. The number 1 of the Earth ranking this time is Mr. Gu, who has the title of Bloody Hand Butcher. Mr. Gu? May I know who this brother is? 1 look and you can tell that you don't look at the rankings often. Ever since Ning Beixian was removed from the Dragon rankings, the first place on the Dragon rankings was him, and the first place on the Mortal rankings was also him. Some time ago he challenged the strongest rank 8 giant dragons of the desolate ancient dragon race, ancient heaven dragon race, and ancient dragon race, and won in 1 battle. Therefore, he is the number 1 on the Earth ranking this time. The middle-aged scholar smiled. So powerful. Where did this Mr. Gu come from? The Gu clan doesn't seem to have any powerful existences, right? Someone asked curiously. I don't know either, but one thing is for sure. He has a grudge against Ning Beixian and seems to be looking for Ning Beixuan's whereabouts. He also joined in the fun when Dongfang Lucian sealed off the Cloud Rising sect. Is that so? Why don't we go take a look as well? Brother, I plan to go as well. Why don't we go together? All right, let's go together. Inside the Cloud Rising sect, be it servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, deacon elders, or green-robed elders, everyone had a gloomy look on their faces. Ever since the entrance was sealed by Dongfang Lucian, the cultivation resources in the sect had been decreasing. Some of the outer sect disciples hadn't eaten any elixirs or refined any spiritual crystals for half a year. Some of the less talented disciples even experienced a regression in their cultivation. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. It's all Ningqi's fault. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Among the outer disciples, a young man was scolding Ningqi with his saliva flying everywhere. Many outer disciples listened to him and nodded in agreement from time to time. Lu Suifeng, I heard that you have a grudge against Senior Brother Ning. Senior Brother Ning was generous enough to spare your life and let you become an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Is this how you repay him? Tai Bing walked over slowly and looked at the young man who was spitting saliva everywhere. Chapter 866. Internal disturbance. Lu Suifeng's words were forceful and reasonable. Immediately, it resonated with the group of outer sect disciples. Yes, if Ningqi had not left the battlefield in the divine kingdom of the East without permission and went to the Dongfang clan to kill Dongfang Wudi and the other 3, our Cloud Rising sect would not have been blocked by Dongfang Lucian for 3 years. Although Senior Brother Ning is very strong, and I used to admire him a lot, but now he has put our Cloud Rising sect in such an awkward situation, and he himself has hidden in the forbidden area of the 9 Suns Pagoda for 3 years. Senior Tai Bing, I know that you have interacted with Senior Ning when he first entered the sect and will naturally speak up for him. However, Senior Lu's words are not without reason. Tai Bing looked at the group of outer sect disciples and said faintly, Even if you badmouth Senior Ning 10,000 times, it will not help the current situation. Why don't you train properly to prevent your cultivation from regressing? At this moment, there was a commotion in front of them. They saw a few outer sect disciples hurriedly supporting a fellow who was covered in blood. Isn't that Shirtian? Why is he so seriously injured? Everyone started to ask. The few outer sect disciples sighed and gritted their teeth as they said, Shirtian could not help but want to leave the sect and secretly left through the outer mountain range. In the end, he was seriously injured by the Jade Pill sect disciples guarding this place. It is not just the Jade Pill sect. Our Cloud Rising sect is surrounded on all sides. The Tuoba clan has also sent disciples to guard this place. Look, these are all Ning Chi's enemies. The Tuoba clan's Doshing elder, Tuoba Etian, died in Ning Chi's hands. The Jade Pill sect's Huang Hung also died in Ning Chi's hands. If not for him, our Cloud Rising sect would not have so many enemies. Lu Suifeng sighed. After speaking, he slowly looked at Tai Bing. Senior Tai Bing, what do you think of this matter? Speaking of enemies, who here does not have a few enemies? However, your strength is limited. Your enemies either have low cultivation or a weak background. Senior Ning is just much stronger than all of you. Naturally, his enemies are stronger. Isn't this normal? Tai Bing said coldly. Looks like senior sister Tai Bing really has deep feelings for Ning Chi. Forget it. I can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. If that's what you think, then so be it. Lu Suifeng sneered and shook his head. Everyone, hurry and go to the mountain gate. A few true disciples are fighting with young Master Gu. Even the sect master and the 4 great lamp bearers are going over. An outer sect disciple tore through the air and reported the news before speeding away. What? Let's go take a look. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The Cloud Rising sect had been holed up for too long, relying on the sect's great array to hold on until now. Things were finally going to change. Cloud Rise, Sect Mountain Gate. Feng Ming, Meng Qingling, Bei Hongqiu, Ding Zhongshan, and Wang Su, 5 Dosheng stood side by side. Behind the 5 of them was a large group of direct disciples, green-clothed elders and deacon elders. Other than those who were in a retreat, almost everyone from the Cloud Rising sect was standing here. There were thousands of people. Lu Suifeng and the other outer sect disciples rushed over. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the mountain, they saw a few true disciples of the Cloud Rising sect surrounding a young man in white who seemed to be only 18 or 19 years old. After the battle, Dongfeng Lucien sat cross-legged in the empty space. He coldly smiled as he looked at Feng Ming's group. Other than him, there were also Do Sheng class elders from the Jade Pill sect and Tuoba clan nearby. Their numbers were much greater than the Cloud Rising sects. That's young Master Gu, the first person on the Earth list? Everyone was slightly shocked. Young Master Gu was currently being surrounded by a few Cloud Rising sects' direct disciples. He seemed to be at ease. Too weak. Once your sect's great array is broken, everyone in your Cloud Rising sect will be killed. Ning Beixian will definitely be very surprised when he returns, right? Young Master Gu grinned. Arrogant. Jiang Qing roared furiously and stabbed his sword at young Master Gu's throat. You're Jiang Qing? Ning Beixuan's 3rd senior sister? Young Master Gu smiled. Ning Beixian destroyed my physical body. I'll take some revenge on you first. He struck out with his palm, and the sword in Jiang Qing's hand was immediately shattered. His entire body flew backward like a cannonball and was pulled into Meng Qingling's arms just as he was about to land heavily on the ground. At this moment, Jiang Qing's face was pale. Her eyes were tightly shut and her life force was faintly discernible. Her heart meridian has been sealed. Feng Ming said with an ugly expression when he saw this. At the same time, the other direct disciples were also defeated. However, young Master Gu did not seem to intend to kill them. They ended up like Jiang Qing, unconscious. Ding Zhangshan and the rest tried to save them, but they were unable to wake them up. Dongfang Luxian smiled faintly and said, "Fengming, have you considered my previous suggestion? Hand over everyone related to Ning Beixian, and I won't make things difficult for your Cloud Rising sect." Dongfang Luxian, you're bullying the weak. How shameless! Feng Kong snorted coldly. Haha, say whatever you want. Your Cloud Rising sect's formation can only last for a few more months. By then, you won't have any spiritual crystals left, right? When that time comes, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll wipe out your entire Cloud Rising sect. Dongfang Luxian smiled and said, "It looks like the Cloud Rising sect is not far from being destroyed. It's a pity that such a big sect will be destroyed because of a single person. I guess this place will also be occupied by the Dongfang clan. The spiritual qi here is dense. It's a good place to cultivate. Apart from the Dongfang clan, Tuoba clan, and Jade Pill sect, there are hundreds of thousands of people outside the Cloud Rising sect who are watching the show. Over the past 3 years, some old demons who had been in seclusion for a long time had broken out of their seclusion and arrived one after another. The Zhuge clan, Baishao clan, Ding clan, and Chu clan had also sent their Doshing elders here, although they did not help the Dongfang clan in besieging the Cloud Rising sect. They would probably be involved in the division of the land once the Cloud Rising sect was destroyed. Sect leader. Suddenly, a green-clothed elder walked out and knelt in front of Fengming. This person was none other than Nu Tao. Sect leader. For the legacy of our Cloud Rising sect, you must not let your emotions affect your decisions. Since Dongfang Luxian only wants people related to Ningqi, we should agree to his request. In the face of a great calamity for the sect, we should still make sacrifices. If it was me, I would take the initiative to step forward and not drag the sect down. Nu Tao spoke with sincerity, as if he was Dongfang Luxian's target, and he would really sacrifice himself. Elder Nu's words make sense. Many green-clothed elders nodded in agreement. Then the direct disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, Situ-yi and the rest have a good relationship with Ningqi. They should be the people that Dongfang Luxian wants. Taibing too, and Wu Hu, Shintu Yuanba, Xiaobing, Zhong Yin. After Lu Suifeng took the lead, the crowd hurriedly pointed out the people who had a good relationship with Ningqi. Of course, they didn't dare to point out the last one. However, everyone's gaze fell on Meng Qingling.